Go live in 3, 2, 1. We're live. You're live.
Great. So glad.
Incredible. I feel naked without the headphones.
I know.
It's weird.
Everyone can see your ears.
Everyone can see all up in my ears.
Okay, that goes on my story on there.
Austin is posting all of his little announcements.
Is anybody in there yet?
No, it doesn't seem like it.
Because I didn't have it linked anywhere or anything. Alright.
Come, Papa Squat.
Oh, I don't need these.
Come, Papa Squat.
That's funny. My name is Papa Squat. 4 people popping in already. Jeez. I'm sitting and Sam would probably be like, what? Why are you doing this?
What are you
chat?
doing this? Yes, the chat.
And we can make this larger. See, there we go. We got Ani in here. What's poppin', dude? Glad to see ya.
Hello.
Ryan, welcome. What could we possibly be doing here on
What
this
could we be
wonderful
doing
evening?
here?
What could we be doing here?
Hi, me big,
Oh my God, big fan Sam.
big fan Sam.
Maybe we'll send a hat your way.
Maybe.
You know,
Well, think about it.
we'll take a gander and really put our noodles to it, our thought noodles, and then we'll figure that out. I'm actually gonna grab water really quick because we're gonna be talking a lot. So
You're gonna go all the way to the water hole.
no, I'm gonna go to the water bottle thing, water fountains. I use those because it's faster.
Oh, where is that?
Down the hall, so like go towards the bathrooms.
Yeah.
Then just turn left down that hallway to go towards the kitchen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can you get me a little teensy bit of agua? Thanks, dog.
You just keep everybody entertained and prime them for what's
I
about
will
to happen.
keep everybody entertained.
What's about to go down.
What's about to go down, guys? I'll tell you what's about to go down.
Oh, so you should probably pull the spreadsheet out.
Yeah, I will. I'll get that going. We're going to talk through the conception of Ravie, of all of this. It's going to be a quick little chat. Austin and I are going to go through how we met and the whole college thing for us. We're going to go through when we started working together, and we're going to go through all the ups and downs that have been on the course, that have been par for the course here at the Ravie Studios. Gonna go through the whole thing. Yo, big fan. Thank you, Brian. Hi from Central Asia. Uzbekistan. Cool. Hello. And we got our spreadsheets up to remind us of all the ups and downs financially, which usually coincide with some ups and downs and just the business as a whole. There were some spooky spots, for sure. We're in a much better place now, but you'll hear all about that here in a couple minutes.
Did you tell them the whole story? Do I have to be here?
Nah, you're good. You can leave.
Great.
Thanks.
Great. What's poppin', everybody? What up, Buoyant Brian? Shoaib, Gustavo, Usmanov? How y'all doing? Glad to see all of y'all this wonderful,
Hello from Brazil. Cool.
this wonderful evening.
Shall we begin?
I mean, I guess where to begin? We're gonna try and go through the entire Ravie story in chronological order.
Yeah.
We may jump back and forth between years, but we will try our best not to.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. It has been a busy 2 years to be sure.
It really has.
All right.
All right. It all started when we were 4.
In 1945.
In 1945.
We can do. Oh yeah, we talked about
First,
doing
let's talk about like our personal things.
Yeah.
All right.
You go first.
All right.
You go first.
So, back in my childhood,
What age we talking here?
Hmm?
What age we talking here?
We talking. Ooh. Well, okay. First, I wanted to be a ninja spy. I'll put that out there.
Fair.
That
Valid.
was very exciting to me, being a ninja spy. And then maybe I want to say around 9, 10, 11 is when I got more obsessed. I wanted to be like a game designer. I was very interested in inventing. I wanted to be an inventor pretty much my whole life. I would write in my little invention journal. I would be like, here's my idea for an EMP grenade or like a floating car. I was on some shit. It was a good time. But I wanted to be an inventor. And then in high school, I took an Adobe class, and I was like, this thing called Photoshop is pretty crazy. I can make people's eyes go funny.
Oh,
I remember
shit.
I did so many face swaps. I got so good at swapping faces. I put like for a group project, my group, everyone's face on a sponge. We're all on different sponges. It was really great. And Photoshop was pretty cool. And then I actually got a lot into like machining and like metalworking, woodworking, working with my hands, that kind of stuff. And I thought that I would just be like a machinist. And I got pretty good at it. I don't know where exactly this epiphany came from. I was applying to like machining jobs over the summer one year, and
So this is like pretty close to college at this point.
yeah, I think this was like either between my high school sophomore and junior year or between junior and senior year. I realized like if I didn't do something creative, then I would have a really garbage rest of my life. I knew that I had to do something creative. I looked at like the machining route and all that stuff, and I was like, I don't really want to just operate machines all day. I want to do something. The part of machining that I enjoyed the most was like modeling and like creating the parts and problem solving and figuring out basically the bits that had to do with creativity. And I was like, all right, well, what skills did I already have? And I remember taking that Adobe class, and I was like, hey, that's pretty fun. So I got an Adobe subscription and messed around with it more and found out, oh, this is basically just graphic design. And I got into that. I got into graphic design. I was like, this is kind of neat. Started doing like, you know, how we all start doing little things for my family or whoever was around for embarrassingly little amounts of money or free.
Lowest
And
amount?
Lowest amount? Definitely free ones.
Nice.
But, which like I'd still do for like a really close friend.
Yeah, but like what's the lowest amount you ever actually quoted somebody for? Because that takes thought and effort.
I feel like I did an album cover for my aunts at one point, and I think that was like maybe $20.
Okay, that's pretty good.
20 or
That's-
30.
That's pretty valid.
It might have been 50, but I don't want to like
Okay.
oversell it. It was also
Jeez,
kind of
alright,
bad. I'm
dude is
so sorry.
loaded out here.
I'm
Jeez.
sorry, aunts. It was not my best work. But it was at the time, so you just have an early Noah exclusive.
It was
It's
a
like
good
Van Gogh.
investment. So
It's a
to
good
speak.
investment. There you go. They saw the future
Yeah.
with Mr. Doe. Okay, so I started doing some graphic design things.
I only just got the Christo joke. I'm sorry.
I couldn't remember his first name.
Chris?
I almost called him Jim Doe. I was like, with Jim Doe.
Oh, you know,
The
Jim
future
Doe
with
from
Jimmy.
the past.
The Jim. Anyway, so I started doing some graphic design things. I thought it was really neat, really fun, a good time. I eventually got a little better at it, and I was like, all right, maybe real career path. I do enjoy this. I think I actually like in high school decided I was like, this is the path I'm gonna follow, because I knew that it would branch out onto so many different roads. Like I could, if I wanted to continue being a game dev, if that was still something I was interested in, which it was waning by that point because I realized just how hard Unreal Engine was.
It's pretty unreal.
It's pretty unreal. Oh my god. It could go in all those directions. And I was like, eventually I could be a creative director for really whatever if I just get a base in design. And thinking back on it, like big thoughts from little boy Noah. Those good insights. I'm impressed with myself that I was able to sort of think ahead in that way. Anyway, I continued on the graphic design journey, and I applied for colleges. Originally, I wanted to go to the Savannah College of Art and Design, but they are a private institution, and here in America, private institutions cost a buttload of money.
Bum, bum, bum.
So I wasn't about to go into hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt for a design education because that's silly. I'm gonna just say that right now. Controversial opinion.
No spoilers though.
That's silly, y'all. So I ended up going with one of my backup schools, which was NC State. And that's where I'll stop my background for now and let Austin tell his, because that is around where we met each other.
Oh, snap. Spoilers. Sheesh. I was trying to see this. It won't even let me. That's kind of nice.
Doesn't matter.
Actually, that's really great.
I like it.
All right. Fantastic. Well, I never really had much of an art background personally. I found my way into design kind of on accident. Actually born out of a little bit of jealousy. TBH.
Saucy.
My best friend in junior high and high school, Matt, shout out to Matt,
Shouts out.
in 8th grade, wanted to make his own deodorant brand, as 8th graders do, you know. And a bunch of our friends started getting really interested in it and wanted to work with him on it. And I was like, wow, that must be really cool to like run your own business and that sort of thing.
And so rather than like being like, yeah, let me celebrate you in this cool thing,
I said,
you're like,
I want to do it instead.
bitch, I can do that.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't make deodorant though. At the time, I had already been running a small YouTube channel for myself. I did lots of Minecraft gaming content, you know, as 6th through 8th graders do at this time.
They do be doing that.
Anyway, and so I needed to make my own channel, graphics and things. And so I had downloaded the free graphics software called GIMP. And I used that to make my own stuff. And then was like, I can do this business thing too. So I decided I was going to start selling templates instead. And so hit up Sellfy with their like 40% commission or whatever it was back then and set up 99-cent templates. That's right. Let's go. So I was getting like 60 cents a pop. And I had like recruited a bunch of people to work with me from these like Minecraft forums all over the internet. Like they were all different ages and all different parts of the world. And my business logic was not very sound at the time, because not only was I selling a very small volume of templates for 99 cents a pop, it didn't matter how much work anybody was doing. Everybody got an even split of that money. So
had a little communist thing going
just
there.
a little communist thing going. You know how it is. And so even though we would only end up with like 55 cents per order, that was split like 9 ways. So your boy was getting like, I don't even know what that math comes out to, like
a couple of
5 to
cents.
6 cents or so.
Oh my God.
Per order. So we were basically rolling in it is what I'm telling you.
A bakery with all that dough.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Anyway, and so that started to, I was having fun with that. I was enjoying like playing the role of a like business leader alongside my friend, who did actually end up making real deodorant, both in like pomade form, which was a little strange, and then also a spray version later on. So
did it smell good?
It was kind of lemony, you know, it wasn't bad.
I don't know if I want to smell lemony.
Well, it was like a fresh
citrus.
Scent. Yeah.
Okay, I used to
bad.
have a citrus deodorant-ish that got discontinued. Shouts out. I miss it. I miss it every day. So I can see that.
Any Hoosers. So Matt and I are still friends throughout this whole time, despite me desperately trying to steal his entrepreneurial zest. So I kept doing design. Eventually, I found my way into the esports scene. I just happened to make a Twitter account during one of my times of running a design studio. I had like, the first one was Tech Wave, and on top of selling Minecraft YouTube banner templates, we were going to sell computer mice that we were somehow going to make ourselves. I had no idea how to do that, but I wrote it down, so therefore I could do it. Anyway, so that was the first iteration. Then there's like Tech Rapirio, and Rapirio means discovery in Latin, so you know it's fancy.
Went to Google Translate for that one.
But I made a Twitter account for Tech Rapirio, and I just happened to get recommended some post for somebody making a YouTube banner and profile picture for this esports player. And after that, I sort of just delved into that community because I played games all throughout my childhood. And at that point, I was like, well, I can take these banners and I can make them for stuff beyond just Minecraft. Like, I don't even have to do templates. I can like make them custom and whatever. So I was selling them for like $15 a pop at most or something like that. And eventually, like that just kept building on itself. So I was like, okay, you know, at a certain point, I'm kind of tired of doing the whole profile picture and banner thing, because that only gets me like 15 to 20 bucks at a time, and it takes me like 8 hours to do it back then or something. And so eventually end up working my way into doing full branding packages. Logo design was my jam for a while. We're talking like, I don't know, I must be like 14 or 15 by the time logos are my whole shebang, and like started doing the design stuff around like 12 or 13 or so. But anyway, start doing more branding packages. And eventually, instead of just being for small YouTubers or esports teams and those sorts of things, I started to get some larger YouTube creator clients, as well as some small companies, local or otherwise, and just doing all sorts of different odd jobs here and there for them. But by the time I was a sophomore in high school, I had already gotten a pretty good list of clients, not like super huge, but like the volume was there, and it was fun money to, you know, bring in high school and whatever. Since I didn't have a like job at Chick-fil-A or something like most of my friends did.
Did they all work at Chick-fil-A?
A good portion.
Wow.
My pleasures were abundant.
Did you get good deals on Chick-fil-A?
I did not, actually. I didn't eat a whole lot of Chick-fil-A. I'm going to be honest.
Then can you say they're really friends?
Well, you know. I mean, I'm not hanging out with him right now, am I?
Shout out to Matt.
Matt did not work at Chick-fil-A. He had his booming deodorant business.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that continuing by then?
No, it was not. No, by that point, he had a bunch of other ideas. Like, he wanted to build a rocket that would shoot an orange into space and then have it return unscathed.
Which also came in pomade.
No, unfortunately, it did not. But that one never got off the ground because he needed funding, and he couldn't
never got off the ground.
It didn't. No, the rocket failed.
Still citrus adjacent though.
It really is. He's got a trail.
Theme
I believe the name of the company was Taco Cat Innovations. So
okay,
I got the little like palindrome
I don't know why that
in
wouldn't
there.
fail.
I don't know. It's the branding was there.
It seems full.
But anyway, we're like midway through high school. I remember my like PayPal got hacked at some point. PayPal that I wasn't even supposed to have, because you're not supposed to have one unless you're over 18. They would like lock down entire people's accounts and just not let them have their money. It was kind of awful.
Yeah.
But anyway, somehow they never caught me, despite my verified account having a mailing address of 1111 Strawberry Lane. So PayPal, get on that. Anyway.
Oh my God.
Way to dox myself, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway, then I decided I wanted to go to college for graphic design. I had really gotten a look into the larger graphic design industry at this point. I was looking beyond esports and gaming and those sorts of things, and just seeing how many jobs there were in graphic design. It's a very prevalent role, you know. So I was like, all right, I'll go to college for this. I probably would have done engineering or something. I've always liked math and analytics and those sorts of things, or computer science or something, if I hadn't hopped on design.
You know, at first I was looking at college for engineering.
Yeah.
That ended real quick. I was like, actually, just kidding. That sounds terrible.
It's the very common Texan thing that you're basically going to be an engineer. You're going to do something in agriculture. Like, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
And I took the design route. So I was a little out there. I remember there was one time my physics teacher was so baffled by me because I was like doing well in his class and whatever. And he was like, you want to do design? You know, like everyone's making templates, right? And I was like, first of all, how do you know this,
like,
physics
all right,
man?
Physics professor.
And
weather boy.
Come on. But anyway, long story short, I end up deciding that I want to go to NC State after a lot of deliberation, because it was the top graphic design school in the country on like 50 different lists of top graphic design schools. Boy, was I tricked, but whatever.
How dare they?
Anyway, and so I'm living in Houston most of my childhood. NC State is in Raleigh, North Carolina. That's like 1,600 miles away, or a 20-hour drive for however that works out for reference. But anyway, I didn't have any friends in Raleigh. I knew nobody here, so I was going around making...
Be weird if you did.
It would. It really would. I went around and I made like a Snapchat group for anybody that I could see with like College of Design 2023 in their bio on Instagram. Like, it was kind of easy to find people through like the roommate search thing.
Wait, did you make the Discord?
No, Rob made the Discord, but I made the Snapchat group.
I see.
COD Squad was mine.
COD Squad was his. I remember also Well, okay, we'll get to the little thing you made when you announced that.
Oh yes, but yeah. Anyway, I made a bunch of different outreach campaigns, basically for myself to find friends here, so that I would have some people to chat with when I got here, and it worked out. I mean, we got a group of like 40 people together or something, 40 plus, all together in some Snapchat groups and Instagram and all sorts of different places, and so I had my squad ready to go, and then a Discord was made, and one of my friends at the time actually met Noah at this like early college program called Summer Start, and then had him hop in the server.
I was such a freak. I decided to go to college early. I was like, well, I don't think I'm really doing much else this summer. Might as well go to college. Who?
You did that.
Why did I
You wanted to go early.
I wanted to get everything out of the way. I already came in after I went to community college in high school. I came in with so many GPs. It was absolutely insane.
Those are like the base level classes that everyone has to take.
Yeah, the general education classes.
Not associated with your major.
I came in with enough credit hours to put me in like the end of like sophomore year.
I was like always 2 years ahead too.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
It was so silly.
But the program wouldn't let you graduate early. You had to take their classes at the specific year. So we just had to find like time to take random ass classes to fill the space.
Yeah.
So that we could still be full-time students.
I actually ended up taking on an entire art and design minor and finishing it before anyway, we'll get to that. I finished an entire minor. Anyway.
But anyway, you got in this Discord server.
I got in this Discord server. My friend's like, yo, there's a Discord server. I got there at Summer Start, and they're like, there's a Discord server for College of Design students. A quick note, when I applied to NC State, you had like a portfolio submission.
Oh, boy.
And I didn't put effort into my portfolio submission. I don't think I even wrote descriptions.
No, you did not.
Because I wanted to I was hard set on SCAD. I wanted to go to SCAD so bad. I was like, this is where I want to go. This is like perfect for me. We toured and everything, but they wouldn't offer enough financial help. So by the time it came to actually choose a college, I was a little in the hole. I was like, uh-oh, what do I do? Because I still got in. I got into like a fair bit of, my academics were good. So I got into a lot of stuff, but nothing was really like for design. And so I was like, it was between Appalachian State University in Boone and
Mountain
NC
Town
State
in North Carolina. Right,
which my parents almost moved to before I was born. I almost grew up there.
Shucks.
But I know, but I actually grew up in a different mountain town, so whatever.
Basically the same thing.
I like Asheville more. Anyway, it was between there, which I thought was a little close to home, and Raleigh, North Carolina. What a choice.
Which was 4 hours away from home.
Which was still like just 2 hours more. It was whatever. So I ended up going to Raleigh because it had more like credibility. I was like, all right, the program here seems more rigorous, and I really like design. I really want to get into it. And so I decided to go to college early. I didn't actually end up getting into the graphic design program off the bat. It was a more selective studio major. And I got into a non-studio major in the College of Design, which was called Design Studies. And Design Studies is a waste of time. I talked to graduates from there when I was going, and they're like, I don't know why I have a degree. It's the most useless thing ever.
It's like, you know how you have your file structure on your computer, right? If you're setting up a project, you've got like your assets and your working files and your animation and whatever, and then you've got your miscellaneous folder. That's how the college treated the design studies program. It was the miscellaneous folder.
They're like, I don't know, write an essay, I guess. I'm like, I didn't actually end up taking any design studies classes, because as soon as I got there, I was like, I'm going to transfer into the graphic design program. They told me that's hard, and I said, watch me. And so I worked my butt off, but we'll get to that in a bit.
Yeah.
So I got there early, in the wrong major, talking to a bunch of design kids, immediately making friends with all the graphic designers I could, because they were my real peers, not these design studies kids, which I don't think I knew any, because
Probably
also none of
not.
them really went to early college. Also, a lot of the people that did go were just student athletes because they had to. So it was just me and a bunch of student athletes and Austin's ex.
Yep. There you
who
go.
was one of the only other design kids in the early college. So we became friends, and through her and some other people, I learned about this design Discord where all the designers were coming in, and there was this one kid who did motion design. I didn't know what it was.
Weirdo.
This wacko kid. And they're like, yo, check out his work. And I was like, oh, it's like graphic design, but it moves. That's kind of neat. That sounds interesting. And I messaged him. I was like chatting in the general or something. And we just chatted a little bit back and forth. And Austin, you wanna let me know? Oh,
It was webcam utility.
it was webcam utility.
Do I want to let you know what?
Let me know what your first initial thoughts of me were, just based on like my profile on Discord.
And the like whispery way you entered the voice chat at any given time. You were not
was I
very
whispery?
Yes, you were rather soft-spoken.
I was very
I
soft-spoken.
would say.
I used to be very soft-spoken.
Very, very soft-spoken, but also, yeah, Noah had this custom-made anime profile picture.
I did.
Anime's not my forte, so there was a little bit of a rift there. No shade though, it's fine.
I will say now it wasn't representative of who I am. It was this anime profile picture that my friend made for me because she's like an artist that I met like a while ago, and she made this custom anime profile picture, which was very well done. It like incorporated like my star sign and shit. It was really cute. But I had that as my profile picture on Discord, which could be very misleading, as I was someone who didn't even really watch anime.
Yeah.
I just had a custom piece of artwork that was me, and I was like, well, that's perfect for a profile picture. And no more thought went into that.
Yeah.
So Austin was like, who's this?
I was like, who
anime
is this guy?
whispery kid?
And he really, really wanted to talk to me.
I did?
Like, I didn't know anybody. And, like, my ex kept just messaging me being like, oh, well, no, I'd really like it if you, like, went and talked to him in the voice chat today.
Oh, my God. I didn't know I was so thirsty for your attention. I'm so sorry.
I only just now remembered that, but yeah.
Oh, my God. I don't remember that at all.
Just a teeny.
Guess I blocked that out.
But anyway, yeah, that was my introduction to Noah. It was already a whole different experience from my high school. So keep in mind, I had that outreach plan where I wanted to get all these people in these group chats to make friends, right? Well, it worked a little better than little extremely introverted, doesn't really know how to talk to people high school me could handle, because suddenly everybody at this goddamn school already knows about the graphic design and motion design work that I'm doing. So I get there and I went from being this like person that nobody knew in high school or anything to like, this dude wants to talk to me as soon as I get there. I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know any of you. What is happening
I just
here?
knew, like, he was doing motion work at the time, and one of the things he did was this little like intro for like, I'm going to the NC State College of Design.
Yeah.
Like to Tame Impala,
to
Elephant, was the backing track, and I thought it was just like so fucking cool. But I was looking at all the other people's work that I saw so far of the people in the program, and I was so hard set on getting into the program. And I know that you got into the program. I actually learned
got in early access,
without
I
any
didn't have
interview.
To do any interviews or anything, so as an out of state student.
Yeah, they really liked Austin, and I was like, I saw that and I saw your design, and I was like, okay, well, if I'm going to get into the program and become like a really good designer, I'm going to need to be friends with the people who are best. And I was like, well, Austin seems like he's going to be the best.
Oh, well, thanks.
And so I was just using you for your graphic design
Fair.
skills. Yeah.
Understandable.
Really
I'd use me for my graphic design skills if I were you.
I'd still use me. That has not changed. That's what I'm doing right now, actually.
Oh, no.
It was all a long ploy.
Joke's on you, I don't do graphic design anymore.
I'm so sorry. I do motion design.
But anyway, so it's like a whole 180, and that video Noah was talking about, like that intro to I'm going to NC State, was doubling as like a promo video for the class of 2023. It had like little animations for each of the majors. There was like 4 or 5 of them or something.
You really liked
and
it.
I posted it on Reddit and Instagram, and like keep in mind, at the time on Instagram, I've got like maybe 200 followers or so, and I would get like 10 likes per post or something like that. All right. I post this thing and it just, thing just blows the hell up relatively at the time. Got like 500 views in a week. And on Reddit did like crazy numbers on the actual like NC State subreddit. It got like 150 upvotes, which was crazy at the time.
Yeah.
And so much so that like I got all these people who I had like kind of talked to in these group chats commenting now, being like, oh, this is work I can associate with this person. Like, I like this person because of this thing they made. And a lot of other people really liked it from Reddit, because there was this guy who worked at this marketing agency called 9 Miles that just DM'd me cold after seeing it on Reddit and just offered me a job on the spot. I had never worked for anyone other than myself and didn't even know if I wanted to during college. But he just offered me an internship on the spot. And I was like, okay, all right. And so we just did like a test project that summer, and like, we'll go into that. But lots of really just weird, wacky stuff changed for me socially, like on the flip of a switch of going to college. It was kind of nuts.
Austin became a little tiny bit of a design celebrity in that freshman class, because people saw his work and were like, that's really cool. And I saw his work and I was like, teach me, Daddy.
And that really set me up for some weird expectations from professors and things at the time too. That was a whole experience. Into
that. That's very interesting. But yeah, fast forward a little bit, and he actually came for orientation, and I got to meet him live, and Austin was like, oh, maybe he's not as much of a weirdo as I thought he was. And I was like, this guy's kind of tall.
Yeah.
Which is most people's reaction to meeting Austin.
It's true.
Tall boy. And I don't really know what else I thought about you. I think I just thought that you were like kind of quiet and shy, and I was like,
I certainly was. I was very overwhelmed at that orientation.
Interesting. Yeah, you were.
I was meeting all these people for the first time.
Is that when
all
we
sorts of pressure.
Went out for pizza?
And I spilled the water all over the pizza. Yeah, that was a real shining moment for
in front
me.
of his crush.
In front of my crush at the time, yeah. Yeah. My hands were shaking so much I knocked over the water on the pizza. Still have never been to that pizza place since.
Yeah.
Also, the pizza sucked, so it was whatever.
They had gluten-free pizza. I was gluten-free at the time. I still am. And so it wasn't on my pizza, so I didn't care.
Yeah.
But
I
still like that place.
A little soaky pizza.
Just a little wet, soggy pizza.
Just some sloppy pizza. It's
sloppy pizza.
Hydrate and eat. I don't know. It's more efficient that way, I guess.
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, orientation happens, and then I go back to Houston for like 2 months or something. It's about that amount of time.
We said our goodbyes. We became a little bit of friends.
Yep.
I was like, hey, I like what you're doing. The profile picture is not representative of who I am. And you said, I heard you loud and clear. Let me knock over this water. And we became friends, and then jetted off back to Houston. Did you drive?
No, we flew.
Okay.
We flew. But then I drove whenever the actual school semester started. Right. Moved into the dorm, all that stuff. None of that's really relevant to any of the story, though. But my video guy says, next rocket making project, sloppy pizza. That's going to be the actual next scent of the deodorant line. So be on the lookout for that. Sloppy pizza will come in pomade, scoop, and spray form. So be on the lookout for that. No
you got the
roll
spray
on
sloppy pizza.
Yeah, dude. You just blend it up real fine, dry it out a little bit. I don't know. It'll be good.
Delicious.
But anyway, so I get back to school. You
get to school for the first time.
For the first time. What do you mean?
You get to college.
Oh, well, yeah. Other than the weekend of
back
orientation.
To school from. I see.
Yeah.
Austin comes back.
I come back. Noah's already there. Everybody else is already there.
Wild summer studying biology.
Woo!
I took biology with a lab. It was awful. Oh my God. 8 a.m. Just the worst decision. Anyway.
I think one of the first things I remember from actually getting to school, there was an ice cream social. Like the first week that we were there.
I remember that.
The department head of this program, this will be much funnier later on, but the guy comes up to me and Noah No, it was me and my roommate at the time. I think he said it to you too eventually though, which is ironic given everything that we'll say later, but he just comes up and says, you two will be very good boys this year. And I'm like, all right,
Like, if you
cool.
say so.
Okay, man, sure.
I guess so.
Let me eat my ice cream. Anyway, the first semester for the graphic design program, which, I mean, any of the programs really, except for design studies. Cough, cough, sorry. Anyway, was this thing called the paper project. Now, I told y'all that I'm not a very artsy person. And to get to college and have the first project be a bunch of like paper folding and stuff was a little interesting, because not only was it just like all sorts of paper crafts, and I knew I was bad at origami alone, so I knew this wasn't going to go well. The project was to make a wearable paper suit or costume that like also did something and was
accentuated parts of movement of the body.
Yeah, this like super artsy shit. Like I still cannot stand how they talk at some of these art schools, because it's just like no real person talks like this. Like the amount of meaning that they're looking for in some shit, and I'm like, this kid I saw staying up with me to get this project done, and they're just making something, and everyone's just BSing their way through the actual, like, whatever the meaning of the project was when it comes time for a critique.
These freshmen aren't like these high-headed academia type people. These are people who came into a graphic design program because they're artists, and they think, oh, I want to do my art, but I think graphic design probably pays better.
Yeah.
That's not a lie. I've heard many people say that.
Oh,
that
like 100%.
Like
that's the reason.
At least that's the reasoning why most of the people are there.
Which,
Austin and I are like, we love graphic design.
Yeah.
Everyone else is like, I can paint, and we're like, what?
I'm like, sorry, I don't know how to do that. What is that? Sorry.
Am I in the right?
It'll look awful.
Class. I'm sorry.
But anyway, so the school is really showing me like, oh, we really like the artsy stuff here, and that's not really my thing. So I'm like, all right, it'll get better after the semester, because they try and like put you through the ringer of the stuff that you're uncomfortable with, so everything else feels easier, and also so you bonded with your peers and all that sort of stuff. I can understand it.
Page.
However, I didn't particularly enjoy that anytime we got to we had to make our like presentations for each project. So I'd go all out with the graphic design on those. I was having a great time. It would look so good. And then I would get criticized by my professors for it looking too good compared to how my actual project looked. And I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I don't know what you want from me. I'm here for graphic design. Like, I can't really help you here.
I'm doing the thing,
Anyways,
guys.
And so, I mean, that's basically what the first semester was like. And then the second semester was my first actual graphic design class. And we were doing things like shape grammars, which was essentially like taking one shape and then using a set of rules to make these designs with it. And that was actually pretty interesting. I liked that quite a lot. The professor that I had for that class was one of the only people there that I really felt like, one, had actually been like related to things in the field in the digital age and not the print age. Most of these professors like haven't worked in the graphic design industry or like done work since before you could actually do it on the computer. So that if that tells you anything about the quality of the advice and things, I'll leave that for you to take that how you will.
About as out of touch as that physics professor. That's all I'm gonna say.
For real. But anyway, so I get in this class, and it's going a lot better. We got to do things like some 3D modeling and 3D animation. That was cool. We did lots of projects with like letter forms and those sorts of things. It was scratching my graphic design itch. It was fun. But then COVID hits like 3 months into that. So which I tried to stay for. I tried to stay on campus because I really didn't want to have to go back to Texas.
I did too.
Like we knew that COVID was happening during spring break. Like I had gone back to Texas for spring break. There was an extra week added on, and I was really upset about that already. So when I got the chance to go back, I went back, but I was only there for like a week, and then everyone was off of campus. Like nobody was living there anymore. I asked for an extension to be able to stay, and they gave it to me, but then they wanted to like consolidate everyone into this other dorm building that was like way far away from me. I would have had to move all my stuff. So my parents and family, like saints that they are, drove all the way from Texas, because you couldn't fly at that point, to come and get me. And then we had to pack up all of my stuff from my dorm and drive all the way back to Texas. And then, got there and basically just had to stay there for the entire, that's all of quarantine. That was
and
like
I had to drive 4 hours. 4 hours. I took a couple trips. Anyway, Yeah, all that time that Austin was in that cool graphic design class, I was rooming with someone who was also in that class.
Yeah.
One of my closest friends was also in that class. And Austin, another one of my closer friends, was also in that class. I was friends with like half the graphic design.
He
I
had
was
his connections.
inundated. I had my ways. I was just sitting on the sidelines, very jealous. In fact, I wasn't even on the sidelines. I was actively helping them with their projects.
Yeah, he was doing the projects.
I was
he just
doing
wasn't
the
actually
projects
in the
with
class.
them. And I was literally sitting in some of the classes. I just came in and sat down, and I was like, I'm going to be in this class for a little bit now.
Yeah.
What are you guys up to? And they would have like studio time where they're just working, and I'd come and hang out because my class got out earlier, have a break or whatever. During this time, I was also doing my art and design minor. So I was like, if I need to do some sort of design stuff. And so I was taking a bunch of like design courses and stuff. By the end of my graphic design classes, I actually took some in high school at a community college. By the end of that and the art and design minor I took with all those design classes at NC State, I had learned the basics of design about 6 full times. I got you. Pattern, line, contrast, repetition. I got those.
Guys got
down.
it figured out.
Texture, come at me. I really had those. So I was designing alongside and with all the graphic designers. I just wasn't technically in the program. And it was very infuriating because I saw people, and not from an arrogant place, but just from like a I really love this thing kind of place. I saw people in those courses, in those graphic design classes, and I was like, I could do this better than them.
And they also didn't even really want to be there.
And they also didn't really want to be there. I really wanted to be there. I was like, I'm so committed to like graphic design. Like, I love this subject, and it hurts me to see them like let people who don't really care, and then like let them in. And I was like, I could straight up do better work. I'm already doing graphic design. It was very, very frustrating for me. But I was like, I'm still very determined to get in. And through that, I actually got a meeting with the head of graphic design. I'm going to tell you about that real quick. And I was like, can you review my portfolio? My portfolio by no means was amazing then. But it wasn't bad.
Better than like most of the other graphic design students at the time.
And I was like, can you review it? Little did I know, this man was a whole history, very little graphic design in his career, much more industrial design. He's also the head of industrial design.
And that's like product design, like physical product design,
right?
Usually.
So it's not quite graphic design.
No, not quite.
And I didn't know that. I thought that he was also like very much into graphic design. I had a lot of respect for him. Misplaced respect. And I met with him and I was like, can you review my portfolio? And he said the famous line that we still quote, which was, he was saying like, it's not great, it could be better. And then he said, kind of looks like high school. It looks like high school. He's saying like it looks like a high schooler did it. Like
Dude, was Gordon Ramsaying on you so hard.
He was like,
what is this garbage?
What the hell? Get out of my face.
What the hell?
Said looks like high school.
Oh my god.
And so we still quote that to this day.
Yep.
Looks like it could be better. It looks like high school.
Looks like high school.
Looks like high school. And I was like, I left that meeting just like so impassioned and angry and like full of vindicate. I was like, I'm gonna prove this man so wrong.
Well, because you've already been doing like throughout this whole time, Noah and I are still doing freelance projects and like actively working on things, and nobody else in the program, especially in our grade levels, were doing that or going really far beyond their like more traditional art backgrounds.
Some of them were doing like a little bit, like Rob was doing a tiny bit, but
but
he really cared.
But also, hey y'all, any of our former classmates, not anything against you at all. That's just the cards were how they were dealt,
Yeah. It's just like we cared so much. And I cared so much. I loved this subject. I came to college being like, I'm so ready to be fully invested in graphic design and learn the intricacies of typography, of color, of so many different things. I'm so excited to have these exciting and like just in-depth conversations with professors and people who really know their shit about this, which is something that just time and time again, I didn't actually end up getting. We'll get to that. But anyway, I left that meeting one of the most fuming
Livid.
states. Livid. I was so ready to prove everybody wrong because I had been told no so many times. I'd been told no, you can't go into that program. No, you can't switch in. And then I got my portfolio reviewed by the head, and he said, no, you're not good enough. And I was like,
well, shit. If that's not gonna kick you in the ass, I don't know what will.
all right. Something flipped. I was like, it's
go time.
It's go time. It's over for them. I'm going to fucking prove everybody wrong that I can be a great designer. And so I started working my ass off. I did personal projects. I did logos. I like asked.
You're doing posters like every other week, too.
Yeah, I did all kinds of stuff. I put so much effort into all of my design projects, except for this one where we had to make like a little miniature model of like a scene. It was bad. Anyway, not that one. I actually did end up staying up until like 2 a.m. doing that. So never mind. Yeah. All of my projects, I put way too much effort in.
Not only did we already feel kind of silly about these projects, especially the ones that were just didn't feel graphic design related at all. The amount of work that you still had to put into it, and the late nights, and the sheer just like kind of rudeness from a lot of the professors in their critique, and just like unfounded, like, this is bad, but won't really tell you why. Other than that, it felt like it was just their job to continue telling you it was bad. Like it was never allowed to be good enough and whatever. All of that, and like they're still taking forever to do, you know?
Right, yeah. They sometimes were not kind. Luckily, I was in a lot of like the non-studio major classes for art and design, my actual design classes in the art and design minor, which were like the design classes. They were technically the same class, but the expectations were slightly lower because they were for non-studio majors. They were for non-design kids. They were for like biology majors that were like, ooh, what's this? And I was in those as a designer, a little overqualified. My professors loved me. They were like, you are doing a great job. And I was like, thank you, because I just spent like 15 hours coloring a giant piece of paper with a Sharpie. That is not a lie. I did that multiple times. It was a little painful, but you know how art school goes. We worked our butt off, even though we weren't getting the education that we wanted. We weren't quite hitting the mark in terms of like actual graphic design. So COVID hit, and I was like, oh, I'm 4 hours from home. And it really sucked, honestly. Just like losing out on the whole college experience was one of the shittiest parts. Austin went home. I went home. I continued doing my design. It got harder to keep doing it. It got harder to keep that fire. But by that time, I want to say I applied to graphic design and I got in because I worked my butt off. It's true. Built a whole portfolio. I went down to the student union and printed out my portfolio. I went to the whole interview process day. I met a friend there, and together we braved the interviews, and I got in, and I felt pretty all right about it. By that time, I wasn't super excited to actually go into the program because my friends were in the program, and while I was excited to do the stuff they were doing and be in the program, some of the stuff they were doing was not really graphic design, and I was worried I wouldn't be able to be in the same year as they were. I was like, I'm gonna be like essentially held back a year, even though I've been working my butt off.
And then still have to keep filling your schedule.
Another time, people were like, no, and still have to keep filling my schedule because I was running out of classes. By the end of that year, I had 2 classes left in my minor and no more GEDs to do. Maybe like 1 or 2, I think. But I was like pretty darn close to done with everything, and I just needed to get going with my major. So COVID happened. I got into I remember talking to one of the desk ladies that was like very helpful for a lot of it, and she was like, you got in, like, congratulations, because I've been working hard to do it. And she was like, how do you feel? And I was like,
okay.
I was like, yeah. I kind of knew it would happen because I worked my ass off to do it.
I was like,
my whole life, if it didn't happen, I was just going to I was going to leave. I was going to go somewhere else. I was going to transfer to Appalachian and continue from there because they actually will like take my credits that I already took and probably place me in higher in the graphic design program, and they're less selective. And so, they would let me. So I was like, I feel like it was expected, but I'm really glad it happened. And then she's like, that's kind of like reductive to the people who like didn't get it. And I was like, sorry.
That was him like a year ago. Come on.
Like, that was me. That was me. You turned me away.
Yeah, you got the
And
right
I
to
worked
say
my
that.
ass off to get in. And then I said, yeah, it makes sense because I worked my ass off. And then you're like, all right, well, that's kind of rude. I'm
It's like, okay, whatever, fine.
all right,
Can
fine.
never make y'all happy.
Whatever. Thanks anyway. So I got in. COVID happened. We went home.
Yep.
Where do we go from there?
Austin wasn't doing too hot on the social scale with Noah.
Oh, yeah.
Austin was a little too interested in his girlfriend at the time.
Austin's girlfriend. Noah didn't have a
Yeah,
girlfriend.
not Noah's girlfriend. The one my ex. And boy, I really screwed up some friendships by putting that one person over all of the other friendships I had. That shit was ridiculous.
It was really frustrating for me to see because that was something I had done in high school and I really regretted it.
Looks
And
like high school.
I'll say that.
Looks
It
like high school.
And Austin over here with a water pizza girl.
Yep.
Doing the same thing, and I was like, no, please don't. Please just come back and play racquetball
And
with
then
me. We're
I
racquetball partners.
did. I was evil. I was bad, and we had.
Austin didn't listen to that advice.
Yeah.
And continued on his journey, and
Boy, did I pay for that later. But anyway.
went into COVID, and I knew somewhere deep down, I was like, Austin is important in some way to my life. Austin is an important player. Something about him is very special, and I'm going to rekindle this.
Despite me being an ass.
Yes.
So.
Despite Austin's assetry, I reached back out and I was like, hey, I can't let things just like fizzle away like this. Something. Let me take the high road here. I didn't actually say that.
It's
But I
a
was
really
like,
tall road.
and I was like, what's up? And we
played Valorant or
played
Overwatch
Valorant,
or
we played
something.
games. As I think back on it, like there's a little undertone of like video games kind of brought us to where we are.
Yeah.
In a way, because like I want to be a game designer, which was part of what got me like very interested in digital design. And you started with your Minecraft stuff and your esports stuff. And then we rekindled our friendship over like CSGO and Valorant and just like some other little games we would play together over COVID. And over COVID, over that, especially that summer, that first summer.
Ravie was born.
Ravie
was
born. Austin, I'll let him tell that.
Yeah, I'll get into that. So we already chatted about how I was doing all this logo design. I was in the graphic design space. That's hilarious. Gustavo says I thought Austin was gay. That's that's all right.
That's very exciting.
Anyway, so
He posts his girlfriend on his Instagram.
maybe she's gay too.
You're right. My bad.
Anyway, so I was in graphic design at this point. I'm not talking about the college program necessarily, but I was doing graphic design work on a freelance capacity pretty frequently, and
In like the sneaker space.
yeah, well, no, actually not at that
design?
point. I was doing
really?
the esports and that sort of stuff like late high school, and at that same time, I was in my like school news class, and I was actually starting to do some motion design. Lots of it frame by frame because I was working with esports players originally, and so they would want to stream, and so it was a pretty good asset to be able to make those stream assets for them. And I would just do some frame by frame. I would make stuff in Photoshop and then sequence it all together in Movie Maker. I didn't even use Premiere or After Effects. But anyway, my high school audio video class, I was making like 1,800 frames a week or something to make this stupid school calendar to like talk about the football games on this day and JVs on this day and here's this event and blah 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 whatever.
Cut to Austin slaving away
Yeah,
in Photoshop,
seriously.
making each frame. He's like moving
Every
it just
single
a little
one.
bit.
I would
exporting
have.
that.
I
moving
was
it a little bit.
having like my favorite animation to do is like just filling up text. So I would get a text layer in Photoshop, select it, make another layer up above it, and then just fill it in slightly every frame. It was a nightmare. But anyway, my teacher in that class actually told me I should try out After Effects, and like within a month of that, I converted all my templates to being in After Effects, and it was so much faster and way easier, obviously, because it's not frame by frame. Anyway, and so I like within the first month of me using After Effects, I was posting all sorts of different tests and different short animations that I did on Twitter and all sorts of other places. And at some point along the way, this small software company reached out to me. They had a bot basically to help people buy hard to find streetwear and sneakers and those sorts of things. And I made a project for them as my first client project. I actually showed it on my last like loop breakdown, so it's in there. But
So like and subscribe.
so like and subscribe and hit that bell for more. But anyway, so I did that project, posted it on Instagram, or not Instagram, posted it on Twitter. That was my main spot at the time. And it got word of mouth, picked up to another US webcam utility. That's who picked it up. No, another software company in that same space. And very quickly, it was this avalanche of like, there's so many of these companies out there. Oh my God. And all of them wanted videos. So I was making like, I'd sell them for like $200 to make a 30-second plus video in like 8 hours or so, and just like have their features called out with text on the screen.
That's where the 8-hour animation rush began with Austin.
Truly, I had to knock those things out so fast because I had homework, and like I would try to be doing this stuff during class most of the time. So it was like I didn't have time, so I had to try and get it done super quickly, and I did a lot of those, and so I end up really falling in love with motion design. I'm like, I can't just make static stuff anymore. Like if I make something, I've got to make it move because I can tell so much more of a story and make this like engaging content. I was always really jealous of the gaming intro makers back when I was doing my like Minecraft YouTube channel. I was so jealous of that all the time. And so, you know, I felt pretty cool finally being able to make animations that like younger me would have, even younger than, even though I was like 16 at the time or whatever, would have really thought were cool. Anyway, and so I was working in that software space throughout the rest of high school and the first year of college. I did a couple small projects. I think the highest value project I ever got while I was still freelancing was like $1,200 or something at the time. And the last one was like $3,500. I think
that one was fun.
I think that was the first one I did for dropship or something. Yeah. But anyway,
those are the videos that Austin came into college with.
Yeah,
that's like a lot of what I saw in his portfolio, and I was like, this stuff's kind of really cool.
Yeah,
it's very interesting.
All those royalty-free trap beats that we later found out were not actually royalty-free, but that's okay.
I'll be in the gym and I'll hear like in the back of a rap song one of the beats that was in Austin's old ass videos. And I was like, wait a second,
it triggers a
definitely
bit,
copywritten. So funny. Also, I forgot to mention during that time in college, I was like, Austin, I really like these fun motion things that you're up to. Can you show me how you do them? And you're like, yeah, sure. And we'd sit in his dorm room, and he would walk me through. We would open up a file, and I would ask questions. He'd walk me through it. He used a lot of pre-comps back then. So I'd be like, what's that? And he'd be like,
it's like 12 pre-comps deep.
I don't know. Let's go find out. It was really fun.
Like I made so many of those videos, and would make them so fast that I just wouldn't remember how I did half the stuff. Yeah, honestly. Like I still look back now and I'm like, I don't even remember working with that company, but all right, that's cool. Anyway, so all that to say, I worked with so many of these different like sneaker reselling softwares that I became pretty prominent in that space. Like I was in that niche, and there was one other guy I found out that was like at the top of that space, basically. He and I were making any of the videos that people were seeing for ads in that spot. And his name was Chris. And so now we're jumping back into the time that Noah was talking about, where COVID happened and he and I are starting to play games.
Right.
So...
And Austin had already taught me a little bit of motion design.
Yeah. So
I was
Noah
like making a logo.
couple...
He's like, you can animate that. I was like, how? And he's like, turbulent displace. And I was like, ooh.
Just try it. I don't know.
And he's like, all you got to do is move the speed graph this way and this way. Which that advice still stands.
It still stands.
Just
it's
make
one
the
of
curve
3
sharp.
ways, and that's it.
Yeah. And so he was teaching me a little motion design. And by that time, I knew a very my very basic newbie ass way around After Effects. It was still very confusing, airplane dashboard looking to me, but I knew a little bit thanks to Austin, and so we jumped back into the COVID times.
Yeah. So like I said, Chris, it's me and him at the top of this space in terms of motion designers working with these streetwear reselling companies. And Chris actually reached out to me sometime, and he was like, hey, we're both working with these like top companies. Why don't we team up on some of these projects or something? We can get like higher budgets, and we could also, you know, just like not have the entire workload. We could each do like half the video or something. So I was like, of course that sounds enticing to me. And then in the back of my head, I'm like, why don't we just do every video together and just form a monopoly in this space? Because there's nobody else doing this at this level. So, you know, entrepreneurial evil businessman vibes going on, where I was like, all right, let's see if we can just take this over and see how far we can push it. And then Chris and I kept talking. It was originally going to be this like collective thing where it was like I was saying, where it's like he and I would just kind of take projects together if it made sense. We weren't necessarily like really working together on every project. Anyway, and so we keep talking, and eventually, because I'm also working at this, oh man, it's so hard to keep all of these storylines at the same time.
It's very interesting.
I mentioned that I was working I was interning at that company called 9 Miles that they do video production. I was doing all this motion work for them. I had gotten a further glimpse into like what the professional video industry is like, especially for advertising. So when Chris starts talking to me about joining forces in this streetwear space, I'm like, why don't we like try to make this like an actual studio and
like
do
a
this
collective? I think was the original idea.
It was though, yeah.
Yeah.
But I was then thinking like maybe this can be something bigger. Like maybe we can start to work with some other companies, like the types of companies I was working with at 9 Miles. And I was like, well, why don't we it's just the two of us right now, and we're only in the streetwear space. What about like, I was like, what about my friend Noah, who like is learning motion design and I know from NC State, and he was surprisingly, Chris was open to it. He'd never met Noah before or anything, and you know, we'd already had rapport, so I'm sure that was kind of weird for him. But
yeah.
Anyway, we joined forces, all three of us, and it was still thinking it was going to be this collective thing, and we're like, oh, we'll just like split the projects. It'll be just like an easier workload for everybody. But that was the beginnings of Ravie, was these three partners, me, Noah, and Chris. Chris was, I think, 2 years ahead of us in college, so he was going to graduate that year, where we were just going to be sophomores. Or no, so he must have been a junior whenever we first started. Because he graduated the year after.
Oh, right, yeah.
But anyway, so shoot.
Yeah, we started together. We didn't get our first project for a little bit.
Oh yeah.
We didn't even have a name.
There was no name.
Collective.
It was
for
just
a
the
bit.
Collective. Yeah, that was our little Discord group name. It was just the Collective, and that was it.
And we were all like in our own spots, completely remote. We have still never met Chris in person.
Never.
Not once. I think he wasn't even that far away. But
no, he lives in Tennessee. He's like
Tennessee.
Only a little while away.
You're the only 10 I see.
Uh-huh.
So we never met him. We were all completely remote. I was in Asheville. Austin was in Houston. Chris was in Tennessee.
Yep.
Talking over Discord. And Austin and I quickly became pretty passionate.
Yeah.
About this whole thing. I remember slaving away on my floor, setting up an Adobe portfolio.
Yep.
We did our branding at some point, and we
the naming was the thing that we tried to figure out first. We still have all the spreadsheets from this, but we had like, because you know, nowadays you can't just pick a name and then use it. You got to make sure the domain's available and the social handles and whatever. We had like 125 to 150 different options, and then we would do it like Hunger Games style, like battle royale, like just going through being like, all right, here's our list, but I don't like this one, this one, this one, this one. We would like cut it in half every time. We went through like 4 rounds. Ravie wasn't even the one we wanted.
No, Ravie didn't even make it to the final round.
No, we had already
wanted something like Rift.
And we had already bought another domain that I'm not going to mention because we still might use it for something.
Yeah.
But we had already bought another domain that we thought was going to be the company name. And then I don't even remember what happened, honestly. But at some point we were just like, nah, this one's really sticking out to me still.
We're like, this one's unique, and we can get the domain for it, and it's kind of neat. I remember, I think we were just like looking into. At one point, we were just looking into like different sounds. We're like, agu. What sound sounds cool?
We would take
Rar.
like different words and make anagrams from them to
Yeah.
where they just didn't make any sense anymore.
We would just break words. We would look them up in different languages, and
I mean,
that is how we got
Ravie.
Ravie, which means delight in French.
Yeah.
It's Ravie.
But
Sorry
we just
to all
say
the French
Ravie.
people who are cringing at that.
Ravie, it's okay. We get Ravie and Ravie all the
Ravie,
time.
Ravie.
So
People
you know,
mispronounce it to hell and back.
It's whatever.
Real fun though.
it's gonna make for a good ad eventually. It's whatever.
It's good stuff. But so we ended up deciding on Ravie. It was available. It was fun. It was unique, and it was kind of sexy. It's kind of a sexy name.
Yeah, we didn't have a reel or anything yet. This is like August of 2020. Maybe like July of 2020 where we had like worked as Ravie, and we still had contacts from like my streetwear stuff and Chris's obviously, but the person we actually got hit up by first to do a project was this guy named John Morin. He's better known online as Zexy Zek. He was a Minecraft YouTuber for a really long time. I think he does Skate 3 content now.
Yeah.
But he was like the biggest YouTuber I ever worked with. He has like 2 million subscribers or something, and I did his rebranding when I was freelancing in high school. And he hits us up and he's like, hey, so it's COVID. People like working out, right? But they can't go to the gym. So why don't we make an app where it's like 1v1 FaceTime gym challenges, like workout challenges. But now keep in mind, the only projects we had on our portfolio and that we were showing were anything from streetwear, which for me was a lot of like UI and typography and those sorts of things. Noah's stuff was pretty similar. Except you also had like posters and illustrations and some other stuff.
Yeah.
And then Chris was right in line with that, like UI and text. Like, that was pretty much it. And we'd throw some shapes in there every once in a while, but it was very like realistically UI heavy.
Right.
But anyway, Zach approaches us about that app. And now the thing is, for workouts, they wanted to be able to show the workout being done. So despite none of us having any character animation experience whatsoever, let alone character design or any of that stuff, we were like, yeah, sure, we'll make you 30 different looping workout animations as well as like your entire branding. No prob. And we charged like we did all these calculations to figure out like how many hours it was going to take and like how much we should charge per hour and whatever, and it came out to like $3,400 or some shit, which like now we would probably charge like well over like $50K for minimum for a project like that.
It was character animation,
and
none of us had even tried to animate a character.
No, never. We'd never designed characters before, but we like had to design this abstract dude. The clip is actually still on the Ravie website right now. I think if you scroll further down on the work page, there's a bunch of dudes in orange, yellow, and purple,
abstracted guys.
Which I think the purple might actually be really, really close to the Ravie purple.
Probably.
I can't remember.
We chose. Interesting thing about the Ravie purple. We were trying to figure out. First we were talking and we're like, what color is Ravie to you?
And
we both just were like,
purple.
Purple.
It's purple.
It's purple for some reason.
You hear the word Ravie and it's purple.
It's purple. We just knew that it was purple. So we were already on our shit with that. Mm-hmm. And then we went in and I chose a purple that on some screens would look blue and on some screens would look purple. It's right on the edge of being purple versus blue. So it's really annoying. I don't know why I wanted that specifically, but we were like really obsessing over getting like the saturated purple that would change based on the screen that it's on. It's just for like fun, like kind of designy humor. I don't know why. It just was really fun.
Yeah.
And we're like, I'm going to make this purple almost blue, but not.
We just had to do it.
And so, I don't know. I would say that it's technically a purple, but it's really darn close to being blue.
I mean, me, Noah, and Chris all had, Chris, Noah, and I all had our own brands as freelancers.
Yeah.
Like, I was working as Blueprint Studios for a long time, but then I was just going by my last name. It was just Bowens, and I had my logo already there. It was like this orange, white, and black thing going on. No, it was just black and
I was
white.
having an identity crisis. I couldn't figure out if I wanted to go by my name or Wild Designs or something. Someone took the Instagram handle.
It was just a W.
But I had a logo.
Yeah, he had the logo, and then Chris was he still is Image Crate. He's just got a box as his logo, and so we all had our own things, and so we had to try to be like, okay, but this can't look like any of our things because it's got to be like this different thing. So I was like, oh, my color's orange. We could just like do the opposite, I guess.
I was already like ready for it to be purple. And we just both had the same idea. Like, right.
But anyway, we're working with Zach. It's this thing called Dojo. It actually never even launched, but we got to do the whole branding project for it. And we got through the whole thing. I mean, it was a mess, and we were trying to figure out how to work together. We hadn't even worked together on anything up until that point. We never animated anything together, and we were like, sure, let's do a whole package of characters and shit. Why not?
At this point, the summer was over.
Yeah, this is like August of
This is
2020.
like August when we finally got our first project.
Yeah.
First real project.
And that we like had to finish it up right then too. It was like we
Yeah.
started it in July, I think, but the actual work was being done in August.
I remember working on it in my new dorm.
Mm-hmm.
To animate one of the little guys I had to animate, he did a burpee. In my little dorm, I did so many burpees with my friends sitting next to me, like trying to figure out the movement of that. Oh my God. I probably did at least like 50 to 80 burpees.
We
just
had to
trying
watch
animate that
so
one
much
guy.
reference content.
Oh
it
my
was
God.
kind of insane, and we had to pull some really late nights on that too.
Yeah.
That was a crazy
We
project.
did.
But they weren't like super pressuring us or anything at all.
No.
Like, they were really lax timeline wise, but they just also kind of didn't know what they wanted, so it was a little difficult to work through.
Yeah.
But we had high expectations because we wanted this to be our portfolio piece. This was like the way we get to launch publicly as Ravie, you know?
Right.
But we're in like August by this point. Noah and I are back in person at school. There were no they tried in-person classes for like
They did.
a week or something.
It didn't go well.
They canceled it like right before I even got there, I think. Like they might have tried like some orientation shit or something and it didn't work out.
That's trash.
So it was just all online classes, but you were still able, like I got an apartment that year. I was staying just barely off campus, and Noah was in a dorm that was also just off campus.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the dojo project wraps up, and we get our $3,400 or something. I think it was like $3,480. I think was the amount. And our genius asses decided, new business. Yes, this good plan is to not save any of the money and instead split all of the money 3 ways.
Yes.
Just as pure payment to ourselves.
Good job, everybody.
So it was
Equal
really
split.
cool because, we did the whole project and then we each got like $1,150 or something for it. And that's like, that's a pretty good amount of money to get in one
Yeah.
go.
I felt like a big man. I was like, look at me.
But then,
My $1,000.
Ravie had no money or something at that point. But we actually formalized the company. Like we registered it as an LLC in Texas because that's where I was from. And I had heard like, they don't have state income tax there and a bunch of other shit. And so I was like, all right, whatever. And also I was there for the majority of the year that year. So it worked out anyway. But anyway, so we registered it. We had to draw up our like terms as founders and whatever, and that was a whole thing that we had to go through. We were looking at finding accountants and things, and that was a whole mess. But anyway, we got the project done. No money's in Ravie, but we had to open up a bank account. So I think you put in like $1,600 or something to keep it open.
Just to keep it open.
Just to keep the account open until we got another
more
project.
more than I got for Dojo. I was
Yeah,
like, here
seriously,
you
you just put it back in there.
go. Mr. Moneybags over here.
I don't know why I didn't contribute anything, but
I was just like, it'd be easier. Let me just do it.
whatever. Anyway, so Ravie's an actual company at this point. This is, basically 2 years ago now to the day. Wow, so it's really actually been like 2.5 years. That's crazy.
Oh my God.
So it's basically 2.5 years or 2 years ago to the day.
We didn't publicly launch for a bit.
No. We had the project done. We were trying to make a case study for it or something. We also were like making an Adobe portfolio for Ravie now that we had all the branding and could put some of the stuff on there.
It's like one of those awkward situations where you like kind of start dating your girlfriend, but like you guys aren't really official. And so it's like, when is the anniversary date again? I don't really know. It's one of those.
And so we get through September, like school's starting, so it's harder for us to work on projects. Not that we were really having anyone knock on our door anyway, or that we had any online presence. I was posting some like tests and things from class, as well as like from the work I was doing at 9 Miles and just stuff for fun on my own. And so we were getting some Instagram traction from that, but really not a whole lot. And then comes like, I don't even know. It's all right. So it comes to be like November, and we're like, all right, we got to just do it. make a reel. We'd seen everybody making their reels. I had already made a reel and it was doing wonders for me. So I was like, all right, we just got to do it as a company. So we took all of our old projects that we thought fit there, as well as some of the stuff from Dojo, and we went ahead and made a reel. Launched that in late November, like November 28th or something. Yeah. And I mean, it did decent. Like, we put it on Reddit as our first thing. We launched all of our social channels. There was a Ravie Twitter. There's a Ravie Instagram. All of those were made that same day, and we posted the reel, and we were getting a good reaction from it. Like, lots of people were celebrating us in the space, and it was actually pretty funny. One thing we completely forgot to mention was throughout that entire time from like May to August of that year, Noah and I were reaching out to all of our like motion celebrities that we thought were like way unachievable, whatever. Like, we reached out to Greg. He'd probably find this really funny now. Yeah. But, like, we reached out to Greg from Ordinary Folk, and a couple other studios and things, and
a lot of them agreed to chat.
Yeah, like all of them. We just sent them an email. They had no idea who we were, and they didn't really see anything from us or anything. But we were like, "Hey, you've done to just like answer some questions about motion," and they were totally down with it. So by that point, we'd like had some people that were already watching us in the space a little bit, because they knew we were working on this thing before anybody else did. But we sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Also during this time, I want to mention, like, school went fully back online. They kicked everyone out of the dorms, including me. I, with my roommate, who I was still with I was still rooming with from freshman year, got a house in Raleigh, renting a house. Yeah. And so I was still in Raleigh with Austin. I would go over to his apartment and we would work on Ravie stuff. That's actually where we finished up the last bit of the Dojo project.
And the contract.
Yeah, and the contract. We were just sitting in Austin's apartment.
We were like fielding advice from accountants and like legal officials about like if our shit was solid or not.
I remember that. Yeah. So yeah, we launched our first reel around November-ish. Mm-hmm. We talked to a bunch of people. They were watching our stuff. Classes were back online. Yep. I was in the graphic design program a year behind everyone else, as expected. I hated every second of it. It sucked. You remember that paper project thing that Austin had to go through? I had to go through that, but on a smaller scale. I had to make a bunch of paper models, which they had to do too, but I never got to the actual finality of it. My finals were like making bigger paper sculptures. Yeah. I had to
There was no paper wearable.
So many paper sculptures and just take pictures of them. It was just some drudgery. Yeah. Luckily I had a cool professor for that class, but he was nice, but it still sucked so much. But yeah, that's what was up outside of Ravie during that time. So we were dealing with our classes, and then we launched our first reel. Yep. And
I mean, we were really starting to get some traction.
A little bit.
I posted my first ever loop around that same time. It was called Time, ironically. And it was actually an assignment for one of my classes. The thing that I made was not at all what the teacher asked for. It was just supposed to be like animating some type on the screen, and I just did this whole ass animation with clocks and stuff, and then put time at the end in the same way that I do now. Yeah. It might even be in the same font.
That was the first loop stream. Austin shared his screen for that entire process. Oh yeah, pretty much the entire process. I was working on a school project as well, but I think I had multiple monitors or something at the time, and so I had his like little stream as he was making the loop, and like, so that was an exclusive preview.
And he finalized the colors on it.
Oh, I did. Yeah. I was like, I got you.
Yeah, he bumped my colors up and made them look better. But I made the whole thing, and that was the first time I was really like, holy shit, Instagram is kind of the move. Not that I really acted on it very much, but I posted, and like I said before, I was getting maybe like 100 views. Well, no, I guess that one at NC State did like 500.
Yeah, that one did pretty well.
But like between then, which was a really long time ago at that point, like over a year ago, and this time, when I post the time loop, it blows up. It gets picked up by like Motion Mate and a couple other outlets and got like 1,400 views or something, which at the time was like, holy shit, this thing is insane. And I was getting a bunch of followers and whatever. And I think I got up to like 700 followers or something after that. But that was an insane moment for me. And it just kept going. Like I was just sitting there refreshing. I was like, what is happening? Like I was really proud of it too. So it felt extra like, this feels good. Like I made something that I thought was really great and a bunch of other people thought so too. So we're getting some traction from that. All to say that by the time December comes around...
Wait, hold on. Oh. What did your teacher think of it?
Oh, that was fucking hilarious. So I told you it wasn't really what the assignment asked for. My teacher got pissed at me. First of all, everybody else put in like, I mean, they put in good effort, but they hadn't been doing motion design. So it was like the first time they'd ever animated something. And so it looked like it was the first time they ever animated something. And I came in there, I blew everybody's socks off. I wasn't trying to do it in an arrogant way. I really just wanted to like see what I could do with that time for class, because it was the first assignment I was actually excited about.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit, we get to animate instead of talking about this one font that nobody gives a shit about anymore.
Huzzah.
Huzzah. Isn't that fun? Anyway, and the teacher gave me like a C on the assignment. Everybody else got like an A+ or some shit. And it was because I talked to her about it, because I was like, okay, why?
Why?
I gotta understand, because this thing is getting so much validation, and everywhere else it is doing so well for us as a business and whatever. And you, professor lady, are gonna tell me that it's shit. Why? And her answer was basically that she had high expectations for me because of the work I was doing. So therefore, I was on a different grading scale than the rest of the class. To which I was like, that was the best I could have done.
That was some anti-nepotism right there.
It
Whatever
was
the opposite of nepotism was.
insane. Like, I was being punished for actually working in the industry at this school. Absurd. I'm like, I'm doing the thing that you want me to end up doing after college, but just because I'm doing it during college, now I'm in trouble. What? All right, whatever. So that does really well, despite the professor. And we actually get hit up by this agency that's also in Raleigh. They're still our friends. Shout out to Andrea and Michael. Very
Shouts
fun.
out.
They hit us up about this project. Now, keep in mind, up until this point, we've worked with Dojo and a bunch of streetwear companies.
Right.
So nothing to really write home about. But they hit us up and they're like, how would you like to work on a project for Toshiba? And I'm like, first of all, company I actually recognize, and two, Fortune 500 company at that. So I'm like, okay, all right, now we're getting somewhere. And you know, we did like $3,400 for the Dojo project, and that was an entire branding project plus a bunch of other shit. And at this point, we're talking with Andrea and Michael at 3Post, is their agency that came to us with the Toshiba thing. And they're like, all right, so we're going to do some interview footage of these people at Toshiba talking about their new product. We need you to make some abstract animations based on the things that they're saying in the interview, so that they can like cut between the actual footage and our animation instead of just having B-roll shots. You know, it's a little more interesting that way. And it was going to be like 45 seconds of animation or something, and quoted it for like $8,600. So it was already like more than double what we got for Dojo for like a quarter of the work, if not less. And we got to actually flex on the animation. Like, it was the first time where we really got to be like, all right, let's plan this. Let's storyboard this whole thing out. Let's really just go in on a style that we want to try, which actually, now that I'm looking back, is kind of metamorphosis-esque.
A little, yeah.
A little bit with the lines and stuff.
That was
and
fun.
some of those.
I did like actually some banging animation.
It was
I still
really
am
good.
proud of some of the things. The little house I made, I designed that house and animated it. I was like, this is cool. I spent most of my time animating that house.
And the cube.
And the cube.
Yeah.
Right.
The 3D rotating cube that was not actually 3D.
Oh my God, was it not?
No, it wasn't.
I was insane.
But anyway, so
Oof.
we got this project. We're starting to work on it. And here's where some things start to scare us a little bit.
Right.
So Chris, who we haven't mentioned in a minute for a reason, he did the Dojo project with us, but that was in September that we got that last payment for that. And so we're now in December when we get this first payment for Toshiba. And in this amount of time, we've only essentially gotten like $7,000. Like, that's not really paying for much for anybody, let alone 3 people.
Yeah. Given we're in school, but still.
Right. So Chris, like I said, was older than us. He was already further ahead in his schooling, and so he was going to graduate. And he was actually doing lots of work in product design and user experience and UI design. So he was like how I was doing motion design for lots of those streetwear companies. He was able to offer motion design and to do their entire UI, which was very valuable to them.
Right, and he also had some other money making side hustles too.
Yeah, so he had a much better concept of money than we did at the time, and he was like, this is not worth my time really if I'm only going to be making this much. And he was already like, going on that product design track or doing any, like he was going to intern at Google, like he would make so much money. So it's just randomly one night, he just has this letter typed up. I don't even know why I was awake. Noah was asleep, but it was like,
didn't you like call me? And
yeah, I
woke me
did.
up?
I called you because I was like, holy shit, dude, like we got to get on this now. It's like 3 a.m. Chris just sends a like Google Doc in the chat, basically like a goodbye letter being like, I'm leaving, bye. And Noah and I, up until like, I see this and I'm like, holy shit. I get on the phone with him, but then I'm calling Noah being like, holy shit, you got to get on this, dude. Like, you got to get up right now. We got to talk to him, because to us, we were freaking the fuck out being like,
Yeah.
how are we going to do anything as just two people? Like we had no idea, which is hilarious looking back on that now.
Funny.
But we were like going to be devastated if Chris left.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we were like begging him to stay. Like we gave him time to think about it, is effectively what the conversation turned into.
Yeah.
And so he took like a month and a half to think about it. He was
that's
just on
when we did
vacation.
Toshiba.
And we did the entirety of Toshiba all on our own. So we kind of proved it to ourselves that we could do it. And it was a really good experience. Like we made really good relationships with Andrea and Michael, and like we figured we could get further work from them and whatever.
And in that month we realized, oh wait, just the two of us can do something.
It can work, but
it can.
When Chris came back, he was kind of uncertain, but we talked out our terms and all that sort of stuff. It was web utility. And so when he comes back, we're like, all right, we can make this work. Like, I think the main crux of it was he didn't feel like it made any sense for him to be working on the internal stuff, like figuring out we wanted to market Ravie, or figuring out like just future plans and those sorts of things. He wanted to strictly just be on the client stuff because that's what was making money, which is totally understandable. And so Noah and I were like, all right, this works out. We can do that. But this whole time, like, we're in January of 2021 now, and we're still paying ourselves the same way we did with Dojo. So we got all of Toshiba, but it was just me and Noah that worked on it. So he and I both actually, I think we saved a little bit of money on it. We might have put away like 20% or something in the Ravie bank account. But the other 80% was just completely split between the two of us, which was a lot of money to get at the time, which did not help our understanding of money for sure. Because getting like $3,000 dropped on your lap as a college student, not very responsible, I don't think, even though we were like business people and wanted, like we were, while everybody was out partying or whatever, like we're sitting here working on Toshiba, but we were still being a little silly with our cash. That's for sure.
Although to be fair, nobody was really partying because it was COVID.
That's true. Nobody was really doing that.
Right.
But anyway, so Chris comes back and all of a sudden we get hit up for this other project in January. Another agency approached us for this. I actually don't even know if we're allowed to like.
It was like a sort of the similar thing as the Toshiba one, which
Yeah.
was footage. They had interview footage and they wanted some like sort of explanation
Over the
accompanying
interview
graphics
footage, yeah.
over some sections of the interview.
And it was for an AI. Well, we already have them listed. We can definitely talk about that. We've had that out forever.
Oh yeah, they're
It's
a public company too.
Yeah, it's a company called Elemental Cognition, which is made up of a bunch of like people who used to work for IBM Watson, and
Very, very
they're
smart
doing
people.
all sorts of ridiculous stuff. Like anyone who works there has a PhD. Basically, it's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff.
All the stuff was going over our head, but we were also learning like so much behind the scenes shit at every call that we had, because we had to figure out how to visualize this stuff.
Right.
To where we were just getting like a sneak peek at this like crazy future sci-fi shit.
Yeah, we're like, this is so
while
cool.
we were like jumping in between like our class meetings and then our actual client calls with this
Yeah.
thing. It was ridiculous. But the big thing with this thing, so we went from $3,400 for our first project. Toshiba's $8,600.
Right.
And they come to us for this budget for this EC video, and it's like, I don't even remember how much animation. It's maybe like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
But it was like $25,000, which at the time to us was like, holy shit.
We were
Like,
like, yo.
that is insane sort of money. Like this could totally be a reasonable business with this sort of income or whatever. Little do we know, but whatever. Anyway, so we got our half payment for that. And then like a week later, we got hit up by this other freelance creative director who wanted us to work on this collaboration thing for Adidas and the NHL. And I was like, holy shit, Adidas and the NHL, we just got one for $25K. We're going to get so much money off of this. And then he's like, $2,500, take it or leave it, for like animating all of the logos in the NHL for their like old retro logos. And I'm like, $2,500? Like, what the hell? Which like $3,400 to us 6 months ago from there felt like, oh my God, this is so much money. And then we're already like scoffing at $2,500 like 6 months later, but whatever.
How quickly we came.
That project was kind of a mess. The Adidas and NHL one, we had to like figure out a system to animate these logos without actually having to like animate them individually. It was like taking their general shapes and then cutting to the logo at the end to make it like match cut to work. And it worked fine, but the experience working with the creative director was not great.
No.
The communication was pretty poor
He did not like what we did.
on both ends, and he was really upset like the whole time. And I'm like, dude, it's $2,500. Like, what do you expect? I don't understand. And he like wanted it done in a week. But that was one of our first like really strange projects in terms of like working communication and
He
all that
was
sort of
not
stuff.
the kind of.
But EC goes on for
A while.
it goes on for like 2 months. It goes on to like March
Yeah.
of 2021 or
A
so.
bit.
And that whole time we're just like doing some revisions. We did some storyboards, and that was where we really got to just like flex style however we wanted. It was really, really fun up until the point where let's jump back into the NC State stuff.
I was going to say
our college experience. So as you can tell, we're starting to get a good amount of projects, and like we're doing a lot of work, and it's just the three of us. So, you know, that's a lot to split between people.
Just the three.
And we were starting to have a lot of really active client meetings. And so anyway, we needed to be able to get to those calls. Sometimes those would happen to land during class time.
Right. Often, because the class time was like 6 hours.
Yeah, it was like a 6 hour long thing. And so we, oh geez, man, like I'd have to call out to my classes. Like I'd email my professor being like, dude, I'm sorry, I have a client call. Like I need to go join that. And they'd start getting mad at us.
And like sometimes the client calls were Zoom, so we couldn't
be on Zoom and
class.
also be on the other one, you know. So it was
like I would have to use my other computer, like my laptop, to be on the client calls. And
yeah, it was a mess. Like we would have to try to be in class to avoid getting a failing grade while like still doing the work for the classes. But that's where the struggle really started.
I had to pretend I was paying attention in class when I was really paying attention to like the clients.
Like
it was weird.
Noah and I are sophomores at this point in our second semester of sophomore year. And like we had been saying before, we already were kind of feeling drained from college. Like the work wasn't really helping us do anything in our careers. And our careers were already like further than what we expected. Even after we got out of school, like I wouldn't have expected to be there that quickly, given it wasn't like a crazy amount of money. It wasn't like a big business yet or anything.
But it was enough. To,
but
like,
it was
proof of concept.
It was
for
the big old eyeballs, like piling
like,
up with dollars.
We're like, this could really be something.
And so when our professors really started getting mad at us, we started realizing we just really started reflecting on our time at the school, and we were like, we're really not getting anything for this, and it's just taking time away from what we're doing. And then this bombshell drops.
The more that Ravie did well, and the more we did Ravie, the more I learned from like doing Ravie stuff and doing design.
So much more than college classes.
Infinitely more.
Oh
and
my
so
God.
I realized, I was like, well, I mean, I already knew I was in this class with a bunch of people who have never done graphic design before because I was in that freshman design class, that like second semester of that. And oh my God, I hated my professor. She hated me right back.
It was
she
awful.
started it.
But he could seriously do like anything that this lady asked, and she would still hate it.
Yeah, she was used to teaching masters
in graphic design.
Masters in graphic design. She was used to teaching master students, people going for their master's degree, and
which is fifth year.
It was really fifth and sixth. Yeah.
Oh
it was
yeah,
a 2 year program. It was real abstract stuff. It was really detached from any real industry. One of the assignments I remember was very similar to what you would see in like an AP, like high school English class, where they want you to like use synecdoche and all these vocabulary terms and like visually represent them with photos and stuff. It was real, not design stuff, real art school kind of garbage.
Yeah.
And she would be mad at me. That was the one design class that I almost failed. The single and only design class that I almost failed. I mean, like, not because they were particularly bad, but because I was doing graphic design. I was doing it professionally. I did the best graphic design in the class. She was like, make a poster. I was like, I got you, dog. Fam, I got you. let me make this poster. And I did it, and I was like, here's how it's anchored in the real world, because I just wanted it to be like something that could be, like somehow related to an actual industry. And I was like, here's how it'd be used as an advertisement. Like, here's the uses and blah, blah, blah. And she was like, but it doesn't have like synecdoche in it. And I was like, what do you mean?
Like, what do you mean?
I was like, I kind of have it like here. And she's like, that's a failing grade. And I was like, my poster is better and better applied than everyone else's in the class, because they weren't making posters. I've been making posters for years. I know how to make a poster. So I made cool posters. They were some of the coolest, like, cleanest posters I had done. And she was like, no. And then we had multiple meetings. She did not like me. I was failing the class. I had to get my shit together.
Yep.
And that was sort of how I learned to turn off some of my perfectionism, because I had to actively not spend time on it because I was doing Ravie stuff. But I had to make bad work to appease her, essentially.
Yep.
Like, I had to care so much less than I was. And I started caring less, and I was like, whatever. And I put the stuff together, and it got much better scores than the stuff I, like, slaved over. And I was
the stuff that you actually liked.
Yeah. I was like, well, this doesn't make any sense. Clearly, they're not actually teaching me something very helpful.
Yeah.
That I already knew. But it was just such a nail in the coffin that I was not having a good time and learning what I wanted to learn.
Yeah.
And she would, on top of that, be like, oh, going to a client call during class is an unexcused absence for the whole class.
Yep.
And I was like, that doesn't make any sense, because if college is a means to an end to get me into a career doing design,
why would you punish me for doing
why are you punishing me? Why are you punishing me? I'm already doing it. Why are you getting mad?
And
this is what you wanted.
At a level that's not just like interning somewhere.
Yeah.
You know? Like, it was so far beyond like the even just after college years that are typically there that it just didn't make any sense.
And like maybe a little big for my britches, but I was like, damn it, I worked with Toshiba. Why are you doing this to me?
Yeah, come on. You get a little bit of that taste of like, but look, I am doing the thing.
Yeah, like I have potential here.
James calling.
Oh.
Hello.
You're on the stream.
We are streaming. Okay, sounds good. All right, see you, dude. Okay. Anyway, all of this is happening. Neither of us are having a good time. We're actively being punished for pursuing the career that we're supposed to be getting the degree in.
Austin's teachers are not liking the motion design he's doing.
They are. Well, and that was a while ago. I'm not even doing any motion design in my classes in the spring around the time we're doing this Toshiba stuff. It's all just like, I had to just sit in InDesign for weeks making this stupid version of Moby Dick that the entire critique was all based around like the kerning and the line height and shit. And I'm like, nobody even buys print anymore. This is so stupid.
Why are you making me make a book?
How could you possibly be making me do this?
At this
and
point,
think that
they
makes
hadn't
sense?
even mentioned how to make a logo.
No.
Branding.
Nothing that you actually, you don't even get that until junior and senior year.
We're going to start with making a book. What?
And you have to do it in this like old style. And that doesn't mean like make it look old or make it look vintage. It's this specific way that the margins are and the specific way that the line height is. And
then you had to bind it.
And it was something that I got done in like 2 days. And yet it was like a 4-week long project. And we had to have consistent check-ins. And you get to a point where you do the thing that they asked because it's like 2 or 3 steps and not very difficult. And then they start getting mad at you because you're not taking all 4 weeks to make this basic ass looking book.
Try harder then. It's like, I don't know what to tell you, man.
I did what you asked. What do you mean? I got projects to go do. Get off of my ass.
Get off.
And there was one particular bit that I really liked where, in one of my classes, we had to make an app for an event. It could be any event you wanted. So I used the Dash Bash as my mock event, which hadn't happened yet, but I just thought it'd be fun to do.
Yeah.
And we had to make it in Adobe XD, so I couldn't use Figma. Had to use Adobe XD, whatever. Anyway, so I made it, and
for all of those who don't know, the Dash Bash is a motion design conference held by a studio called Dash in Raleigh.
Yeah. And so I was freaking out because I had kind of procrastinated on the first leg of this project, which was just like coming up with the idea. And so I got through the initial phase of being like, this is what my idea is going to be, and telling them that, and that was fine. Then a week goes by and I misunderstood. I thought that the entire UX design and UI had to be done by the end of that week for critique. And so that's what I did. I got the whole thing done and I put in animations. I even did some extra shit for like a loading screen and a bunch of other stuff. It looked phenomenal compared to everybody else's.
I was like, damn, I would go to that conference.
And I get to class and everybody else just has these actual physical sketches of UI on paper, like loaded into this like Google Slides or Miro or something. And I was quickly like, is just everybody else, did they just not get it done? Because that was often a thing in class. We would all have these mutinies over, well, if none of us does it, they can't get it mad at all of us.
Yeah, because there's some unrealistic expectations.
Yeah, they would want stuff done. Like they would either take so long to get something done or they wanted it done like right then or yesterday.
Especially freshman year, they're like, get 100 different paper models done tomorrow. And we're like, what do you mean? There's not enough hours for that.
But I did that. I made this app design. Everybody else has their sketches. And so I managed to get the project done early is basically what happened. I accidentally did the entirety of the project, even though there were 2 or 3 more critiques left, which are like spaced out by a couple days or something. And instead of my professor giving me crit, we split up into these 2 groups to like give each other crit or ask for feedback or like help or whatever. My professor goes into the other group that I'm not in and just starts bad-mouthing me to the entire class, being like, Austin already got his done, so I guess he just doesn't care about the project and blah, 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 and just like thinks he's all that and blah, blah, blah.
Isn't that counterintuitive?
And one of my, which I had no idea. I didn't know I was supposed to have it done, okay? And, or I wasn't supposed to have it done yet. Yeah. And good enough for me anyway that I had a good amount of friends in the class because it's only like 30 people. And somebody from the other group sends me a text or some shit and is like, dude, the professor's literally talking shit about you in our class right now. Like, here's what he's saying. And I got a couple other people messaging it to me. So I'm like, holy shit, this is actually happening right now. So he gets back in the main group and then he wants me to present my thing to the entire class. So then he can give me critique in front of everybody. And so he starts talking to me and like complaining about some stuff. I can't even remember what specifically. And then it gets to a point where he's just making these weird claims. And I'm like, dude, just to clear the air a little bit, I already heard that you were like bad mouthing me. Like I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to have this done yet. Okay. And we can talk about it. Like, if you want to talk to me about it, that's cool. But like, talk to me about it instead. And he started like gaslighting me and shit and being like, whoa, Austin, I don't know where you're hearing that from or what you're talking about. I'm like, dude, I literally had like 4 other people in the class telling me this. Like, what are you talking about right now? So it was so like hard. Every professor fucking hated me. I didn't do anything to them at that point anyway. Mm-hmm. That makes it sound really ominous. I didn't do anything to anybody. All right.
Yeah.
But anyway, so there's that whole thing. All to say that like we're having some real shit experiences in what is supposed to be the #1 graphic design school in the country, and at some point we hear about this. This note or this voice recording that Noah's roommate got of one of my professors telling their whole class that they're thinking about changing the major to, instead of being graphic design, being user experience design, which was a lot of the like bullshit that Noah and I were already having to deal with in classes. That was like why students weren't learning graphic design. So when we heard that they were going to change the entire thing to user experience design, we were like, we all came here because this was supposed to be like the best program. What do you mean? Like, you can't just switch that out in the middle of our college, like, degree and whatever. And so me, Noah, and then 2 of our friends immediately got to like writing a whole, like, I don't even know what to call it. It was just like a letter to the faculty being like, hey, this is what we've heard. And then we just unload, like, here is all of the problems that we've heard from students. Like, everybody is complaining about this. Like, I think we got like, our entire class got together after they heard that voice memo and was like, sheesh.
Had like a personal students chat.
Yeah, we were all like, guys, this shit is crazy. And then me, Noah, and 2 friends got together and wrote down all of the concerns everybody had. Not only wrote it down because we don't want to just complain and be like, blah, here's problems, fix them. We also took those problems and we're like, here is a like verifiable curriculum that you could use.
We proposed an entire curriculum.
A whole curriculum.
Austin and I sat down one night and
it
we're
was
just like,
so
what
good.
would we like? we came up with a whole curriculum with had a bunch of like real world experience and like actual like keynote speakers coming into the class.
It would be like the best graphic design school in the country.
I would love to go to that program. I would still get stuff from that program. I would still learn. That would be really fucking fun.
It would be the best program in the country because it is so like anyone who came out of that would have been like hundreds of thousands of dollars salary at like any company they wanted, really, because you'd have so much fucking experience.
It was really, really cool.
But anyway,
we wrote a whole letter to the faculty and staff that was basically outlining the main concerns, and we're like, yo, like this scares us. Like, this is not what we're here for. We're not here for a UI UX education. We're here for a graphic design education.
Yeah. And we got it signed by
a third,
not only our class, but a third of the entire graphic design student body, like seniors, juniors, sophomore, freshmen, and even some alumni who already graduated, but like were having trouble in their careers and whatever.
Yeah. We would message people on Instagram being like, hey,
so many people
do you agree?
Signed
and
that thing.
A lot of them agreed.
So many.
They're
and
like,
they were super grateful for it. So then we were really hesitant about it because we were like, holy shit, are they going to like expel us or something for like, are they going to think this is some like
and then we realized
mutiny or some shit?
If they expel us, that's a bigger problem. Yeah. We probably shouldn't be there anyway.
Exactly.
I kind of wish they did expel us.
We
honestly.
sent it late that night to every single faculty email in the graphic design program, including the department head and the dean at the College of Design.
Right.
And got a response within like 10 minutes being like, hey, we're going to have a meeting about this tomorrow. We'll look over this.
One of the funny things about their response email was one of the things they said was like, oh, one of the professor emails that you have on there doesn't even work here anymore.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, all right, weird thing to harp on. It's on the website, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
But anyway, so we sent that letter, and then the plan that they gave us was laid out as follows. So they were going to all have a meeting about it and talk together. Then the students all had to meet with what was essentially the student HR department head. The student ombuds is what they call it, to just like get everything on the record in terms of what the complaints were. Mm-hmm. And then we would get to have a town hall meeting with the students and the faculty directly. And so they had their meeting. The day after that letter went out, it was like ground zero or some shit. Like every class it was addressed, and like the professors were talking about it with their students and shit. It was like a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Like it didn't even feel like school anymore. It was very much like, we're actively rebelling. Oh no, this is really strange.
Yeah.
Especially because like I said before, I was a huge introvert in high school. Like I still had not grown into any real level of confidence or anything. So I was like shaking in my boots that we had done this.
Shaking and quaking.
Absolutely horrified about what ramifications we might endure.
But we were excited about it.
But we were also really excited about it. It was a really strange feeling. So they have their meeting. Some of the professors, I had a professor that actually talked with us openly about it and even went through our letter and talked about points that he liked, especially with the curriculum. Like he liked a good amount of it and thought it was interesting and would actually listen to us. So that was nice.
I remember it was a little scarier for like Austin and some of the other people because they were like second year. They were a lot more invested in the program.
Yeah.
I was by that point so disenfranchised with the program as a whole. I was already, I think, thinking about transferring to a different program or something. I was trying really hard to get so that I could skip a year and be in a class with everybody else that was of my age. And like I was so disenfranchised. I was hating my class. I was a year behind. I was like, whatever, man. Like whatever. I was just kind of, I was numb. I was a little pissed.
Yeah. And so we didn't want it to blow back on anybody else because they had much more on the line than, we had a company that we could fall back on if need be. Even though it wasn't like super proven yet, it was still there. So Noah and I really like put ourselves on the line for it and made it very clear. Like we are the like spokespeople of this thing.
It was like signed Noah, Austin, and whoever else
and
signed
the rest of the people.
Yeah. But like Austin's name was first.
Yeah. I sent the email.
Yeah.
And so that was fun. But anyway, so the professors talked to some of the students and whatever, and that was the whole thing. And there were so many solutions that we tried to go through before sending this whole letter and like making this a whole thing. Like we talked to professors and the department heads like directly.
Yeah.
Nobody would really listen to us. All of my professors asked me like, why don't you just like already go do it. Like, there's no reason for you to be here. Like, the professors were already telling me that I wasn't going to get anything out of the degree.
You even got a job offer the previous year.
I did. I got a job offer
From
where I could have been a senior motion designer at Fox Sports.
Fox Sports.
As like a 17-year-old, but I didn't take it because I would have to move schools and I would have left the job that I had and whatever. But I mean, clearly it worked out now, so I guess I'm glad I didn't do that. But
Yeah.
shout out to my boy Mike. How's it going?
Shouts out.
Shouts out. Anyway, all that aside, there was a lot of tension between like the upper level faculty and especially the two of us.
Oh yeah.
They were not very pleased.
Unhappy.
There was the small group of professors that were very much like, oh, I can see why you guys are concerned about this, and like, let's try and figure this out. And the others were very much like, we don't want to change anything. Why are you even bringing this up? Like, you guys have no idea what you're talking about and blah, blah, blah. And just like really upset with us. So we had our call with the student ombuds.
3 calls. They set up 3 calls with the student ombuds where people could join and talk about their concerns. He would write them down and relay them to the faculty and
so
staff
that they
and
could all talk
professors.
about them together.
Yes. And then it was a whole, who knows what they're going to do next.
Yeah.
So we waited. We had our 3 calls. We waited a tiny bit more. They said, we're going to do a town hall with all of the...
Also, important thing to note, part of the letter was that we had all said that if we signed it, we were basically going to leave or transfer if it was not fixed.
Right.
So that was like, hey guys, here's money. There it goes. If you don't fix it, sorry.
Yeah, like a lot of people were mad. Like, this is not the education that we were promised. And now it's like kind of confirmed that this is not the education we were promised. We were already like weren't super in belief of that this was a graphic design sort of happening, but they just kind of proved it with the fact that they were like, yeah, we're not actually really headed in the real graphic design way. We're going over here. And so people were pissed. And so we did our three meetings, which were spaced out enough strategically so that if we left, we could not get all of our tuition back.
Like, they had it spaced out. So like originally, if
it was at the beginning of...
If you withdraw within like the first 2 weeks of school or something, you get 75% of your money back tuition, which is still like ridiculous that they even get to keep 25% for 2 weeks of classes, but whatever. And so then it's like drastic from there. Like, one more week and it's only 50%, and one more week after that, it's nothing. You don't get anything back after 4 weeks.
So they spaced it out so that it was 4 weeks.
Nobody could get their money back at that point.
Yeah.
They just kept delaying it until we finally get to talk with the faculty, which at this point, they've already read our letter. They've heard from a bunch of students, and they've heard all of our notes that the student ombuds had, right? So that's 3 times that they've heard from us, and we haven't heard from them jack shit, except for like the individual professors sometimes talking to us. Right. So Noah and I are like, it's the night beforehand, and we're working on EC at the same time. I swear this all comes together. It does.
It was the night before Christmas and all through the house.
We were working on EC, but we were up super late, and we were like, wait a second. We know these people a little better now. Like, I mean, know your enemy like you know thyself, I guess. But we knew them pretty well. And we were like, what sort of things are they going to talk about tomorrow?
Yeah.
Like, what is this going to be like? And we very quickly realized, like, if we don't go in there with a plan to, like, have solutions and, like, actionable steps by the end of this, they're just going to let everybody complain until the time runs out on the meeting and then just be like, oh, well, we listened to everybody, and then not do anything.
Yeah.
So I came out of the gates blasting on that call. And this is in front of like 60 people, like faculty and students included, like a bunch of people in the Zoom call. And I was like, hey, you guys have already heard from us 3 times. We haven't heard anything from you. I really just want to be able to hear from like the faculty. Said in a way where I was really nervous and shaky and whatever compared to now. But
wearing his grandpa's sweater.
Wearing my grandpa's sweater because I was in New Hampshire at the time.
You looked like a nerd.
I really did. We
watched back some of that video today.
It was real rough to watch, but it
was really fun. It wasn't that bad actually,
but anyway, so came out the gate and I was like, hey, we really want to come out of this knowing what we can actually do here. Because like we said, like, we got to figure out our plans if this doesn't work out. And so it came out the gates, and then the like moderator was like, okay, Austin, that's great.
What should we start on then?
And then I was like, then Noah said something about like the change to the changing of the program name.
The
was
thing
the main
that sort
concern.
of spurred the whole movement, if you could call it that, which was the changing of the name, the shift towards UI UX as opposed to graphic design.
And their response was basically, UX jobs make more money. Yeah. So that's where all of this is going because it makes more money.
The U.S. Census Bureau and whatever. Like they're looking at graphic design like this old thing because that was a lot of the professors'
Well, that's what they're
experience.
used to. They haven't done design
see
since
it as,
like the 80s or 90s.
Print and book making and all this like old typography shit. Like that's not really what it is. It kind of encapsulates UI UX. Like that should be part of the curriculum, but it shouldn't be all of the curriculum.
Right.
And so they viewed UI UX as a separate field. And so they were like, ooh, money over there. Let's run this college like a business and get more money for the college by being able to like tote higher stats and cool stuff. Like, oh my God, look how much money our people make after leaving the college, which is effective and fair.
Yeah.
But not why we paid them.
And they would get some students that would leave and would get really high paying jobs. Like, I mean, that's how it is. But like we had so many people telling us that they like just started their first internship and they had been out of college for like 2 years and they got the same degree. And I'm like, what?
You're like, wait, what? It's very
clearly this is not the case for everybody. I don't know. But anyway, so, you know, we gave that fair warning of like, hey, this is what we're looking for here. And then an hour goes by and they did exactly what Noah and I thought they would. And they just let everybody complain and there was no solutions or anything. So, oh boy, by the end of that call, I was fairly miffed because there was nothing. There was no solution to my problem. Like my world is falling apart because all through high school, I worked my ass off to get like really good grades. And like I had to be in this class rank and take all these AP classes and whatever so that I could go to school. And
Austin moved halfway
across the school because it was supposed to be the best college for
halfway
this in
across
the
country.
I toured like 15 different schools or something.
Yeah.
And this was supposed to be the best one. And like the treatment we were getting throughout that entire call, even when people were complaining, was just eye rolls and scoffing from the professors.
God. Yeah. No,
it was
the professors
insane.
were actually like,
they were so rude. It was insanely unprofessional.
very unprofessional.
Not all of them, but most of them minus like one or two. And
a few of them were
it was
very
just
rude.
Baffling.
It was webcam utility. Beautiful timing.
Anyway, so it was just a baffling situation. I was so upset by the end of this call. I kind of berated him in front of like all 60 people. I wasn't like super mean or aggressive, but I was really like, you guys are being super unprofessional. I just laid it all out there. I'm like, this is how it's being perceived. We're really upset about this. Like we were promised this thing when we got here, and clearly this is something else. And like, I can't believe that after this whole time, like even when we called out that that's what they were going to do, they still did it for a whole hour and we didn't get anywhere. So I finished my little rant at them. It's very tense for the rest of that time. They're like trying to do damage control because there's like freshmen in this call that are like just got to the school and are like, oh my God, what did I walk into? And I'm like, okay, sorry, everybody. And then there's like this other subset of students, though a lot of them stayed there, but that really didn't like Noah and I either. They were very much with the professors being like, they have to know what's right. They know what's best for us. And how dare you talk against them and blah, blah, blah. And thought we were super arrogant and whatever. And we were to a degree, but I think you have to have a little bit of that in that sort of situation, you know,
have some arrogance. Absolutely. Yeah. But, like they weren't going to change. We knew that we had to.
Oh, what up, Hugh? How you doing?
This was the college we went to in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yep.
That's what I'll say.
Yep.
College.
Not that we haven't mentioned it a bunch of times anyway, but
it's
whatever.
very clear which one it is.
Anyway, you can check my LinkedIn if you want to see which one it is. But anyway.
Go connect with me on LinkedIn if you want.
We got through the whole thing and we're like, all right. Basically, everybody that signed that letter was like, well, if I'm not a senior, I guess I better just figure out my like parting, how I'm going to figure this out.
The department head came in at the end of the letter and was like, we're going to continuously work with students and faculty to figure out a solution to this.
Yeah. And then they didn't do anything.
A day or two later, we get one of the most wonderful emails I think we've ever gotten ever.
I need to pull it up for the exact wording.
I need that exact wording.
But like I saw a message in the chat earlier talking about like, oh, this is like the villain origin story or something. Yeah. No. This is the villain right origin story. You hear about the shit like this happening on TV or like in movies and stuff. But all right. So from the faculty's perspective, they already won. They quashed our little rebellion and
yep.
whatever. And like we were already down and out. I was
their
making plans to
tuition.
like maybe switch to a business major or an entrepreneur major or something, or just leave. Noah was figuring out his own shit. Lots of other people were transferring to other programs or leaving the school entirely, whatever. So they already won. There was no reason for them to do anything else. They said all they needed to say. And we get this email to the entire student body of graphic design.
And I think some some parents and stuff too.
Yeah, because a lot of parents were rightfully also signing on to this and freaked out and annoyed.
They're like,
with
wait, this
like,
thing I'm paying thousands of dollars for isn't like what they say it is. Rightfully so.
So we get this email that wasn't sent from, it was sent from the department head, but it was a separate conversation he had had. He must have been so mad about this whole thing that he reached out to his old friend, lady who hadn't been there for years, like over a decade or something. And she was the founding director of the graphic design program at this college. She made the program decades ago when it was all print and very like traditional graphic design stuff. All right. Yeah. She doesn't know anything about this digital shit that's going on, except for maybe this UX shit that they're talking about. Anyway, they have her looped in on this to where they make her write, or they don't make her. She writes a whole email. Basically just like saving face and being like, this program is so good. You like, they just gave all the facts that they gave in the stats and stuff that they gave in the meeting, and lots of other just like kind of shit language. Like they just completely dunked on motion design in one category. They're like, it's a dying business and whatever. Like it's, the industry's not going to be there. You need to think beyond that. And then, all right. So for context, there are a very, very small amount of people that are freelancing.
And before you go into that, a lot of the letter basically just said, "That's cute. We're not actually going to do anything." So
yeah,
the department head of graphic design at the end of that town hall meeting was like, "We're going to continuously work with students and whatever." And we're like, "All right, maybe that means something."
They said,
"We don't have a lot of confidence."
Psych.
That whole email was basically like, "Just kidding. We're not going to do shit."
Yeah, they're like, "This our way is the right way, and we're not going to do anything about it." And so keep in mind, it's basically just me and Noah that are freelancing at like a professional level. There's people who are doing like jobs for like $50 to $100 a piece, with like their friends or family or something in our class, but that's really it.
There are some other guys.
And the last line of this email, keep in mind, we're like the only two freelancers in this situation, all right? They don't call us out by name, but it's pretty fucking clear who they're talking about when the email says, in response to our whole like concerns and whatever,
right,
I believe current confusion, not that we have problems with it, but we're just confused, results from beginning students beginning students, that's us.
Yep.
Not fully understanding the field, much less curricula that serve it, the field of graphic design. Some petitioners appear to rely on student level freelance projects for definition. That's us. Which student level, despite having done it for years, whatever, and Toshiba and all that stuff. It is from their limited perspective that they seek professional futures unlikely to offer any upward mobility and influence across their careers. Drop the mic.
Read that one more time for me. Just go through it real quick. I want to hear that one more time.
I believe current confusion results from beginning students not fully understanding the field, much less curricula that serve it. Some petitioners appear to rely on student-level freelance projects for definition. It is from their limited perspective that they seek professional futures unlikely to offer any upward mobility and influence across their careers.
Unlikely.
No influence. Not going to go anywhere with their careers.
No upward mobility.
No nothing. This is also...
They said these kids, they're not going anywhere. They don't know what the hell they're talking about.
This is from February 16th of 2021, by the way. We're
founder of the program dunked on us.
Over a year and a half. The founder of the program. They had to bring her back in from retirement just to dunk on us.
She is retired. She doesn't even go.
She doesn't even go there.
She doesn't even go there
She
anymore.
doesn't even do anything. She's retired. She just came back to be all spiteful and whatever.
We're gonna
just like
that.
dunk on it. Yeah, we're gonna. We've always said we're gonna frame that quote and put it in big letters on the wall or some shit.
Do that.
But like, holy crap! Could they not have given us a better quote to be able to prove wrong? Oh my god!
This is the program that denied me once. Said my work was of a high schooler.
Wouldn't listen to any of the options that we tried to get. Before we even did the whole letter thing, and then still felt the need to, like, after completely dunking on us in that town hall meeting send another whole ass email just to twist the knife.
Right.
That is insane. And these are all like 50 to 70-year-old people here. All right. And they've been working in education for years and years and years.
Mind you, I had never really liked school this whole time. If that isn't such a massive nail in the coffin to be like, okay, maybe like these people I've been respecting for my whole life and these institutions that I've looked up to and worked really hard to get into, maybe they're full of lies.
Maybe they don't really know.
Maybe they don't really know what they're talking about. If that doesn't do it, I don't know what will.
I just like still when we think about it every once in a while, just fucking speechless that they thought they needed to send that. And also, I talked about like a group of students that was like not really on our side and didn't like us throughout this whole thing. The college did not do any better with those students when they then sent that very specifically targeted email. Like we had a whole group chat for all the students, and when that email was sent, everybody was like, "What?
Yo,
are you kidding me?"
Fuck?
Because it's like if they did that to us, it could happen to anybody. If you're complaining about something that you don't like with them, or like you're trying to do something different, they'll just step on you.
They said, "Go fuck yourself."
It's such bullshit.
Incredible.
So anyway, while all of that is happening, we're also working on EC, and Chris and Noah are having to take over because after that thing with the college, it took so much out of me, and I was so burnt out from EC, and like everything is changing my entire life. I got so sick. I was out for like 2 weeks, could not move, could not get out of bed. I had to stay in New Hampshire. I was staying with my grandparents in New Hampshire. I had to stay there for an extra 2 weeks because I couldn't go anywhere. We thought it was COVID or something. I didn't know, but I was screwed. But it was all purely just from like, I was exhausted. I had no idea what the hell else I was supposed to do. And then I had to like figure out like, oh geez, I gotta like drop out and like figure out how to do this full time.
And still
like,
had lots of animation to do on EC.
So much.
Meanwhile, Chris and I pulled 2 all-nighters on that project to get it done in time, because it had to be done on time.
But like that was the final nail in the coffin of like I knew as soon as that was done, I was like, I'm not doing this anymore.
I'm done.
I'm not gonna even entertain this. It's not worth my time to be there. Let alone there were multiple times throughout my classes that the professor would ask me to help with some shit with the students, especially when it came to motion stuff. Like they would have me talk about After Effects or some other different things, or ask me to like show my projects for crit or whatever, and then to like treat me that way is just fucking insane. It shouldn't be to anybody, but especially with like the amount that I was willing to cooperate and try and help and whatever. It just fucking blowed, dude. That sucked.
It really did.
And it was such a hard thing to have to figure out because there was still like not only an uphill battle of just like ourselves trying to figure out like, can we do this without a degree? Not like graphic design as a whole. Like we already knew at that point, like we weren't even really graphic designers. We were already doing motion at that point, but
right.
Like, can we get stable jobs or whatever without a degree? Like if Ravie doesn't work out, and then like having to also convince like, older generations, like parents and grandparents, like that have seen you work your ass off at school for so long and have had like, oh, you're going to go to college and you're going to do these things, to like have to have that conversation with them about like, I can't be here anymore. Like I need to leave. It's such a difficult conversation. It took me it took a good amount of time to get on the same page as my parents about like just how we felt about this whole thing. It was a huge pain point.
I remember that concern.
Like I thought I was going to have to stay and do an entrepreneur's degree or something, even though even in that same situation, there was no way. I just could not find it possible to learn more from people talking about doing the thing instead of being there and doing it myself, as in running Ravie. I was learning so much more every day doing stuff for Ravie, no matter how small, over anything I ever learned in college.
Like not just design things. We were learning how to talk to people. We were on those client calls. We were very
with people who respected us so much more than these professors
did.
Like,
these professors.
And we're the people that we would work for.
Yeah.
So at that point, it's like, why am I listening to this person at all who has no bearing on my life?
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
And at this point, I'm just so damn incredibly disenfranchised with this program that rejected me once, said my shit was garbage, and then said, we essentially don't care about you. And I was like, I came here so excited to learn about graphic design and to become a wonderful designer. Like I was
championing their shit everywhere.
I was that like bright-eyed, bushy-tailed child at the beginning of college that was like, I was so ready to learn. I was so ready to put so many hours in. I was going to be like their best student, but they didn't treat me right. They didn't
or anybody
treat anyone
really.
right.
There were so many students that ended up staying just because they didn't have another option.
Yeah.
And it was easier for them to stick it out and just continue to get that degree, even though they didn't know if they were going to be able to do anything with it, than to have to start over and try to find something else.
And that's the sad reality.
We
were lucky.
Awful. I mean, we got a good amount of people to switch to other programs within the college that were doing things better. Like my favorite graphic design professor ended up moving over to art and design and being the department head there. And he was trying to work with us on some stuff, but we were just so disenfranchised with the school at that point that it was just like, so I'm not even going to give it a shot.
So we finished up our semester.
Didn't withdraw until much later so we could keep that Spotify student discount as well as any of those other ones. That's right. That's right.
That's right. That's right. Got that Spotify student discount. It has expired by now. I'm very upset about that, but please send Spotify money.
For real. But like that whole, after that point where we had that email sent, like I knew I was out. It honestly got a lot easier in that like I didn't really have to care about the college stuff anymore. I had to fake caring about their assignments and their critique and stuff for so goddamn long. It was such a relief to get like some crappy critique I made, like on something I made in 5 minutes before class, and then just be like, whatever, dude, I've got a meeting with what we're about to talk about Publix in like 5 minutes. Like we went from that $3,800 project to $8,600 to $25K. And then we get a project with another studio for a whole series of videos for Publix for $30,000. And we had to have like consistent meetings with them. So our professors really didn't like that because it was like every Tuesday and Thursday or something. We had meetings with the team to get that done. Care. There's such a huge amount of work, but we were like, it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah. I don't care. And we got to like fully just be like in Ravie. And I wasn't fully in it because, that's part of the reason I got super exhausted. At the same time that I'm doing this school bullshit, I'm doing Ravie for EC and all that other stuff. And I'm the design team lead at 9 Miles, where I'm the only person doing any design work and doing motion design, and everybody else there is just doing live action or sales or account management. Yeah. I was basically just freelancing for them, but getting paid way less than I should have to do like full projects and shit. So I wasn't still able to do Ravie full time. We were making all this shit happen with only me being able to do Ravie stuff on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Yep. And Monday, Wednesday, Friday night. Yep. So I still wasn't able to put full time into it. But that Publix project, this is where we really can get into like the Ravie mishaps a bit. So
this is where the story kind of shifts from school being
all of that shit, like pushing us out to like, here's where the wind is actually getting in the sails and getting taken out. But
it gets choppy waters here for sure. And also during this time, I'm still in that class that I almost failed. I end up getting, I think, a C or a B in that class. I pulled my shit together and I was like, all right, I'm going to make your garbage for you. And she let me redo some projects and I got an okay grade in there. I dropped out of college with something like a 3.9 GPA and an entire art and design minor finished and all my GPs finished. We
still made Dean's List every semester.
And half of, like a quarter to a half of the graphic design curriculum finished. I dropped out with all that. And I was like, you guys, fuck you. I'm out.
It's just not worth it.
It's not worth it. It doesn't matter if I was doing well or not. It just wasn't worth it.
We consulted so many people.
We talked to a lot of people.
So many people being like, they can't make the decision for us, but I really just wanted their opinion on like the situation and then like, does what we're doing seem logical? Like, is this a stupid thing that we might be doing? What should we watch out for? We talked to people from all over the place. We talked to like some of our clients. We talked to other like studio owners in the motion design industry. Every single time, same answer. It doesn't fucking matter. What people care about and what we care about when we're bringing people on is how well they work with the team and like the culture that we have here, but also just what sort of works on your portfolio. Like, what do you do? What do you like doing? Like, is your passion there for motion? Like, that's what people care about. And it's not even just with motion. It's like graphic design as a whole, like just design as an industry. That's what people want at this point. It almost like feels silly to go and spend all that time to just like, oh, okay, I just listened to someone talk to me about graphic design for 4 years.
Yeah.
When I could, like, I am horrified at the thought that there is another version of me that did not leave college and has to figure out all of the shit that we learned in the last 2 years, 2 years from now. That is horrifying. That is so much time that we saved and we got to like get ahead with. That feels like such an incredible thing, you know? Anyway, and so we had that huge weight lifted off of our shoulders, and we're starting to work with this Publix project, and it sounded a lot more glorious than it actually was. Mm-hmm. We ended up actually just essentially making like how to use the Publix app tutorials for grandma who doesn't know how to use the Publix app. But that was, I mean, it was an interesting experience, and it was also mixed with some live action stuff. So we were still flexing that muscle a little bit. And, I mean, it worked out all right. It was our first project where the timeline went like really, really long, and we didn't handle it in the best way. But you know, like we've got numbers pulled up on our screen now that I'll read to you, but like we had those thousands of dollars coming in, whatever. We do 50-50 payments. So 50% up front, 50% on delivery. And I guess I should also talk about Chris real quick to get that out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus, there's so much shit. See, there's no way we're going to be able to get this into a succinct thing.
It's a chronicle for sure.
Right before Publix, Noah and I were really invested in the internal work at Ravie, like figuring out what we wanted the plan to be, like what sort of company is this, what companies do we want to work with, how much money do we need to be making, all that, like how can we make sure that we're keeping the business moving.
A conversation we've had many times.
Yes, so many times, constantly, and it's always changing. But Chris didn't really want to be involved in those conversations, like we'd already talked about before. He very much just wanted to be on the client stuff, and that didn't really vibe with us anymore because we were all 33% partners. We each had a third equal share, and so
didn't really align.
It felt really, really weird to have him getting a third of the share and a third of like the ownership in the company, but doing like a third of the work that both me and Noah were each putting in, you know? Mm-hmm. So, and he was really involved in product design anyway, and so he had a clear career path ahead of him, and I think he still freelances a ton for all sorts of different companies. He's doing just fine. So it was a pretty amicable separation. But anyway, so Publix is where it's just me and Noah. Like, we are completely comfortable. It's just like Ravie on our own, and that's it. But anyway, money problems. We get $15,000 in April of 2021 to start the Publix project. And then we have 2 months. Like I'm telling you, this project went on for so long, and there were so many revisions because it was us working with an agency that hired us, who was actually hired by another agency who was hired by Publix. So it was 4 layers deep of communication. And every time we sent something, it was like, what's the word I'm looking for?
It's like piecemeal.
Conflicting feedback from each of those levels. So level 1 would disagree with level 3's feedback, who would disagree with level 2's, and so on. And so we never got a clear answer on anything. Which made it really, really difficult to keep moving on the project. And there was like a bunch of delays. Like they had to pause the project for a couple weeks for something. I think it was like getting the VO done or something. But anyway, it got to be like end of July, and we're like, dude, we have not gotten any money or been able to take on any projects for 2 months. This is not going to work. And we're just waiting for that other $15,000. So we had to make the really hard decision, and I know that agency does not like how we handled that, and I am sorry, but also you guys definitely understand because I'm pretty sure y'all had to do this at some point too. Mm-hmm. We had to just cut the project off. Yeah. It was not done. The project was not done. There was still work to do on it, but we had our timeline, and we just could not keep pushing it. It was losing us money at that point. We weren't making anything. We couldn't take on other opportunities. And we had basically done everything that needed to be done for the project. It was just like revisions after revisions on silly little stuff that didn't even have to do with animation.
Scope creep. Yeah. They were also trying to get us to do things that weren't really in the creative.
No, we had to do some video editing and shit, which was absolutely not involved.
I was like, dude, I have never done this.
And that agency has not talked to us since. I don't think that they really appreciated that, but I still feel that we made the right decision to eventually cut that off because
We definitely could have handled it better.
It had to be done. But yes,
So.
we could have communicated it better. That's for sure.
Sorry.
Anyway, so now we're end of summer. We got paid that $15,000. Now here's the thing. So Noah and I are now doing like 40% of each project is being saved in the account, but then we're only doing 60% still split like pretty evenly between us.
Yeah.
So instead of like the $3,000 or something that we might have gotten before, we each got like $9,000 all at once, which is absurd. We do not make anywhere near this amount on projects. Yeah, we will explain that, but please do not be out here thinking we're making a ridiculous amount of money, because I swear we are making less than the other people on our team.
Yep.
So, but we'll get to that. Anyway, so we got all that money dropped on us, and like it was good that we got it, because we hadn't made any money for 3 months, and we were about to have a bunch of expenses because we were going to move in together into that same house that Noah was in, because we were going to use that as like we need to live here, but also we'll use this as our office sort of thing, because we weren't going to be in school anymore, so you can't have student housing. Another fun benefit of leaving the school, I guess. Yep. All those expenses start to add up. Anyway, so we get that.
And you know what? I will say student housing is a lot of the times kind of on par with just not being in student housing. If you find
money,
roommates, and like a good house to rent, it's kind of comparable. I'm not gonna lie, especially some of those more expensive student housing. Not worth it.
No, definitely not. Yeah. I had a like 300 square foot studio for like $1,100, which is cheap now here. Like now that sort of stuff is like $1,500 plus.
Yeah.
But at the time it was still like a shit ton of money for that.
That wasn't even student housing, I think.
No, it was off campus, but it was still like student apartments.
Yeah.
Anyway, though, it's getting so hot in here.
It really is.
I know, I can feel it. Can you actually open that door and just turn the fan up?
Yeah, sure. Continue.
But anyway, so we're going to move in together. Just so that it's like easier to work on stuff, because before we're having to do everything over Discord separately, and it was like harder to work that way. But anyway, and then like move the curtain so that it's not, so it actually like blows over here. Great, thank you. Okay, that feels so much better. Oh my god. Anyway, so
you're gonna mess up the mics?
No, it's fine. We're end of summer, and Publix project is done. We're like, oh shit, how are we gonna get the next one? And surprise, surprise, one of my streetwear connections comes back.
Surprise.
The last time I'd worked with him, it was like a 60-second video for like $3,200 or something like that. And then this time we're like, hey, it's Ravie prices now though. And he's like, okay, sure, we can do like $8,500. And I'm like, cool, more than double the price for less video, but it's gonna be a lot better.
And it was.
And it really was.
Project.
That was the autopilot video on our portfolio. It's still on there. It's white, blue, and green. Yeah. But anyway, that was a really fun one. He was good to work with too. We actually were running pretty tight up against the timeline. Like we was really crunching at the end, and he was like, actually we can delay the launch. It's no big deal. Which like was kind of annoying at the time, because we were like, well, now we just have a month before we get the rest of that money. But it worked out, because we got to take on other stuff. We actually got hit up by these guys who run another motion studio here in Raleigh called Blue Team. And they actually hit us up for a branding project, which was so fun, because we hadn't done one of those in forever.
Shout out.
Shout out to Zan and Zappo. Y'all are goats. But anyway.
The Blue Team.
We did a project for them to just do like a whole bunch of branding.
That was really fun.
It was a pretty quick one. It was like $5,000
That was a good ass time. We haven't done branding in so long.
I know.
We haven't done branding at that point. Like really, I did like a little bit of things here and there, but we haven't really done like logo work and that kind of stuff since we made like
Dojo,
Dojo stuff.
Yeah.
And then before that, since we made the Ravie logo.
Yeah.
Which by the way
was my logo. Just
Austin's
saying.
logo.
Just saying, the Ravie one was my draft.
Yes, sir. It was a little bit of a combination. I made like this really cool serif R, and Austin was messing around with these like fun.
I was just rotating shapes a bunch of times until I could get it to look like an R, and it just happened.
And I was like, what if we add like serifs and stuff? And then this was born. And suddenly we're like, there it is.
There it is.
We love
That's the one.
And it's beautiful. And we use the serif font, which was like very like interesting for us. It was very exciting.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's how that Ravie logo was born.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did the Blue Team branding project.
And this is like September.
Good ass time.
It was good.
For that, I think 5K.
Yeah, it was 5K-ish. And we'll like talk about totals for the end of that year and stuff. I know that we're just throwing a bunch of numbers out and whatever, but anyway, that was around 5K. Then we finished up the autopilot project. That was the other bit of that. It was like $8,000 or something. in total, not the half of it. The half was like 4,000 or something. And then we get contacted by this studio in London called Ren Studios. I actually haven't seen any of their stuff in a while, but they do lots of work in like medical companies. They do like biologically accurate medical animation and stuff in 3D. It's beyond me in level of like attention to detail and stuff. But anyway, they wanted us to do their promo reel. Like they wanted us to do the motion design for their motion design company's reel. Right. And so I did a full scene in 3D. Actually 2 full scenes in 3D.
Just for funsies?
Just for funsies, because I was on a 3D kick at that point.
Right.
And also around this time, I left 9 Miles completely. That marketing agency that I was working at, I left around September. I just couldn't keep it going while I was also doing Ravie stuff. It was kind of a similar thing to school. I think I just realized how like consistently unhappy I was at that job as well. It was just like all corporate work, and there not only was it corporate work, but a very like corporate environment under the veil of like a we're all friends sort of team. But the structure and sort of things that they use process-wise were very much like how a big corporation would run things. So it was like, I don't know. It just felt like a lot of unnecessary red tape and stuff. And not to mention I was getting paid way lower than I should have been.
Right.
When I started there, I'll even go into that. When I started there, I was getting $14 an hour as an intern, which was, I mean, it sounded like a lot to me at the time, but then I realized what I could make as a freelancer, obviously. And I was like,
like,
well, okay, this makes no
just
goddamn
any
sense.
Internship. I'm not just getting coffee.
Yeah.
I'm their design team.
I was the entire design department.
Right.
Anytime there was motion design on a video, which was like every other video, I was the only one doing it, and they were getting for $14 an hour. Crazy. And then I got a bump up and this was while I was doing all these other projects for like thousands of dollars and shit, and I was still taking this for $14 an hour. But anyway, I got a raise my first year. It was like to $17 or something. So it was like, but it was phrased as like the biggest raise in company history. So it was like a 21% raise, which sounds like a lot, but it's really only $3 extra. And to someone who was working
$14
for someone who was working 24 hours a week, because I was only there 3 days.
And then the rest of the week working with Ravie, and
that's going
US
from
webcam
utility is going from $336 a week to $408. So a whole whopping extra $60. And they were making it seem like it was this huge thing. And like, I tried to ask for more money at one point, and it was this big deal of like, we definitely can't give you this much. And I'm like, I'm doing like everything for you on this whole front. What do you mean? So I ended up like deciding I was going to leave, and I got like a whole plan with them on, in terms of like how they would scale up the payments and stuff to me, over time. Cause I said I would leave after school, but then when I ended up dropping out, that like timeline got shifted up. So I ended up being able to get up to like the mid-20s or so, per hour there, but that was only because I was right about to leave. And then I was supposed to be there for another like year or something. I was like, there's no fucking way I can do another year of this. Are you kidding me? The raises were not cutting it anymore. The work just wasn't fulfilling, and I was having to do like all of this extra internal work despite not getting paid more money.
Yeah. I was like, Austin, I kind of need you on some of these Ravie things.
And I was giving him like sales stuff that we were learning the entire time.
Yeah.
For free.
For free. And like half the time they wouldn't even take it. And most of it is what we do now, and it's doing way better. Like I don't understand. They wouldn't put any effort onto like organic social stuff, and that's all that the loops are. Yeah. And clearly that's worked out. But whatever. Incredible.
So I ended up leaving there in September. And it was actually a really funny thing. When I left, I was like, hey, if you guys need someone to help you out while you're finding somebody, I can help you out at the rate that I was working at, if a project came up eventually. But I was not working there. All right. But for whatever reason, the way that they thought that was phrased was that I would hold a certain amount of hours for them per week as long as they hit me up in a certain amount in advance. Like I was still working there. I'm like, they called me. They emailed me about a project one time, and I was like, guys, we're like crazy busy with Ravie stuff. I can't do this. And then my old boss calls me. He's like, hey, so I heard you said no to this project. Like, didn't our agreement say X, Y, and Z? I'm like, I'm not still working there. You didn't think I was just like holding this time. It cannot possibly be the case in terms of what you thought. But they were like, oh, I guess we'll just like void the contract or something. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's really what was going on this whole time? Like, you thought I was just sitting here waiting around for your call? Like, come on. I got a whole company to run. This is ridiculous.
Silly.
So anyway, I left there in September of 2021. That was done with. I finally get 5 full days at Ravie. 7 days if I want to work the whole week, including weekends or whatever. And it was an immediate shift. Like, for reference, from the beginning of the year in 2021, quarter one, we made like $31,000. So that was a pretty good first quarter for us. I mean, that was pretty huge. Then 15K for the second quarter, 23 for the third. And in that last quarter, we went from making like 15 and then 23 to almost $40,000 in the last 3 months of the year. It was insane. And we were like working on it, getting it all done, whatever. And at this point, we had stopped paying ourselves in that way where we were like, here's the whole amount for the project. Let's take 60% and split it evenly. We were instead doing it like we were just taking draws per week. So at first we were doing it to where Noah and I were like, what would be a good salary? Like, what do we want? And we were like, $80,000 sounds about right. And we were like, what's that come out to weekly? And we were like, $1,500. And so our genius idea was just because we kept seeing money go up in the account every time we got these new projects, we just kept paying ourselves $1,500. In fact, we made it a goal to pay ourselves $1,500 10 weeks out of the remaining weeks in the year. And we did it. I mean, we paid that amount, but that's a lot of money to be shelling out for the company.
Bad goal.
And so what happened was, because that was our goal, we made this money, right? We're getting the $4,000 1 month, 16, then 12, then 10. And so by the end of the year, we have somehow made $107,000. Like, that was insane to us that we crossed the 6-figure mark.
That post on our Ravie Instagram account,
it was a little too early. It's not. That was posted around like October. But anyway, so it was like $107,000. We spent so much money in the last 6 months of the year that we only ended the year with $2,500 in profit. 2.3% of our entire revenue was profit, and the rest we either had to use to like pay for someone to make a website for us, or paying Chris, or those sorts of things. Most of it was just to us though, or like other random expenses that came up like taxes and other shit.
Yeah, taxes were a big one.
But it was just insane. Like, I just kept seeing money go up in the account, so we just kept shelling out the money. And I don't even feel like we had that much. And if anything, it's a good thing we paid ourselves that much, because each of us had like a $10,000 surprise tax bill at the beginning of 2022 that we had to pay out of pocket.
Yep. I was just
couldn't
looking
do
up
anything about it.
If we could talk about a company that comes up later.
Oh, and I'm assuming we can't.
Yeah, I think we can, because they're public.
Oh, okay, cool. But anyway, so all of this to say, here's the really scary part of Ravie. All right. We got through 2021. We're like, holy shit, we managed to make over $100,000. Like, things felt really good. We managed to keep things going despite us leaving school and all that stuff. Like, we were on our own and we were doing it. And then we start 2022 with like $2,500 in the bank account, which is like, we can't pay ourselves at that. If we were doing our $1,500 a week, there's no way. We didn't have enough money for that. We couldn't even afford to pay to like get someone to do some sales work for us to try and get more projects. And that was only like $350.
We got real close to like the minimum.
To the minimum in the account. You have to have over $2,000 daily, or you start getting like fees in your bank account for a business bank account that we got. And we just had no money.
Nothing.
And we were screwed. Like, Noah and I had to pay those huge tax bills, and then we couldn't take anything from Ravie to help pay it because Ravie didn't have
no
any money. So we basically lost all of the money that we paid ourselves to taxes.
Yep.
And then the company had nothing. And the best part of this whole thing, we didn't have any leads at all.
We were
nothing.
We were up the creek.
We
at the dry bed.
Up shit creek without a paddle.
Up shit creek, no paddle.
We
no water either.
Like,
just on a dry riverbed.
We seriously had no idea if we were going to be able to make it through that.
We were like, well, shit.
We couldn't pay for anything, and so I was like, all right. I realized we royally fucked this up. Like, we paid ourselves way too much money, and then had it all taken away from taxes anyway. So we were like, all right, here's the thing. I am usually the salesperson in terms of like getting leads and stuff. For us, it's just more of what I do know is like primarily majority on the pre-production and design stuff. I still do that, but that's like one of us is more on the other.
As far as specializations.
Right.
Go.
Although usually we basically do everything still.
Yeah.
But anyway.
It's been getting real even lately.
Yeah. So as the salesperson, I was like, well, shit. We need to make money, don't we? Mm-hmm. So I was starting to send like hundreds of emails every week.
God, yeah.
It was insane. Like I was reaching out to so many different businesses trying to get some projects, and like the projects that we did have, like we had a full plate's worth of work that started back in November. Like we didn't even have the ability to take on new projects because we didn't have enough time, and we didn't have any freelancers or anybody to help us at that point, which is why we started getting some freelancers to help us. But anyway,
shout out to Johan.
Yeah, for real. Shout out to Johan. He got us through that first quarter. Oh my God. But we couldn't like take anything else on, and we were just waiting for these payments to come through, and it was awful. Like that's probably the most stressed we've ever been.
Yep.
I mean, maybe once in the past couple months, but I feel like that was more stressful than even that was.
Yeah, I
just
think
not having any
too.
money and whatever.
It's pretty bad.
So Noah and I just didn't pay ourselves for the entire month of January.
We're like, all right,
we didn't get any money, and we
us.
still had all our expenses. We still had to pay all of our rent and like get groceries and all that normal stuff. And so we were just like completely in the negative, even on a personal level, that whole month. And we were like, well, shit. All right, we got to that point where like we got that surprise tax bill, and I'm like, we got to do something because I can't pay this. Like I don't have enough money to pay this, and it's not even. We don't even spend that much money on shit. Like both of us are relatively frugal people, and we'll splurge on stuff every once in a while, but really are not spending very much money. But anyway, just so much to have to take out and pay at one time. And so we each took like $600 or something. Like that was the most we could do from the Ravie account at that time. And that was it. Like that was all we could take until we got more projects or we got more payments. And then finally shit started turning around in February of that year, just a little bit, just a glimmer. It was only just enough to like keep us, like we were at essentially zero in the bank account. And then February got us up to like $5,000 maybe by the end of the month. Which I realize might sound like a lot of money, but like in terms of like our expenses now, the amount that we're spending per week for the team, including us and our like other expenses and stuff, is well over $5,000.
Yep.
So like we essentially didn't even have a week's worth of runway. Like if we had people on the team, we would have been screwed. The only way we got out of it was just not paying ourselves money. Wow. What a fun solution. But hey, I guess it makes sense since we paid ourselves way too much before. Anyway, so we get it back up to like $5,000 and we start to get some projects again. But I'm like, all right, we really got to keep on this. Like, I don't know how the hell we're going to manage to pull ourselves out of this. And boy, did it work off. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
We went from, all right, so we made $107,000 in 2021, and January we make nothing this year. We didn't make a single cent in January. All right. February, 11.7K. March, 25.2. April, 26.8. May was $44,000. June was 11. July is 25. August is 32. We did another like 35 last month in September, and we're on track to do like 60K this month. We managed to make the amount that we did in sales in all of last year in the first 5 months after starting from like nothing. It has been insane.
It's been insane.
Fucking nuts.
I don't know how we did that.
I have no idea. All the dominoes just kept falling into place to the point where like we went from not even being able to pay ourselves in January to then in June being like Ronell hitting us up on who, for those of you that don't know, is our motion design intern who is also helping with community stuff now. He hit us up over email and Instagram DMs and basically like was asking if we could do an internship with him. And he was even willing to work for free. And we were like, no, we will hire you for money. Like less than 6 months after we couldn't pay ourselves or do anything. Mm-hmm. And we were like, yeah, sure. We'll try this. That's whatever. Like, what the hell? It's insane. And I'm like trying to remember the projects we worked on this year. Like we had that one that we started. We had a couple that we started in November of 2021 that were still like trickling into the year. There was Idea Market. That one's on our portfolio. That was effectively being able to like bet on pieces of information. I don't know that they're still around though. Who else? It was, yeah. I mean,
was Luther.
Luther, which is like a big information systems company that we made a couple really long videos for. Shout out Johan.
Shout out Johan. Shouts out.
Who else was the beginning of that year? It was.
I don't really know.
I really don't remember. At some point around like April or May, we got hit up by Crunchyroll, which was insane. Oh yeah. Speaking of, this year was also just the year of like A-list clients. It was absurd. Like we would get shit in our type form next to like, can I please have an internship, or can you make me something for $80 from like the next one up being a Fortune 500 company.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane.
It's really weird.
So Crunchyroll hits us up, wants us to do this trailer for their conference that they were going to have back in July, I think. So we worked on that. That was fun. That was a cool name to work with. Who else there was? There's so many different people. It's hard to remember.
There were a couple of little ones.
There's so many. There were so many like smaller ones that just piled up that we were able to get done really quickly. That it was just like, they were only worth like maybe 8K or something, but there were so many of them. It was just like, so many things adding up. One of the ones that we got was kind of weird was it was the conference opener for the National Education Association, which is like a labor union for bus drivers and teachers.
We should really hit that creative director up. He's very cool.
We really should. He's so awesome. And that was the other huge thing for the year. Last year, 2021, we worked with so many projects that it was just like such a pain to get through. Like 50% of them, it was just such a struggle. And like they really didn't want to let us have any direction with the videos, and it didn't really feel like our content and whatever. And also I'm saying this like success for the year as if it just like happened by magic. It didn't. Like we had our sales cycle that we were doing where we were actively emailing a bunch of people and trying to reach out. But that holy shit, man. It's the loops.
It's the loops.
My God. Which wasn't even out of a sales thing. In January, I got so tired of working on the corporate stuff we were finishing out for the end of the year in 2021 and that I was doing at 9 Miles that I was like, I got to just make some fun, zippy stuff. So I was just doing like test animations every week. And then I don't even remember what the first one was, like the first one that's got a name on it or something.
I don't know.
But that was whatever. I made one. I put a little word at the end of it. I got to figure out which one it was. But it was purely for me. It was just for fun and to just flex some keyframes and whatever. And it was a good ass time. And then all of a sudden, I posted one day. I don't even remember if it was for the first week or maybe it was like the third or fourth. And the previous best I had was like 1.3K on that time one that I was talking about that I made in school.
Yeah.
This one blew up to immediately have like over 10K. Within like 3 days. And I was like,
whoa,
what the fuck?
But
I was like, I mean, maybe it's a fluke, you know, like, I don't know if it's going to keep happening. And I wasn't banking on it or anything. Oh, it was Split. That was the first one I put
Split. I remember that one.
I was really happy with that one too. But it just really started to get a lot of traction on like every social media's profile that I was putting it on. But I was still just making them for me. It was just fun. And then every single time it was performing. And then it was very clear from very early on, I post loop, we get like 5 inquiries that week. How about we do this every week? And then it's like just unlimited, like leads kept coming in. Really we had to turn down so many different things this year. Mostly because it was still just me and Noah. Like we just didn't have time to be able to do stuff.
On top of that, Austin started streaming, and all these really wonderful people were like, "This is cool."
It just blew up.
And we were like, "This is cool,"
and it was completely unexpected. Yeah. Which I think is the reason that it worked out, because we weren't trying to game it and be like, "We want to do well on social media," because that never works out. But it's just like it was a complete game changer, and it was totally up our alley. Like we didn't even talk about like some of the ways we thought about Ravie at the beginning. We had such a focus that I picked up from 9 Miles on like the content that you make for advertising has to convert to leads. Like that has to be the point. It has to be selling something and whatever. And so when we were doing our own social ads for ourselves, we took the same route where it was like, we have to be telling people, we have to be selling to them with words or like whatever. And, or like deals and other different things. But
the loops are purely just showing what we do and not saying anything about, I mean, I would put in the caption like my process and stuff, but that was what it was. It wasn't like, do you want one? You can get it for this amount of money. Contact me here, blah, blah, blah. It's not selling at all. And that's what works so well. Like it's the good motion. Obviously, if it was just like crap motion and like the design was bad, then it doesn't really matter what we do to it. But it was good motion. It was something zippy and fast that separated itself from all the corporate stuff. And that alone combined with the process made it very much like we're not selling ourselves with sales anymore. It's very much just like we are presenting ourselves, and whoever wants that will show up. And that's what it was.
And they did.
We started getting clients that wanted us to, especially at this point in the year and the last few months, people have been coming to us from all sorts of companies that we can't talk about, unfortunately.
I wish we could.
Ridiculous opportunities.
Very cool stuff.
That are coming to us not as like, we haven't had to sell anybody in a while. It's so insane to think about, but like it used to be, we email someone, they want to work with us or whatever, or they want to work with us and we have to like get on the call and try and sell them on why we're good to work with. And like, we do this, this, and this, so it's a good idea. And like giving them reasons to want to work with us. But now it's the complete opposite. We just get to be there and talk to people because they're coming to us from Instagram and all these social profiles as like fans of the work first.
Yeah.
And
Some
liking who we
like,
are as people.
Yo, I've been following your work for like a year. And we're like, first of all, thank you so much. That's crazy.
Seriously.
And they're like, and we want to work with you on this thing, and we want you to do your thing. And we're like,
I'm sorry. We were just being like told that we had to do
lucky.
this and had to do this just like 6 months ago, and like couldn't do any of the shit we wanted. That's why I had to make the loops to begin with. It's because we couldn't make what we wanted and what we thought would. It's not even just like we think this is cool, so we think everybody else should have to have it for their advertising. This is what works. Like we're taking that same strategy that works so well for us on the loops, and it works well for other companies. It's like, it's getting people to understand and associate a positive like feeling and experience with a company over necessarily having to be sold on like their product or what they're doing as like the first thing that they're seeing. Like
we were so ingrained with that sales mindset.
It was
awful. And we were so off the mark.
It doesn't work.
And
there
we
are
found
so
out
many
like
people
we
that
found
do
out
that.
in another way. We found out when we were in our big sales cycle of just, if we just reach out and we are interested in these companies and what they do, which oftentimes we very much are.
Yep.
We like learning about all these new fields and these businesses. It's very neat. And we just talk to them. They will sell themselves on us.
Yep.
We'll be like, hey, like, tell me about yourselves. And of course, the conversation will get back to us. And they'll be like, well, what do you do? And we're like, oh, we do motion design for companies and stuff.
But
And
it
they see our
usually is
work
we get to just talk like we're friends.
Yeah.
You know, that's what we get to in those calls instead of it being a sales thing.
And they're like, oh, and then they find where we can fit into their plan, to their content, whatever. And they're like, actually, do you guys want to do a project? And we're like, yeah, sure. If we had approached them being like, do you want to do a project? We offer these services X, Y, and Z. They would be like, absolutely not. Get out of my LinkedIn inbox or whatever.
That's right.
And we'd be like, all right, back to the curb with us. But we didn't start that way. They sold themselves. And we already like kind of were getting the feeling that like, clearly you can't sell to people directly. You have to let it be their idea. And the loops proved that so hard.
So like immensely just, we don't have to do anything other than just be ourselves, and that's it.
And gee dang it, are we getting good at doing that?
We certainly are. Like we're doing this whole thing right now, like just even telling you guys this whole story because we want to do this thing that we're like not really talking about yet, but we want to be able to like document what is happening at Ravie and like let people be, instead of having to summarize all this shit for everybody. And like now it's a thing that happened in the past. Like we would very much like everybody to be able to experience it as we are experiencing it. And you'll see more details and shit about that as we figure that out. But we were trying to record this whole thing in like a 10-minute thing, which I think is a fucking joke.
Incredible. It's been like 2 hours.
Yeah, seriously. We were trying to record this whole thing as like an intro to like a, hey, here's everything that's happened at Ravie. And Noah and I were sitting there talking, and I was just like, just stream this. Like, we'll just stream us talking about this. Because it's like...
We've never like fully just sat down and told the entire story, and it's been recorded.
Except to our team members.
We
And
have
then
we have
it's not
told people the
recorded.
story, but like this is
Yeah.
getting everything out.
Everything. Other than the stuff that we cannot tell you because of binding legal reasons.
We'll do it again in a year. I'm
We
sure.
will, and then we'll be able to talk about it, or it'll be things that we can like show and whatever. you
Yeah.
know.
We'll see if we're just full of hubris right now, I guess.
Yeah, maybe everything crashes down in a year, but boy, it doesn't look like it. But like for example, I can't name any names or anything, but it's an insane experience on this last project that we've been working on. It's our favorite one to date. I can't wait to be
Absolutely.
able to share it to everybody, but it's insane.
Recently, Austin and I have been not able to, like, we have team members now, and we've all been able to animate all together and stuff, but that means that, like, it's been a while since Austin and I just had a project with just ourselves, and
Yep.
this recent one, Austin and I both just took half the video.
We fucking murdered it, dude.
It
We
was-
killed this video.
It was really fun.
It's so
we made
good.
something that was very much in our style, and I say our style very much because, again, Austin was the one who taught me motion design. Yeah. Look at him go. He showed me the speed graph. He was like, here's how you do a gradient in After Effects. And I was
And now
like,
here
that's
we
pretty
are.
neat. And now here we are. And I was like, here's how you do a color. And he's like, okay. And so, like, our motion design is very similar. It's very, very similar.
Yeah.
Because, again, he taught me. And so, like, we made this video that feels very cohesive and very fun because, like, we designed it together and we animated it together. And it's just, like, we got to work together just like old times. And it was so G-dang fun. It was a really good time.
And it was just such a cool feeling in this sales process to, like, all right, we worked with an agency on this, and then it's for another company. But the agency came to us because we were the number one thing on the inspiration deck that they sent to this client, and the client just wanted our stuff.
They're like, all right, we'll reach out.
And it's such an insane group of people that work at this goddamn company to want our stuff from Instagram posts. It just feels so surreal. It's insane. Like, we were actually, like, sought after for this. It's crazy. It's just absurd. I don't think that's the best word for it. It's just crazy, especially from like us walking through what happened last year doesn't even feel like the same company at all.
It doesn't.
Anything that happened before August feels like an entirely different company.
Yeah.
Like I mean, geez, there's so many different things that I didn't even touch on that have happened. It's just nuts. Like, we have an office now. There's that.
Yeah.
We're in an actual office space at a building in downtown, like in a nice ass office complex. Before we were at the house like a month ago.
Yeah.
And then we both were like, let's go get an office because we're tired of working at the house.
We need that work-life separation. Which
and
actually just turned into we're at the office all the time.
But it's been so good.
That's been
I
really
feel
fun.
so much better than I did at the house. Oh my God. And I think it's also just because of like the projects and stuff we've been doing. But like, holy shit, dude. It's crazy. BZOA says, breach the NDA, please. I'll cover your legal fees. I bet you won't.
I bet
you
gonna
wouldn't
be
for this
too
one.
high.
I bet we lose that. But anyway, it's basically now we're tracking for at least like 350K for the year, which is more than 3 times what we got last year. And we think it's entirely feasible. And it's our goal for the year to try and hit 500K.
Yep.
Which is nuts. Going from like 100K to like $500,000 in 1 year.
Blows my
What?
mind.
That's crazy. And it's just like, we just want to share all of this shit with everybody because it feels like such an insane story. Like, beyond just like, we all like motion and that's cool. But like, goddamn, dude, what an insane business journey this has been. From the college shit to like the money troubles and all of that stuff to just like being able to sit here now and like feel like it's stable somewhat and also watch it grow. Like, we had 2 people. So now we've got a team of 6. Like, it's insane. I don't know. It's pretty fucking crazy.
I'm proud of us.
Yeah, same, dude. It's a I don't know.
And so that's how we got here.
Yep, that's generally the story. And we still have so many months to close out the year. Oh boy. Like, we still have another 2 months on top of this. Are you kidding me? And we got plans we didn't even talk about the community stuff. Dude, we hired two of the best people that we could have ever asked to work with in MSETI and Sam because they submitted to one of our challenges that we got a community from because of the loops.
Right.
What? It's crazy.
It's wild.
It's absolutely insane. And I love the idea of, like, I know there are so many other studios that have been around for way longer or just have such a high volume of sales per month that, like, they're taking in what we got last year in a month or something. But I just love kind of sitting in this feeling of, like, we might not have as much money as everybody else does necessarily right now.
Nor experience.
But boy, do we have some, like, really solid potential right now. And, like, building the community that I'm really not seeing anywhere else. And it just feels like a really, like, special position to be in, especially, like, as young as we are, to, like, already be in that spot is like, holy shit, I don't even know what it's going to look like when I'm 30. Are you kidding me? 10 years from now? What the hell?
I feel so lucky and so damn excited to just, like, see how far we can go and see what wonderful things we can make. I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah. And even just, like, 3 months from now, it's going to feel like probably a whole different thing too, because we already have like 3 initiatives or something that we really
feels
want to push.
Completely different.
Yeah.
And, like, me a year ago feels like a completely different person than me now. And a lot of that is thanks to Ravie and what we've been doing here, like, growing personally, growing professionally. It's been a whirlwind, and we really want to share that with you.
It's just an insane thing to have your problems go from being like, oh no, my classes or, like, my social life to, like, am I going to get this, like, $55,000 project done on time? Oh shit. Like, oh, am I going to talk to, like, this person from this crazy ass company today? Like, who am I going to DM on Instagram? Like, that sort of it's nuts.
It's mind opening, and, like, the amount of perspective that I've gained from it, that we've both gained from it, has been just wild. It really has. It's crazy.
And it just feels good to be in a position as, like, I'm sure there's definitely going to be some people. EOS Webcam Utility! There's definitely going to be some people out there from studios or otherwise that will probably find us a little arrogant or, like, think we're gloating and all of that stuff. But, like, to us, it really just feels like that's the, like, the special sauce of what the company feels like to us is that we are so unafraid of sharing anything with y'all or anyone, barring any, like, legal problems.
Yeah.
'Cause, you know,
we'd like to not get sued.
We'd like to not get sued. That would be great.
That would be fun.
But, like, just sitting here and being able to share this stuff and, like, put all of that out and is now just something that will live on the internet.
Yeah.
Is such a cool feeling, let alone for us to just look back on. But, like, if I had something like this, like, if I was able to watch this sort of conversation when I was starting with Tech Wave, they were doing this deodorant brand competition shit with my best friend and, like, figuring out.
Shout out to Matt
again. And figuring out like, how to start in graphic design and all that sort of shit. To, like, have something like this to be able to watch in this raw way is just, like, I would have wanted that. And so it doesn't feel like it comes from a place of, like, I just need to show everybody how much better we've done this year. It's just like, it would have been helpful to me. And I figure it'll be helpful to somebody, if not entertaining.
If not,
like, that whole college saga, it could be like a whole TV show in its own way. Like,
at least get some entertainment value out of this.
Come on. I don't know. It's a little bit of therapy in a way.
A little bit.
Because we go through all of, especially it being a very much online business, we go through all of this stuff not being able to really share it with anybody else except for each other.
Right.
Or, like, people in the community, sure, but, like, we want to be able to put this in a way where it's, like, just a thing that's digestible to everybody is this, like, business journey, just, like, what's happening. I don't know. It just feels super exciting to put that out there.
We eat, breathe, and bleed it. And
We
so
certainly
like,
do, sometimes to a detrimental degree.
A little bit,
We're a little crazy.
But like it's
fun.
it's so interesting and fun and neat to us. So like it's gotta offer some sort of entertainment or insight or something to somebody else. So why not? And that transparency thing is something that we were just immediately on. We've been so disenfranchised with the whole bureaucratic world of college, of corporate, and we're so fucking over it. We're so tired of it. We want to be able to send memes to our clients, which we do.
We do, and they love it. Even though they're not our age at all. It
doesn't matter.
Every single barrier.
Yeah. It's just like we don't want to be like everybody else. We don't want to be boring, honestly. We want to be transparent. We want to be interesting. We want to be open. We want to be helpful.
Also, I totally realize, I see the message in the chat from Kiko. These guys making lots of money playing with shapes and making a move. That's actually crazy. I mean, I agree with you. It isn't saying that we can even like charge what we do or what anyone in the industry does for what it is. But I realized earlier, I was like, don't get me wrong. We do not make nearly as much money as we did then now. And it's totally right. Like I was telling you, we were making $1,500 a week before.
That's
$80,000 salary. That's nuts.
Insane.
That's nuts. That was such a drain on the account, whatever. Our team members most of our team makes more than we do right now.
Yep, they do. If they work a full week, they make more than us.
They make more money than we do. We each get $1,000 a week. That's
like $30. No, 25.
25 an hour.
That's about 25 an hour.
It's a good amount of money. I mean, $1,000 every week is nothing to scoff at or anything. But like, we could each be getting like hundreds, if not $1,000 daily as a freelancer if we wanted to do that, you know?
Yeah.
But that's the other thing. I don't give a like, I mean, obviously I wanted to make money. Like that's the point of the business. Like we need money and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. But I don't really care how much of it we've got. It doesn't matter. To me, I like the spending my time in middle school and high school and whatever, instead of like doing the normal high school things, sitting on my computer, which I realize sounds a little sad.
A little bit.
And like just doing design for people. Like I just fucking live, eat, and breathe this stuff for a while. We like this thing that we heard a little while ago. It's a Simon Sinek TED Talk where he talks about like different kinds of games. There's the finite game where everybody knows the rules and there's an end to it. Like a baseball game, for example, is a good example of a finite game. Everybody knows that there's this amount of batters and there's 4 bases and so on and so on. Mm-hmm. But the other part is the other game is the infinite game, and the only rules of the infinite game are to keep the game going. And like, sure, I'm 20. Who knows if I'm going to be doing motion forever or whatever. Who knows if I'm going to do that until I retire. But if I ever retire, that's kind of funny to think about anyway. But it's playing this like a game to me that's the most exciting part. Like, it doesn't feel real, like, ever. I don't know. Like, sometimes it really hits me as like a holy shit, this is some crazy stuff that we've done. I've had that many times throughout this conversation, but like most of the time we're just like, it feels like we're playing with cheat codes on a little bit, you know? It's just like seeing how wacky the circumstances can get, like the types of clients that we can reach and the size of the team and the types of projects we can make and the initiatives that we can start on an internal level and try and like have those succeed. It's just like, I just got to know how far it goes. I mean, Noah and I have talked about this a lot because I mean, I had other passions for a while. Like I had all sorts of different stuff I tried doing, and like I was really interested in math and engineering and those sorts of things. And I like science. Most of the YouTube content I take in is like tech and science and those sorts of things. Mm-hmm. But this just happened to work out the best. Like that design path for me just happened to be what gave me the most opportunity to continue it to where there is nothing else that I am doing. This is like the thing for me, and I will push it as far as it can goddamn go, because I'm this far into this thing at this age. I cannot let myself fall behind on that. It feels like we're so like in such a lucky position to have found that sort of thing that we're interested in so young that most people just don't get to. And so I just got to know how fucking crazy it can get. Truly.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
It's nuts. And it's not all like, it's really not all positives. Like it's really tough sometimes.
We could be making so much more money doing
so many other things.
So many different things.
This is not the most profitable business. Creative
No.
businesses, not the most profitable
But we're
businesses.
certainly going to try and make it work as well as possible.
Kind of fucking hard. Like straight up.
When you get a bad client,
you get a bad
there's
client.
really nothing worse
There's
than that.
so
like,
many things to learn and so many like weird gray areas you got to just navigate. And us coming in it with little to no industry experience in like a professional setting. Like I'd never worked at an agency. I don't know how these things are managed. We just had to figure this all out
as we were doing
as
it.
we do.
Like,
and that has been the most valuable skill either of us have had, is just to be able to figure things out and
because
be able
that's
to trust
what it's
ourselves.
that's what it's like for every project, and that's what we're really trying to instill in everybody on the team here is like just being able to go from zero to figuring the thing out in as little time as possible.
Even if you didn't know it before.
Even with no experience. We didn't
know any of this before.
With the dojo thing, we never tried characters or anything, and we just recently had a project where we knew that we don't do character animation, especially the type that was being asked, and we still did it. It sucked. But we still went and did it, and now we have a workflow for that.
Yeah. It's just about figuring it out.
And that's really like what we've been trying to do with most of the shit. Like this right now is just straight up like a spur of the moment. Like we just decided to do this.
Yeah.
You know,
a lot of our best decisions,
we'll go stream
like the loops, all that stuff, very spur of the moment. Like, why don't we just try it? And usually those are the things that do well. The planned shit at the very beginning, we planned so many things.
It never works.
Didn't come to fruition.
It never works.
It didn't work. It's really just like find the passion, do the thing in the moment,
and the people will watch or they won't.
It'll happen or it won't, and then you just adjust from there and you figure it out because that's the only option.
I mean, Sam and Imseti was an impulse hire, a little bit.
We knew we needed something.
We knew we needed somebody, but we didn't know
there they
who.
were, and we're like, all right, let's pull the trigger, and it worked out.
We brought them in on a project, and the whole time we were working with them on that project, Noah and I were already like, we're gonna hire him if it goes well.
Yeah,
we'll give them an offer. It'll be great. It's gonna be really good.
And we did.
And they took it. So here we are. And now we're doing like ridiculous shit. Like it's a whole different league since they joined. It's insane. And there's something about the community stuff. I can't remember.
Community stuff's fantastic.
But sheesh, dude. Yeah, that alone feels crazy. The fact that
wild.
People will even submit to those challenges and stuff. And we're going to do some crazy shit with those. We are going to we're going to build a whole new thing of entertainment with this
It's
stuff.
going to be fun.
It's going to be so sick.
We're going to make the whole structure for challenges and all this stuff way better and easily accessible and all that stuff.
Kiko says, is it just motion design, y'all, or do y'all do branding as well?
We haven't done branding in a long time.
But we do. The design is the foundation for the whole thing. Like we do all the storyboarding and the script writing and the strategy if we're allowed. If we have the space for it. Mm-hmm. I mean, we do pretty much everything that could be done at this point. It's just whether or not those projects are there, and we're more bound to get motion-only projects or just a project for a video or something because that's what we're putting out. If we were putting out logo projects all the time or like branding and packages and stuff, we'd probably get a lot more of those, but it's just because, the loops are where most people come from, so they're bound to want motion content. You know? Yeah. Also, if you can see that you can make it move, why are you not going to ask for that anyway?
Right, I know, right? You got to move. It's got to move. It's so interesting to make it move. Another thing, like being so young and out here doing our damn thing, like it can be wildly lonely.
Oh, absolutely.
It can be really, really fucking lonely. Because, like,
there's a lot of people who this is just their 9 to 5.
Yeah.
You know? Like, they don't really care about this outside of their, like, day job.
Not only do we barely even have access to any of the social things most college age, that general area of peers, like, have access to, like, we're also not really in line with most of, like, age-wise, most of the professional industry.
Yeah.
And we also have this, like, really intense passion for this stuff, and we're also, like, in this weird entrepreneurial space. This all, like, separates us in this, like, weird little passionate group of, like, this is what I do all of the time. Lots of people can't really match that because
No,
they're
'cause they're
off
like-
doing other things. Maybe they don't know what they're doing yet, and that's totally fine. It's surprising that we're even here in the first place. But basically, that just separates me. Separates us in so many ways. Where, like, I can talk about motion design really intimately and intensely. This is the thing I'm doing all the time. I can talk about this business really intimately and intensely with Austin and, like, maybe 5 other people.
Yep.
But, like, it's really, like, Austin is the person that is going to match me on this.
Because we're experiencing
And
it,
then,
you
like,
know?
no one else. And, like, that is most of my life. Like, yeah, I have some other stuff going on, but Ravie is, like, majority of my life. That's my thing. That's Austin's thing.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. We're not going to college. We're not going to all these things. Like, where are we really going to, like, find our people?
The
you know?
office. Or on the internet to talk to
Yeah.
strangers.
Talk to strangers. Go to conferences. Whatever. When we get to, and it's just like we're very separated from our peers doing this.
Yeah.
And that can be lonely.
Which is
and
another one of the reasons that
very
the whole college
interesting.
thing happened, because we've just got so much passion for this that we are not afraid to really cause
Yeah.
a scene about it.
And, like, it's worth it. All to say, like, for
Yeah.
us, this is well worth it. I would never go back.
Well, and that's what feels really special about the community as well, is because it was pretty crazy to see the number of people in there and then see. Oh, that's funny. It's Chris. What up, Chris? How you doing, bro?
Hey, bro.
I hope none of that was bad. I don't think it was, but I don't
think
know.
so.
Who's to say? I'll leave that up to interpretation. Anyway, what was I just saying?
Chris is fantastic. What were you just saying?
That's what I'm wondering.
I was
don't know.
talking about
Somebody
we
real-
wouldn't trade it for anything.
Oh, yeah. Like, a majority of the people in the Discord server, I would like to say, are very similar. Like, MSETI and Sam, if we had just put out a hiring post somewhere here in Raleigh looking for motion designers, no way, no chance, not even close, that we would have gotten people that are actually as passionate as they are. They are just as crazy about motion as we are.
It's insane. We got so lucky.
It's really nuts. And the fact that we can just talk to people about that so consistently in that space is something really special, because it's already going to be people that are just so invested in it compared to the normal person, you know? Oh, hell yeah, Tinder XYZ. We've been in here
Yes.
long enough.
Oh my God,
Fuck yeah.
missed them.
Anyway, but I was also going to say, yeah, like the what do you do for fun question is always really hilarious to me,
God.
because I'm like, let me just think
What
about
do you
this.
mean?
Let me try and give you all the context here. What could possibly be more fun than this ridiculous play, like this ridiculous game that I get to play every single day?
It's so much
The
fun.
sheer amount of, like, and it's not necessarily just like a legacy thing or anything. Like, yeah, this is something that I get to leave behind when I'm gone, as like a thing that's beyond my name. But it is beyond me entirely in the reach that something like this has, like the impact that we're having in motion design on so many different industries, as opposed to if I just worked for a company or something, you know, like, or like there's specific industries in creative that are like more geared towards different industries, but we get to work with like bleeding edge tech, but also like real estate and entertainment. And it's like all of these
Crazy.
different things that we're touching. And it's like, holy shit, I just would never have known about this or even gotten to like brush shoulders with these types of people, like these
so interesting.
like influential people, if I didn't follow that passion and just continue to do it over anything else.
I just remembered something that Chris. I just remember. Well, first of all, I remembered that I wanted to be an inventor, and in a way, I kind of get to fulfill that. I get to invent these stories and this messaging and these wonderful little pieces of motion design, and I get to just invent this business, really, and it's so fulfilling. But also, I remembered something I wrote for some of my college essays a while back. Like, I was like, what is my main drive? Like, what do I really want to do? And I remember writing, like, just on a most basic level, I want to make the world a more beautiful place. because that's a very important thing, is that the world and the spaces and everything around me is beautiful and pleasing. And beautiful comes in like many different forms. It's not just visual, but that's a big one. And I look around and I get to do that. I get to make the world a little bit prettier for people.
Like you're telling me we get to have our job, just especially the type of motion that we want to do for people and that people are coming to us for, be just make the person feel good about watching it. Like
yeah.
just knock their socks off with some cool ass visuals every time. That's just what you're asking of me? Okay. Fuck yeah, are you kidding me? That's awesome. Or like make them feel a certain way. Like the project we were talking about before that we can't actually talk about or show is a somewhat more cinematic thing in a lot of ways. And it was like, that's not usually something we do, but it still is like a holy shit. Like that thing was dope as fuck.
It's really fun.
And it was so fun to be able to do. And it's just such a crazy thing. Like that's another thing where it's like that, what do you do for fun question usually is asked by people that it's just hard for me to relate to, you know?
That's lonely. Yeah.
Because I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'm just so obsessed with this thing and I get to make pretty pictures for a living that like these really influential people like, or these like huge companies are using and whatever, that like, it's kind of just difficult for me to like be like, yeah, let's go golf, or I don't know. Let's like, I don't, and like I have other things that I do. Like I watch TV, I play some games every once in a while. I have a girlfriend that I've been with for over a year that there's definitely a big future with. And so, I mean, like I'm not just a robot, I swear.
Due to contrary to popular belief. There it is. We got that.
Austin is not just a robot, but I just, when it is Ravie time, I am in that mode, man, and I'm just gonna do the damn thing, however we need to do it.
You know what irks me a little bit about the question, what do you do for fun? It's sort of making the implicit assumption that what you do for money is not what you do for fun.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is both what I do for fun. This is what I do for money. This is what I do for fulfillment. This is what I do most of my days, most of the time. It's 11 o'clock on a Monday.
And
we're
it was
doing
like
this.
8 when we started this, and we just are talking about it, and that's it. Like,
yeah.
come on.
This takes priority. I skipped the gym for this. This is what we do.
And I've had to like pee for the past hour, but I just have been.
But he
here,
hasn't.
You know? But I haven't, or have I?
Or maybe you
Who's to say?
Sassy. But we're just so damn lucky and appreciative, especially of everyone who has tuned in and who's tuning in.
Or who's just supported us ever.
Who's worked with us, who has worked with us and hated us, any of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hate or love.
Thank you.
We love you. So there you go.
For letting us do the thing we love to do. And hopefully we'll be able to do that for quite a while longer.
Yeah. We've got plenty of plans that'll really shake some things up. BZOA says that's what a robot would say. I did not pass the capture test. I really gotta. I thought that the buses were boats. Okay, I was trying to. I just couldn't solve it.
The Turing test would have your ass.
It really would. But all right, I'll go to the restroom real quick. But I want to open it up to. I mean, unless you have anything else to add, feel free. But I feel like we're pretty solid on the general story, and I'm sure there will be many an update to come. But
many an update.
I know there's still a good amount of people in here anyway. Floor's open.
Floor's open.
Any questions on anything? I know we threw a billion different things out, so
yeah.
Obviously we're willing to just talk about what the fuck ever. So
yeah, we're here. We're
throw
open.
things out there.
Except Austin's not here for a second because he's going to the bathroom. All right. Yeah, you go. All right. And yeah, Chris, we are absolutely overdue for a catch up. I would have liked to go to Adobe Max, but it always be sneaking up on me. I never really remember that it's gonna happen, and then we have like so many things to do. Maybe next year. Maybe one year we'll get invited to do a little segment or something. That would be lovely. Hello from the Philippines. Austin's Reddit account name is Wells Fuego. That's WELLS, I think underscore maybe space. FUEGO, I think. Fuego. And mine is Nohatram. No hat ram. Question. What's up? Thank you guys so much for the kind words. I'm looking back through chat. These are really sweet. I know that one person was asking earlier about talking with their, like, let me find the message. Was this it? Oh, yeah. The college president addressing concerns about the program. What would we have done differently if we had the chance? That's a very good question when it comes to the college stuff. I don't know. I mean, like, with the perspective that we have now, and having gone through that whole experience and dropping out and all that, I mean, I would have dropped out sooner, honestly, if I knew that this was an option. Are you kidding? I would have left immediately. I would have been like, all right, well, I know what I'm going to do. But if we wanted to make it work, I'm talking about what we would have done differently.
Okay.
In the college stuff.
Oh, okay.
So drop out immediately. But if we wanted to make it work,
choose a different program.
That
would have been it. And also find the program that would have had leadership and professors that would have been willing to work with us, because I think we just needed something different because we'd already worked so much, you know?
Yeah.
We needed more guidance than like what that specific curriculum was.
With our perspective now, I think we could definitely recognize when people are there for like the program or the academia versus like there for the people and there for the actual degree and there for like what's really happening.
And that's
the field,
what we needed.
The zhuzh, see? The profession.
But yeah, I would look for those people that are really willing to communicate with you, you know?
You posted the school animation.
Oh yeah. It's here, you can type it.
Wells Fuego.
Yeah, Wells _
I was trying to spell it earlier.
Yeah.
When you left.
Wells.
How dare they?
_
Is it capital W?
It's not
Does it
typed
matter?
there though. You gotta click there first.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's capital W, capital F.
One word?
Nope, there's an underscore.
I was right. There's an underscore.
There you go. There's the Reddit.
That's the Reddit.
You'll definitely see I never made a Reddit post about all my frustrations though. Totally should have done that.
Absolutely.
Whatever. I was a little too worried about what their reaction would be or whatever.
And now we care so much.
Kiko says, obviously it depends. How long should it generally take for a 20-second animation? An agency said, yeah. I mean, that's basically just slightly longer than the loops. We make those in like, we can make something like that in like a day if need be, you know?
Yeah.
But if we're going to storyboard and do all the other stuff, it's
like a full thing, 20 second.
Probably like a week-ish.
Like a week. If that was the only thing we were working on, yeah.
Yeah.
But it could stretch to like 2 or 3 if there's a bunch of things going on.
Or if there's
no pressure.
a VO, and depending on how many different rounds of approval are needed and all of that stuff. But yeah, I would say it's usually around that amount.
Do we have plans going into evolving motion technology like VR?
No plans right now. Like, we're not necessarily looking for those, but we're not going to say no to those either. We had a potential project recently that didn't go through, but it would have been a bunch of projection mapping inside of a space and making like the walls of the space animated with our things. And we'd never done anything like that before, but they were still willing to work with us. It was just that the actual end client did not have enough money for it. But
yeah. But like basically if they'll have us,
like
we're
we'll
very
take
open to so many different fields, and
we've had so many projects at this point where we had no idea what the hell we were doing going into it, that we can usually figure it out.
We're pretty confident.
Yeah.
Maybe a little overly so, but
for real,
we'll figure it out. We're much better at that now.
PZOA's favorite international snack or food, Mexican, Italian, Chinese. Dude, you can't hit me with that because
That's
there's
so
something
hard.
good
That's
from
so
everything.
hard.
But just a gut reaction, I guess, if I had to eat something for the rest of my life, it would be sushi.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably Japanese
Because
food.
it's just got so much diversity inside of those little rolls, you know.
They're just so good. But Mexican food is also.
But
just
also
like,
Mexican is fantastic,
but then,
and
like,
Italian is
there's
fantastic.
like also all of there's like Thai and like
I know.
Filipino.
There's just too many options. But
Is
I
it?
guess
Oh
I
my
would say
God.
probably sushi as a whole, and then I would also love to keep Mexican and Italian around. I have Chinese every once in a while, but not nearly as much as I used to. But
like
I could
authentic
get
Chinese. Oh my God.
I could get by totally fine with just those.
I could get by with just Asian food entire. Like that's so much diversity though. Like that's not even narrowing it down a
that's
little
not
bit.
very fair, you know.
I can get by with any of them if it's good, honestly. Maybe not Italian because I'm gluten free, but
But also,
I could
there's
make it
still
work.
so many different
There's still so
countries
much.
that I haven't tried their food.
Yeah.
Or regions, you know. Like I haven't tried a lot of I've never had Ethiopian food.
Really?
That's supposed to be really good. I've never
it's
had
pretty good.
Moroccan. I mean, I want Sam to show me the good Moroccan food.
Oh yeah.
That shit would be so good.
Hell yeah. I want to go. Like I haven't been to Asia, I think ever. So, I gotta go. I gotta go experience it.
Fair.
Fill you in a little bit about the October event on your Discord.
More to come on that in the next few days.
Yeah,
we've
we're
had to
gonna do
update some stuff with it.
A big announcement with it.
Yeah, we're
But
changing some stuff up with the server.
check the announcements like tomorrow or
good
the
way.
next day or something.
In a
It's gonna be good. Everybody's gonna be happier. We hear you guys.
Yep.
All that shit.
Adam, did you guys learn sales and client communication on the fly or learn from someone or something? Completely on the fly.
Very on the fly.
And
Just like
boy,
basically everything else we've learned.
that
Like
is-
Austin started teaching me a little motion design, but for the most part, I just figured it out and asked him a bunch of questions. Like, how do
Yeah.
you do this? And he's like, man, I don't know. Figure it out. And I was like, okay, I will.
Yeah, that's just the best way to learn it.
We
you
just
know?
are self-taught in most areas.
Yeah,
all
it's-
through design,
it's
we're
just
self-taught.
experience,
I taught
yeah.
myself all of design, even though I had like so many design classes. By the time I had those classes each time, I already knew like a lot of the stuff. I didn't know like super
the technical
specifics. And,
bits.
but like by the time I learned the first principles of design, I was like, dude, I already know these.
Yeah, it's just an implicit thing that you know, and they're just naming them.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, yeah, I know. Thank you.
But
That was good.
yeah, for sales stuff, man, I've got a recording on our Google Drive of a sales call we had one time with this
Oh
client.
my god.
And we
We've had
did
some
this
rough
we
clients,
did
guys.
this whole sales thing. Like we tried so hard to figure out what this exactly should cost. And it realistically now we would probably charge like over $100K for it. But we were going to give this dude a whole like ad campaign or whatever for like $30,000.
Yeah.
And
That was like a big thing for us too then.
when I said $30,000, this man said, "You're joking, right?" In a like completely serious.
Like
it
he
was
laughed and then he's like, wait, you're joking, right?
It was
And we were like,
the most awkward
US
EOS webcam utility of
ever.
my life. It was the most awkward experience I've ever had. It was so bad.
It was really
and
bad.
we just
It was like worse than the town
like
hall.
us figuring out to not sell is something very recent. Like we spent so long where we're like we had our sales routine down and like I would say the phrase, let's get like when it comes to dollars and cents, like
Brass
multiple
tack.
times.
Oh,
That shit was
Fucking
awful.
hated that. I hated that. From
I
the
had so
beginning.
much sales lingo and shit that I'd picked up over the years. It was just all bad. It's just all bad until we realized that all we need to do is just talk to them like normal
Just
people.
gotta talk
And
to
that's
people
it.
because everybody's just people.
We
People
actually
just
make
wanna
a
be
point
people.
to not talk about the business stuff.
I will make
and then
fun.
they will talk about it.
Yeah, I will
instead.
make fun of corporate lingo with like some of the most corporate people.
And it's
ever.
really funny
and
because
they,
they
have
will
some
do
really
it right
good
back.
ones.
Yeah.
They got some great ones
That we've never heard of before.
It
We
was-
always
I don't
learn a
even-
new
I don't
thing.
have them off the top of my head, but I'm gonna make a list. They're hilarious.
We had a whole conversation with this very, very, very large corporation in real estate
Yep.
about what life would be like if humans had tails for like 15 minutes of a
Yeah.
client call.
Like what kind of tail?
That I think they brought up.
They probably did. It was really fun.
We make our clients so comfortable because they just get to we are the most fun call that they have each time, guaranteed. 100%. And we're trying to add a bunch more shit. Like,
Oh my God.
we want to do it to where like we have a little stream deck down here, and we can like hit a button and it pops up like Austin up above my head,
Yeah.
Noah up above his head, and then we'll have like
Little bits.
like when we're talking about like these are the parts of the process we do, and I can be like, brrr, and it puts up like pieces of text or icons up above my fingers or some shit. Like, we want to just add like
fun shit.
fun little things in there, or like when we say like, okay, now we got to talk about money, and then like we hit a button and it adds a vignette and zooms in, and it's got like really suspenseful music on it. Like, we just want to do stupid shit like that. It'd be
Like,
so
how much are you willing to pay? And like the minute to win it or some like
For
show
real.
comes up. It's like $10,000,
Deal or no
$20,000.
deal.
That would, I would love a deal or no deal
It'd
bit.
be so. We
That would be
even
so
want to
funny.
do. We've talked forever because the EOS webcam utility thing happens all the time.
Yeah.
About doing an entire stream package or sales package based on the EOS webcam utility. Like instead of EOS web model, just like little
Just
inside
like
jokes,
little inside
and
jokes
shit,
for
you
the
know?
community. That kind
It's
of stuff.
fun. It's fun. And
It's a
then the
good
clients
time.
remember us, even if we're talking to them for the first time, because they're like, holy shit, that was like, I've been in corporate stuff all day, and I got to just like laugh with these people.
I want to give them a break from that.
And it's not to do it as like a sales thing. We just want to talk to them. That's it. It's so uncomfortable to have to be in that weird sales back and forth. It's not fun for anybody.
Yeah. And like just having this background is like a godsend.
Also,
It's so
oh my
much fun.
God. Yeah. We get to come into every call. I mean, it's zoomed in right now, so you can't see like the lights and plants and stuff on the side. But like we get into every call and everybody's like, oh my God, your setup is so cool. Because everybody's just on their laptop or whatever. We don't
like,
even have
thank
to
you
come
so
up with
much.
icebreakers. We just paid to make a nice set.
Yeah.
So there's your hot tip. If
There's
you
your
don't
hot
want to
tip.
have to worry about awkward openings on sales calls, just
Make a
get
set.
a neon sign. I don't know.
Yeah.
Come on.
Just do it up. It's so much fun. I'm steady. Just pops back in any weird ass legal close calls. No.
No, I feel like there.
I
Was
hope
one at-
not.
I feel like there was one at some point that we had to sort through. Well,
Well, I'm sure we'll be hearing about it if there were.
no. Well, okay. For one project, who I will not name, we always do 50% up front, 50% on delivery for every project. We don't start work until that first 50% is paid. All right. But on this particular project, we're like, oh, they're definitely good for it because it's a pretty big company and whatever. We finished the entire project. We still never gotten paid.
It's been months.
Months. And not to mention, the beginning of the project, we were like, all right, we're good. We get to like 4 days before the deadline. We are working our asses off to get this thing done. Still haven't been paid because we're just, what great Samaritans we are, I guess. Still haven't been paid at all. Then they tell us right then and there, hey, so actually we just now are getting you the contract. And in the contract, we're going to need you to take out 2 new policies of business insurance just for us, which you'll need to pay into out of pocket. And you won't get paid anything until 45 days after we deem the project complete.
Yeah.
And I'm like, pardon? Hold on. So I said, pull the ripcord on the project. We stopped everything. They were so pissed because it was right before their deadline. We cost them a week on their timeline. They didn't get to post this announcement thing until a week before their thing. And at that point, it was like, what the hell? This isn't even worth it. I don't even think they posted it until the day of the thing.
Yeah.
Whatever. Anyway, and so yeah, they didn't tell us any of that until right before then. So I was like, all right, we're not doing any more work until you remove this stuff from the contract, and also you can guarantee that we're going to get it and sign this, because we're not doing a lick more work or giving you anything until we know we're going to get paid for this. And
lick
yet we
more
still
work.
haven't gotten paid, even though it's been past 45
Yeah.
days. So
And also no shade to the creative people that we worked with. They
Yeah,
were
they're very
absolutely
cool.
Fantastic.
they were wonderful.
It's a big company. Their
It's
financial
just-
department is big and clunky and
It's just
kinda
silly
mean,
corporate
so
legal crap. You know?
It just be like that sometimes.
And then the only other legal thing, we had a small project that we worked on earlier in the year, and it's not actually our legal thing, but somebody that I used to work with, essentially these people just needed a video edit after we had done the animation. And so I gave this to this person, and they did what was asked of them. It was like $4,000 or something they could get for it. And then the company went under, and they didn't tell him anything.
Yeah.
So he just never got paid. And then the agency that hired him for it, not us, we didn't hire him for it, who was the one that was supposed to pay him, was basically like, oh, sorry, the actual company went out of business, so we can't pay you. And he's like, but you hired me, so Sorry. And yeah, so he's still never gotten that resolved. But
That's
there's
shitty.
that. That was cool. But nothing else other than that. No. And even those were mostly like the thing with that company that we were talking about, we pumped the brakes on that. We've never really had any legal problems on our end.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Thank God.
But yeah, that's what I would say.
As far as dealing with clients, like, we were tired of things being awkward. I mean, we had so many garbage sales calls. It was
Just awful.
It was painful, and we were really like, that was the nail in the coffin in terms of being really, really tired of like corporate stuff and salesy stuff. And so
Yeah.
we're just like, I'm done. I'm not doing that anymore.
For a while, we just
be
stopped
my
working.
personable self.
We stopped working with agencies altogether.
Yeah.
Because it was just such an awful experience every time. Now we found wonderful agency friends. Shout out to all the agencies we're working with right now. You guys are awesome. You know who you are. But yeah, we were only doing direct to brand for a really long time because we just wouldn't deal with it.
Mm-hmm. It was a
But we had plenty direct to brand as well that were just awful sales calls.
True.
The amount of times people got upset about our pricing and stuff, I'm like, you don't have to buy stuff from us. It's fine. Like, why are you getting upset? We're not even working together. Like, get over it.
Why are you mad? I haven't done anything.
We haven't done anything yet.
It's weird.
Yeah.
But
Gustavo says, he says that sucks for me. 0 social skills. Dude, you should see some of those sales calls. I didn't have many either.
only one way to get better at that, my
It's
friends.
just to keep doing it, you know?
And it
also,
is-
there's a lot of people who, especially after COVID, also have trouble with social stuff. So it's all like, we're all in this together in
We're all
our
in this
weird,
together.
awkward ways, you know?
Everybody's always just thinking about themselves and how they're being perceived, which
It's
is
true.
really funny when you're also thinking about yourself and how you're being perceived when no one else is thinking about that. No one gives a fuck because they're too focused on themselves.
It's true.
So just hold that in the back of your mind. Being like, oh, what am I saying? This doesn't matter. Like, people that people admire are usually the people who don't really care how they're being perceived that much.
Yeah.
Barring, like, insane, crazy people
Right.
that are not doing the most Christian of things.
Gustavo also says, figuring out prices is the trickiest part for me. Yeah, man.
We went through so many...
We didn't touch on all of them in there, but
oh
like...
my God. So many pricing models.
Originally, we had it... So we were very much invested in planning everything out at the very beginning of Ravie.
Yeah.
And so at first, when I was freelancing, I was sitting there... I figured out a way to like completely mathematically predict how much things should cost and how many hours it would take for me to finish stuff. So I just gave myself an hourly rate.
Because
and then,
again, Austin's not a robot.
I'm not a robot, I swear.
Not a robot.
Anyway, so I made a spreadsheet that was so accurate to the point where I could type in like 42 seconds of animation and it would let me know to the 10th of an hour how long I was going to need for storyboarding and animation and round 1 of revisions and round 2 and whatever. Like, I had it all planned out step by step. And so I brought that same thing to Ravie. And so that's what we did for a while.
It kind of
just
worked.
completely, it's based on the length of the content. You figure out how much animation is there, and then it's just like whatever formulas are already in there, it just like adds and subtracts based on like the value of each parts of the project, like how much time is actually being spent on those. It's just like an hourly system basically, with that's like super over engineered, whatever. And that's all fine and dandy until you start getting to be super fucking fast at animating, and then you're making less money because you're taking less time to do more work and
like-
have it be better.
We're like,
Hourly prices makes no sense. It doesn't get it. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, so we did that. Then we went to, whenever we were talking about like having to figure out how like every piece that we make has to provide value to people, in terms of like getting them sales directly and stuff, being able to be like, I can guarantee you like $100,000 worth of sales with how we'll place our ads and whatever, which is like, it's such bullshit at this point. And like, there's so many marketing agencies that say that shit and it just doesn't work. Anyway, so we had a system like that when we were also under that impression, to where we would try and calculate how much money we thought that the company could make off of the video, and then we would take a percentage of that. That didn't really ever happen because the numbers were always insanely fucking high to where no one was going to pay that, especially for the work we were doing at the time. And then we went to there was one really weird one, wasn't there?
What do you mean?
In between value-based and what we're doing now, I thought we had something else.
Oh,
I really don't
feel like
remember.
there was, yeah.
I really don't remember.
Like there was different payment structures for how we
Well,
price things,
yeah,
and also how we paid ourselves.
We talked about the splitting things up, and then we
We
went
did
to
it by like how many hours you worked on the project at one point,
Yeah.
which was silly.
awful because I would finish everything so fucking fast, and then just like one of either this Yahoo or Chris would finish things like with an extra 10 hours and get paid way more money than me, even though I did
call me a Yahoo?
sometimes more work. Just
Did
saying.
you just call me a Yahoo?
I did. This Yahoo over here.
Austin always has been fast.
I'm just a speedy boy. I can't help it.
Speedy boy.
Right?
Had a couple years of animation on me, but whatever.
True. It's fair. I'm really sorry.
True.
My
Oh, boy.
speech here.
We're losing it, guys.
But yeah, and so after that value-based thing, now what we do is kind of a mix of both, where it's still based on the amount of time that it's going to take for the actual runtime of the video. So like a 60-second is going to be a set of prices versus a 30-second. So the way we price that now is based on not the number of hours, because that's kind of stupid, TBH. It's the number of weeks that we think we'll need to get it done. And we're not doing like a weekly rate or anything, but we were just like, this number makes sense for this amount of weeks. It's not actually like, if we take 7 weeks, it's going to cost more or whatever. We just give a flat rate. That's what it is. I was just looking for flat rate. We just charge a flat rate and charge 50% up front and 50 on delivery. And we just make sure we keep to our timelines and whatever.
Yeah.
But really no time-based stuff in terms of how long it takes for us to finish things. Just, it's just not good. It punishes the business.
It does. That flat rate's easy, nice for everyone. We get to account for a lot of variables in it, like how complex is the animation
Also,
supposed to be.
depending on like
Whatever.
the actual thing itself, like we can do that value-based thing a little bit with like, I know this thing's going to make this company so much more money than this other company over here.
Yeah,
And
like
you can
obviously
charge more.
We're gonna charge like a Pepsi more than we're gonna charge a mom and pop startup.
Yeah, which mom and pop startups don't really come to us anyway, but you know.
I say
If
that
they
I say
did-
that liberally. The ones that can afford us.
Yeah, there you go. Because
Yeah.
our minimum now like is around 10K.
Yeah.
Like that's like the lowest we're taking at this point. It used to be like 1,000, and then it was like 2,500, and then it was 5K, and then it was 8, and now we're at 10.
That's barring clients we've already worked with, because they got an in.
They did. They got grandfathered in.
They did.
Or if it's like if we've already worked with a client, then they, we'll work with them on something smaller than like a whole video sometimes,
yeah,
if
that's
it's
what
like
I'm
a
saying.
logo animation or something, it's whatever.
We're here for you, dude.
But anyway, I would say flat rates are the way to do it personally, because you can just like get your 50% up front. But I understand why people do the time-based thing. It's just not for us as an agency. If I was an individual freelancer, I'd probably do that. But I don't know. It's just hard to guarantee that money, especially if they put you on a tight timeline. Like you could end up getting less money because they only gave you 7 days to get it done when it really would have taken you like 3 weeks usually. Like they can work you to the point where they're getting more value out of it anyway.
Yeah.
Which is just kind of shitty, but anyway.
Adam asks, in your January crisis period and sending out hundreds of emails, what was your success rate of people emailing back?
Really low.
Real bad.
But
Got
that's
worse
how
towards
it
the
is.
end.
That's how it is.
Yeah.
Honestly, it does. Nobody wants to get advertised to. That's
Those
just what it is.
LinkedIn messages that we get, that you guys probably also get at some point, nobody responds.
I just
to
treat those like spam calls at this point. I just answer them just to like kind of waste time a little bit. 'Cause I'm like, are you kidding me that you think I'm going to fall for this? Like, join my seminar and I'll teach you how to make 200% more money. And I'm like, you have no
Yeah,
idea what I
chill.
even do.
You
Like,
don't.
get out of here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a pretty small percentage. And what did do well for us was, instead of actually like crisis emailing being like, hey, here's our work, do you like it? Or like, hey, here's our work, just wanted to send it to you. Like those did okay. Just being like, here's something we made, no response needed. Telling them that lifts the weight off a little bit.
Yeah.
But the things that did best were just like, hey, company, we're just interested in what you do. Let's chat. As opposed to anything like, anything actually focused on getting the sale. It really is such a counterintuitive thing, but you have to not sell at all to make any money in this sort of space, especially when you actually need the money. you have to not sell.
A little counterintuitive.
Which is a really difficult thing to do. But if you have it, like in a pinch, you know, sending out those emails is what helped initially. Like we got a product, and we got some really high value conversations out of that. People that we still send emails to and check in with, and that are like more open to us now because they've talked to us.
Yeah.
But be warned, if you do email people, and especially if they see it as a sales thing, that sales call is going to be so fucking awkward if you let it, because they know you're trying to sell to them. So they've got their guard up already.
It's real bad.
We had, we hit some really corporate marketing people during that time, and it was brutal. Oof, that was, yeah. But in all honesty, I would say the response rate was probably like 1% at best.
Yeah, it was bad.
The view rate was pretty good.
True.
So like, it's important to follow up to make sure that like, because if they're busy, they probably just forgot, you know, that they wanted to respond. But it's a tough thing. I would always just try and like, if you're really in a pinch, especially as a freelancer or something, just reach out to people in the motion industry. We were only trying to reach out to like companies direct to brand. That was probably the reason we had such a hard time. If we had just reached out to a bunch of agencies, we could have found work way faster, but also it would have been a lot less money and less control. So that's not what we wanted.
Would have been really annoying.
Yeah.
We really like to have at least an all right level of like, what's the word?
Autonomy.
Autonomy. Thank you.
Yeah. Just control.
A little bit of autonomy, a little bit of creative control.
Yeah.
It's
no fun if we're just animator monkeys for somebody else's vision, you know?
Right. That is very true. And we want to be able to do our best work, and we can't do our best work if we're just executing on someone else's idea.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you for the word in the chat.
PCO says he likes to take his time when it comes to some things, though. Wink, wink.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's right. You already know.
Favorite artist. That's a toughie, but dude,
I've got so many people on my consistently great music list, dude. I don't have one that's my favorite.
I say probably I'm basic, but Tame Impala, because I found him like when I was in high school and stuff, and just never stopped really enjoying it. But I don't know. I haven't really been on my Tame Impala shit recently.
It all just depends on mood, honestly. Like I really like Tame Impala. Also, I like some Mac DeMarco, but like,
of course,
I've listened to Frank Sinatra for like over a decade.
Classic.
Consistently.
Classic.
It's just fucking bang. It's so good every time.
Ooh, we listen to some real. We're on some shit when we're animating.
Oh, yes.
We listen to some real fun stuff. We
really stressful Super Mario Galaxy music.
Gusty Gardens.
We have made that the most stressful song ever.
Oh my god, we did that for multiple
It was a
projects.
10-hour loop of that song.
And we finished it like twice.
While working on a project.
Yeah.
Because the rule was we weren't allowed to change songs until we finished the project. It was like torture.
It was. I
self-imposed.
think that's what plays in hell
torture.
is Gusty Gardens from Super Mario
Galaxy.
Galaxy.
But just for animators.
Just for animators. But yeah, and recently we've been listening to old department store songs that were made specifically for department stores in like the 60s and 70s and 80s.
It's so vibey, dude.
They're bangers.
They
ride this really interesting line between like kind of jazzy stuff, between like video game soundtracky stuff, between like so many different little genres. It's like it doesn't exactly it knows what it wants to be. It has like a real niche, but it's just like really interesting and fun.
Yeah.
Interesting and fun.
Do you know what it is? Interesting and fun?
It's interesting and fun.
Sounds about right.
But yeah.
Also, I think the funniest thing about this whole conversation is that tomorrow morning I give a lecture to a college class.
That is so ironic. That is so ironic. Dripping with irony.
A professor reached out to me from another school and wants me to chat with some people in his class about the loops and run through them, whatever. So I'm just going to be talking everybody's ear off tomorrow morning too, but I won't have as much time, so I'll keep things concise. It's going to be more of a Q&A type
like,
thing.
What's up? You guys got 3.5 hours?
Yeah, it's about to be 4 hours. Like, we have almost managed to do like what I could feasibly get that first loop done in was 5 hours. Just talking about the business. And we thought we were going to be able to fit this in 10 minutes. I knew there was no way.
Insane. No,
I knew there was no way.
I wanted to go deep into it. I wanted to tell all about that.
I don't
that
even
whole
want to edit it
chronicle.
necessarily.
No, I don't.
I kind of just want to leave it there. Just be like,
I'm just
hey,
gonna leave it.
watch this for context.
If
there
you
it is.
want to know, you
There it
can
is.
know.
That's the whole story.
It's a podcast.
There's
Put
no
it on as you
visuals.
drive somewhere.
We could absolutely put this as a podcast.
Yeah,
I just want to
absolutely.
send this to a bunch of people and be like, hey,
This is what's up.
I just want you to know a little bit more about us. You know, I would send that to be in some other places. Bring Noah as a cheerleader, please. Oh, to the Noah will just be sitting behind the couch with pom
like,
poms.
yay,
Yeah, nice. Woo!
Woo, killing it, Austin.
I think the professor actually wants to give the loops as an assignment to his class. Like he wants them to have to make one
Good luck,
in a
everyone.
short amount of time. Yeah, like, seriously, good luck to them. He's gonna make them do it in like 4 hours or something. I'm like, dude, you better let him make it short because holy shit, 4 hours is. But that's the point. He knows that it's gonna look like crap, and he wants them to go through that and then be able to make like a better version over and over and over again.
Yeah,
So
I think it's a good process.
I think that's pretty crazy. That
Yeah.
That's being used as like a college class. That's
Well,
or a
that's pretty
college
crazy.
project.
It's really cool to see everyone like making loops at the same time and
It's-
like putting the
that's
little
been
words
the-
at the end. It's so
That's
much
been one of
fun.
the coolest things recently, and it's not. Like, I don't think that we actually started it.
No,
Like it can't be.
We
but
can't take credit for that entirely, but like
no, but the sheer amount that have shown up in the past few months, maybe it's
a
just like
resurgence or something.
I don't know. Maybe
It's
I'm just
cool. It's
noticing
cool
it
to
more,
see.
but I don't know. Mad says, "Hey guys, how is working in your own studio changed the way you work, if at all? And is there anything you learned from that's critically different from how you worked before?" I'll let you take most of this one, but for me,
Literally
I was already
in
pretty
every
goddamn
way.
fast, and now I have to be supersonic with making sure that shit gets done. And also, I don't have very much perfectionism anymore at all.
Yeah,
Like I want
really
things
cut
to
back
look
on that
right,
too.
but my baseline is much lower than it used to be. Like I don't torture myself over something not looking perfect to me, because that like the perceivable difference between the 90% finished for me and the 100% finished for me is unnoticeable for basically anybody else unless they're in the motion industry, and even then it's still pretty slim.
Yeah, especially on like a first or second watch, you're not gonna notice. And like I definitely still have some of that perfection, absolutely, but like it's gotten incredibly. It's just so much better between the college experience
Yeah.
and working through all the review stuff. Like I will still have my moments where I'll go very much into detail on things. Like not this last loop, but the one before it. The little key I animated, which I spent way too much time on. He winks and he has a little star and like a whole bunch of shit in that scene. No one's gonna see. It's not even there for a second. Nobody sees it. I kind of did it for me to
Yeah.
a degree, and I was like, I'm gonna just make the scene really good. But it's absolutely still there. And if you mean like working in your own studios and like moving out of the house, it's definitely gotten me more focused in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
I can't just like go to the kitchen or what. It feels like I think clearer here,
Yeah.
and
The house just has a spell on
just-
it or something. I don't know what it is. It's
does
got
have a
bad
spell,
juju.
a little bit. I
And
don't know, it just feels better.
just being in the downtown environment, even if it is downtown Raleigh, it just feels so much more important than like looking out my window and seeing the same street in the same neighborhood that I've been in for a year.
Yep.
And like, sure, we had our studio put up in one of the other rooms and like that felt nice, but it's still walking around inside of a house, you know? But we get to like come in through these big ass doors and go on these fancy elevators and come up here and like walk out and there's like snacks laid out for us with like coffee and tea and all this other shit. And it's like, okay, this is cool. And there's like
It's pretty
other
fun.
people will actually walk by during the day. I'm like, oh my God, there's people here.
Yeah,
Like there's
they-
other businesses
They've
doing all
walked
this
by
shit.
during this stream.
Yeah.
Our door's open. They've heard that. They've
Yeah,
heard what we're
there's like
saying.
there's definitely people that have heard what
Yeah,
we're saying. But
Absolutely.
whatever.
And the cleaners walked by because it's late.
And then another aspect, I guess, is just the sheer amount of confidence that I think I have in my own abilities, and especially on motion, that I think if I stayed at 9 Miles or if I had been at any other studio still, I don't think I would have grown into that for a while.
I don't know that I would have even like stayed with being an animator.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would have done, but like, I don't know. This is just, it's crazy.
Like having all of this, having all of this be like the only source of income for us is a pretty good kick in the ass to like have to make it work. And part of that is a lot of the soft skills, like the communication with sales and clients and all sorts of different stuff is something that's like super hard to practice and whatever, and would be like something that I probably would not have been super open to doing because it's a stressful, hard thing. But having it be the only way I could make money, I had to get better at it. Like there was no other option, you know? I mean, we could have gone to work somewhere else, but like I said, we're crazy. I don't want to do anything else.
Yeah.
I don't want to do anything.
I don't even really want to work like for other people's company.
Yeah.
I've always been like very much like, I want to do something for me. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I just always wanted to not.
I just want to push it in my own direction.
Do
That
my
was
own thing.
like the most frustrating thing doing Ravie while I was at that marketing agency was like, I could so clearly see what needed to happen at like every turn, and they would just do the opposite.
Yeah.
Every single time, or like lean further into the thing that was failing at any given point, and they wouldn't listen to anybody because they, like us, were probably crazy in a way where they knew that their way was the right way, but like I had enough outside perspective to be
respect,
like fair, yeah,
but there's a balance
just
to
like
strike.
for real.
Yeah, and I heard about every single time. I was there.
Very open with Noah about
Like,
all
let
of
me
my
tell you about
struggles.
the shit that happened. I was like, yep, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah, that was an experience, which I am grateful for, but boy, I would just do things differently.
I'm really excited to see where we can go in so many different areas, in the
I know.
community area, in the clients area.
Like y'all don't
every
even
single other
understand.
area.
We have so much
So
shit
much
that is
cool
happening.
stuff that's planned. I'm really excited.
But it's just beginning of plans, so we can't really talk about it yet because it's not going to be coherent.
Yeah,
It won't make any sense.
won't make any sense. Also, no jinxing it.
Yeah, fair. It's just got to.
We're just gonna do it.
and then everyone will experience it. at
And
the
you'll
same
be
time.
along for the ride.
Yep.
I'm really excited, and thank you for all the messages in the chat.
Yeah, for real.
I think we should probably cap it at like 4 hours.
Probably.
maybe.
That means 10 more minutes, though.
Okay, well, we can do 10 more
We can do
minutes.
10
Anyone
more
got any
minutes.
weird questions?
10 minutes.
I like the cuisine one. That was fun.
No holds barred.
No hold bar. We're
Go
here.
crazy.
We're
Insult us. I don't know.
Say some mean shit.
Say some mean
Do
shit.
it. I can take it.
If you tell me that my deep glow isn't good, I'm going to cry. If you
Your
tell
deep
me
glow
that
is
shallow glow is
fantastic.
what I need,
Shallow.
ban from the chat.
Absolutely not. We can't have no shallow glows in this chat.
This is just going to be such a fun thing to be able to send to people.
Yeah.
We never have to type out super long answers to things again. We can just give this to them as the all-encompassing encyclopedia.
People are like, well, like, what's your story? How'd you start? And you're like, you got 4 hours?
Here's a link. Watch it.
You got
have
on a call. You got 4 hours?
Watch every hour.
We'll watch it with you.
Watch an hour at a time or something every few days. Have you ever attended a concert or WWE show? Those are very different things.
I've never been to a WWE show, but I've
concerts,
been to
yes.
some concerts. Absolutely. I was at a
Yes.
concert last weekend. My friend was playing, and it was such a good time. She's so good live. It was Hiding Places Band. Yeah.
Hiding Places bands.
Hiding Places Bands.
They've got multiple.
They're so wonderful.
Diversified
Check 'em out.
organization.
You're
But yeah,
considering
I've been
making some-
I've been to a couple concerts.
Yeah. Tame Impala concert, one of the best concerts I've
Yeah,
ever
I'm a
been
little
to.
jealous of that one.
We're gonna go again.
US
US Webcam
Webcam
Utility.
I still think it's funny that it never does that on my computer.
It's incredible. I think it's a glitch with the Mac.
I
And
think it
guys,
is.
when we get a new camera or fix it, we're just gonna remake the EOS Webcam
Yeah,
Utility.
we're still gonna keep it.
We're
so we
gonna
can
set
do
it up
random.
so that it does it.
It'll be great.
It's just
We
gonna
gotta
be
keep
good.
it, you know?
It's the best. I love
Mads
it.
says, "Are you considering making some recaps of the other live streams or animation breakdowns with some key takeaways?" So-
yes, don't look at me.
No.
Okay.
I was gonna say Mseti and Sam are really, really into making case studies and things.
Yeah,
So that's
they're very
probably
good at
gonna
it.
be a way we can do that as well. But we did like short clips from the animating lives for a while. Also, fun fact for all y'all that stayed here till the very end: the live loop animations are coming back
Yes, they are.
weekly.
We're gonna. Yep.
It's happening, and it's gonna because they're group loops now. It's gonna be me and Noah live
Yep.
each time.
We're gonna be live.
And Sam and
Animating.
Mseti might join sometimes, but we're not telling them that they have to because we're batshit crazy and they don't have to be.
Yeah, that's like a lot.
But anyway, those are coming back. And also to continue answering that question, yeah, probably have some recaps at some point, you know? Because there's plenty of questions and things that people have had in the chats on those, and a lot of people just won't see those because it's like a 10-hour long stream.
Yeah.
So
And thanks to my video guys. My video guy. I just keep adding S's to things. I can't believe you're still both on. Great effort. We'll watch, listen on the next long drive. Absolutely. Listen to this whole thing on a
do it.
drive.
It's a vibe. We'll put it up
I've
on a
been listening to
podcast.
podcasts
We can
and
do
stuff.
that.
It's absolutely.
We never wanted to, or we
I would-
always
I would
wanted to
like
do a
to-
podcast, but now we'll just.
I would like to make this the first episode.
That'd be fun.
This was good.
BZOA says, "What was the last concert you attended? How was it?" I went to the Red Hot Chili Peppers with
Yeah.
The Strokes and Thundercat back in September. Got there a little late, so missed Thundercat. I was kind of disappointed in that. And I mean, it was fun. It was a good concert, but it's not my favorite one that I've been to. The guys that were sitting around us were kind of annoying.
It'd be like
That's
that
always
sometimes.
like it just sucks that can ruin a concert, you know.
One of the first concert I ever went to, I went with my best friend at the time, and it was just a little venue in Asheville. A little indie band. I have a shirt from it. I love that so much. I'm so glad I got that shirt. It was Real Estate,
Oh yeah.
and they're not so little anymore.
No.
No, they
No,
were
not
pretty.
quite.
I guess they were kind of small then. I don't know, but there was this woman that was standing next to my friend Lila. And she would not move. She was so insistent on taking her spot, and like they were beefing a little bit. Like they might have actually fought. I got in between them. I was like, you guys need to calm down. And she was like hard elbowing me the whole time. I was like, girl, you have. She was
Box 'em
like
out.
older than everybody there.
It's like a
I was
roller
like, you
derby.
have some pent up aggression, woman. You gotta calm down a little bit. You're at an indie show in Asheville. Like,
That's funny.
like, calm down. That was a really fun experience though.
I always feel bad at concerts because I can't stand up when everybody else stands up because I'm too tall.
Oh,
I'll
dude.
block everybody.
Yeah, I feel bad. I always go to the front though.
Yeah.
I always end up at the front, no matter where I'm at. It's just
I'm mad.
I just always end up there. It's a good time.
My video guy says, "Okay, did you talk pricing jobs, or was that 2 hours ago?" I mean, it was a little while ago, but
Yeah.
we can recap.
We tried a lot of pricing things and a lot of ways of paying ourselves, but basically we pay ourselves on a weekly basis, and we price with
$1,000 a week per
flat. Yep.
Yep.
We price with a flat rate,
Which
based
is less
on-
than our team members.
Right.
So-
We get paid less than our employees, because we're some good boys, good bosses. No, because we care.
Yeah. But yeah, 50% up front, 50% on delivery flat rate, and then based on like the length of the video usually.
Yep.
That's pretty much it.
Based on length and a little bit on style and complexity and
Yeah,
whatever.
there's wiggle room,
A
but
little
like
factors
we
and
just
stuff,
like
but-
doing the flat rate because it's not really based on time, and
It's
the
easy.
time thing sucked because as we got faster and more efficient, we made less money,
Right.
which is bullshit.
Nobody
So
has to like worry about that. It's just
how
a flat
long
rate,
you're
so
actually
that's how much
taking
it
and
is.
whatever. It's just annoying to deal with.
It throws in stressors that we don't need. So flat rate it is.
Yeah. BZOA says, "No, will you ever grow a beard? And Austin, when will you take off your hat and replace it with a sombrero or a cowboy hat?"
Oh, don't tempt him. He will.
Dude, if we get a
Oh
Ravie
my
sombrero,
God.
I would totally wear that for a stream. That would be so sick.
Yeah.
I would
Oh
absolutely
yeah.
do that.
We already have another hat in this room that I'm not going to mention now because I'm sure I'll pull it out for another stream. But
Oh yeah.
we're collecting hats.
We are.
We'll have more hats. Will I ever grow a beard? You know, I made a very weak attempt at one like months ago, but it's just like
Weak sauce.
It's not the look right now.
Hey,
But
weak
maybe in
sauce
the
here.
future. Hey, weak sauce here.
Hey, weak sauce here. Did
Thanks
you
for
know
watching.
beards?
Yeah. Maybe later. Maybe later in my life.
Ask
We'll
me
see.
later.
Ask me later. Ask again later. Hello, Asher.
But yeah, I'll do a sombrero at some point. That sounds fun. Maybe I'll get that for the retreat or something eventually.
Ooh, yes, please.
Do some good team photos and stuff. Yeah, we'll do
Austin
that
with
eventually. Get team
sombrero.
photos. It'll be good.
Can we all get sombreros?
No, you guys all get the normal hats, and then I upgrade to the sombrero.
Can you get a Ravie sombrero?
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be a Ravie sombrero.
Okay,
It can't
good,
just
good,
be
good.
a sombrero.
It glows somehow.
Oh, it's gonna be the deepest of glows.
Deep glow.
My video guy says, I liked fixed pricing too, so long as you can deliver to expectations and there's little scope creep, everyone wins. Cheers, legends. Love your work. Ethos, cruisy nature. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, we are firmly in the anti-scope creep gang.
Yep.
We have made many people upset by doing that, but then it's great because we don't have to deal with people who scope creep anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And sometimes with some people, you can build in a little padding for scope creep.
Yep. We'll just
Because you know
already
they're
have
gonna
it in
need those
there.
extra few revisions or
You know?
whatever
It happens.
it's gonna be.
We just try and give ourselves enough wiggle room on all that
Yeah.
stuff.
Anyway,
3
those are the
minutes.
Chronicles.
3 minutes. Any last questions?
Any
Any
last
burning
questions?
questions?
Burning questions.
Burning questions.
What I ate for breakfast.
Oh, plus this whole chapter of Ravie that we forgot to talk about. No, I'm kidding. we got through pretty much everything.
Yeah, we did.
Current state of affairs, we have 6 people on the team,
Mm-hmm.
and we have 2.5 months left in the year.
2.5
And
months.
hopefully we will hit $500,000 in revenue, and profit should be like 50% on that-ish, but we'll see. So there's all that jazz. And then we'll just keep everybody updated anyway. So everybody's going to know what's happening. We've been doing this thing in our internal Ravie server. I mean, what? That every day we send out, it's called the newsroom, and we send out these just like updates on every project that's going on, as well as like just different things that are happening, like sales in the pipeline and tasks that people need to get done and whatever. And we're probably just going to start posting that in the main server as well, but
Yep.
like having to like
Redact
blur out
some
some
stuff.
names and shit and whatever. But I think that'll be an interesting way to just like know what's happening each day
Right.
at Ravie.
Exactly.
We have other plans of the work to keep everybody updated as well, but we will announce those soon.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you get?
My
Do you
video guy
guys
says, how do you
feel-
like your coffee? I don't. And
Neither
does
of us
Noah.
drink
We
coffee.
don't drink
So
coffee.
sorry.
When my
I
girlfriend
have
gets
tea
coffee,
sometimes.
I'll get a chai tea latte.
Chai
I'll
is
get that.
fantastic. Love a good chai.
PZOA says, can you guys cook, and what did you have for breakfast?
We
I don't
can
usually
cook.
eat breakfast, and yes, can cook.
Austin
okay.
makes a mean pasta.
I make a kick-ass pasta, dude. Spaghetti with meat sauce and a shrimp and scallop pesto Alfredo. Those are insane.
Mm-hmm. I
So-
make a mean couple other things. I cook a bunch of things, but usually it's like I'll cook for 4 people or for friends. By
Mm.
myself, I'll just like make myself chicken or like whatever, because
Yeah.
most of the time I'm at the office and I don't really have a whole lot of time to cook. But for breakfast, I like to have a little cereal. I like to have a little, it's like granola and peanut butter and a banana and honey and some cinnamon and stuff.
Yeah.
It's good.
We also get snacks at the office
We do.
that they just give to us. So
Yes.
that's there.
Quick one. Mouse or
Sorry.
digital table?
I don't know what a digital table is.
Digital table like in Tron, you know, the one that they had at the big boardroom meeting where they could like tap the
Are
glass
those
table.
real?
No.
Oh. I use a mouse.
I use a mouse as well. I don't have any, maybe like tablet is what he meant to say.
Oh. I mean, it could be. Yeah. Or
I
yeah,
don't-
digital tablet. I don't know.
I
Yeah,
don't have any.
I've never liked using a drawing tablet.
I think Wacom's are fun and they can get people pretty efficient, and it's fun to be like in a meeting and you can like twirl your little Wacom pen and you're like, ooh, this guy's a creative.
That's another
but-
project I completely forgot about when you said twirling Wacom pen with the Lottie thing.
Oh yeah. But yeah, they're fun, but I don't have any right now, so whatever. I'm happy with my mouse.
My video guy says, I know it's late in the stream, but maybe next time. Storage, use NAS, mobile hard drives, SATAs, et cetera, et cetera.
We use Google Drive.
Yeah, we have Google Drive for desktop downloaded, so we
It's
have
fabulous.
everything sync up with File Explorer really easily, and it's unlimited storage, so we don't really have to worry about much.
Yeah.
And then we've
we have
I mean, I guess it's really all on the Google Drive at this point,
yeah.
but we've
we
also
have
got
external drives. We have other stuff, but
Yeah.
like pretty much everything's in our
our
Google, Drive. And stuff.
yeah.
That's how we get to take big files and like gather all the submissions and stuff.
Yeah.
Because we have enough
That
storage.
would be so awful to have to do that with limited storage.
that
Oh
would
my
suck.
God. My video guy says, okay, favorite alcohol. I don't really drink.
Austin doesn't really drink. I don't know. I really like soju a lot. I think that's pretty fun. I like ginger, and I don't know. It's a little tough. I like tequila, but rum's cool too. Lots of
That had some rhythm to it.
I like tequila, but rum's cool too. Rum is a really good one. There's lots of Lots of great alcohols out there. I like to cook with wine. Makes
Yes,
stuff
I do. I do
delish.
like to cook with wine.
This is a good
You
ass
can't have
time.
pasta without wine in the sauce.
You
That's
gotta
just
do
wrong.
it. It's just this acidity that you gotta put in there.
You just have to do it. The other day when I had that chicken Alfredo from Costco and I reheated it, I put those mushrooms in it from the
Yeah,
steakhouse
yeah.
or whatever. I just poured a little white wine on it with some olive oil, and it tasted so much better.
Yes,
I was
sir.
Like, of course, you gotta.
So in short, Austin cooks. Oh yes. Oh my god.
If you're a vegetable or fruit, what would you be?
Oh, I think just by pure consumption, I'm a banana.
Yeah.
Just off of
I
that,
think that
I
makes
eat
sense.
so many. My potassium levels are out of this world.
I have no goddamn clue. I feel like I'm definitely a fruit more than a vegetable.
You are a fruit, yes.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Or Gustavo thought so earlier. Gustavo thought I was a fruit.
Mm-hmm. That's true. He did.
Yeah. I don't know. There's not a single thing that even comes to mind. Maybe I just don't think that way.
I think you'd be a good pineapple.
Okay, that's fair.
It'd be a good.
I was
ass
thinking something
pineapple.
tropical, despite how much I hate the heat. But whatever.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all know mulberries? That was my childhood.
The
man.
mulberry bush.
I
The
love
mulberry bush.
mulberries. I like lots of berries. Good stuff.
VZOA thinks you have exotic taste.
Well, thank you.
My video guy
I
says
try.
red wine and pasta. Yo.
Do you have
That's right.
plans for releasing courses?
They're just
Not
like,
really, not really.
No, it's not super like.
And like, if we're
finite.
educating, I'd like to generally just keep it free.
Yeah.
Let people have it.
Which one of you is taller?
Very.
That's funny.
Me, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Noah by a
Austin's
mile.
way taller.
I'm like a head taller than Noah is.
Yeah. Austin is.
I'm
What are you, 6'5"?
Yeah, I'm 6'5". Noah's 5'11". So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm a good half foot taller. Yeah,
He's a tall boy.
tall guy. Hit the gritty. What's the gritty?
It's a dance.
Oh, well, I knew that.
I just didn't know what.
Oh,
What if we just...
don't.
No, we have to do
We
it.
can't do that.
Why?
Do it. You say do a dance. I can't. I'm not gonna-
I did
That's
it.
actually
There you go.
join the Gumroad for dancing.
I was gonna say earlier in the stream, dude was talking about me opening up my project files and him just getting to look at them. Never even paid me $5 on Gumroad. What the hell?
I made you a couple more than $5.
That's true. All of that goes towards the Ravie account anyway. I never actually see any of that. So
Oh, that's true. That's true.
yeah. I mean, hey, free course. Here's your business course. Here it is.
There
Don't
it is.
fuck up like we did in some ways.
Yeah, I hope anyone. I
transparent.
hope someone can learn from this because we sure have.
If you can, type in the comments below.
Okay. Hell yeah.
Anyway, I guess I should probably go the hell to bed since I have to get up and teach the youth of America tomorrow.
So noble. So noble.
I know.
There you go.
All right. Well,
Thank you, everyone who has joined, who has
Yeah.
watched, who has supported us in any way. We so much
It is
appreciate you.
extremely appreciated. And there will be so many updates coming very frequently. It's going to be great. But we just wanted to get everybody the context. So,
There it is. That's
we
what
are.
happened.
and it'll only go crazier from here.
Damn right.
Right.
Exactly.
All right. Cool, y'all. We will see y'all soon. Oh, shoot. Just got another question that I can't pass.
Oh,
no. What's the best advice you got and make a difference and that made a difference for you? I think is the advice we've given ourselves, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just the figuring out, like,
There's so
the
much.
transparency and being real and, like, just doing the thing and not worrying too much about it, like not planning as much as you think you should and whatever. Don't take that with most things. Don't try this at home, kids, with some stuff. Some things definitely need planning.
But like some things, you'll just kill yourself over planning and thinking
Yeah.
and obsessing. Like
sometimes you just got to try it, you know?
Sometimes you just gotta move forward.
All right. And then BCOA says, last thing, favorite meme.
Ooh, I don't know. That's heavy.
Oh.
What's that one where they like try and sneak in that sound clip on TikTok?
I don't. Oh, the Blue Lobster. I like the Blue Lobster.
The Blue Lobster's
That's
a pretty good one.
I also All Glory to Pakistan. It's a pretty good one for us.
Oh, that's a
That's
classic.
a pretty good one. But anyway,
That's classic ones.
all right, y'all. As always,
hit us up with whatever. If there's any cues or anything.
Mhm.
And we'll see y'all in the server and all the other places. Good morning to Asher. And good night to us.
Peace,
All right.
y'all.
See y'all. Dunzo, dude.